Section 26 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Monday 13. A great storm of rain located us to the house at William Dilks's. Tuesday 14. Rode to Salem and preached. I was still very unwell. At Pittsgrove on Wednesday I was unable to preach. I rode home with Father Early. The widow Ayres, one of the first Methodists in the place, has lately died in peace. Thursday 16. I gave an exhortation, and we then came on to Daniel Bates's. At Brother Azael Coates's on Friday, I was fit for bed only. Daniel Hitt preached at Lumberton. Saturday 18. At New Mills I gave a kind of funeral for Bishop Watcote. From Baltimore to this place I count having made 630 miles. Sick or well, I have my daily labors to perform. I am hindered from that solitary, close, meditative communion with God I wish to enjoy. I move under great debility. I found old Grandfather Budd worshipping, leaning upon the top of his staff, halting, yet wrestling like Jacob. Ah, we remember when Israel was a child. But now, how goodly are thy tents, O Jacob, and thy tabernacles, camp meetings, O Israel. Since October 1771, I have visited Jersey, but never have I seen such prospects. To God the Lord be all the glory. Sabbath 19. In the Baptist Chapel, Mount Holly, I spoke on Romans 10:26. I preached at Burlington at 6 o'clock. Monday 20. I gave them a sermon at Trenton, and once more at Hopewell I stood up in my Master's name. We had 100 souls, but we want more fire. The time will surely come to favor them. Wednesday 22. We came to Reading. I spoke to an insensible people upon Acts 2:21. I may weary myself in vain to heap up spiritual riches, if others will not gather them, and take care of them. Thursday 23. At Asbury Town I gave them a faithful talk upon Hebrews 2:3-4. There are about 40 houses in or near this village, of all descriptions. In Philip Cummins's kitchen I spoke to a few souls on Friday. My hearers were serious, whilst I commented on Luke 11:9-13. Rough roads, damp weather, and daily preaching has brought me low. Wherever I come, being a stranger, people expect me to speak. Oh, that I could see as great a prospect in East as in West Jersey. Come, thou south wind, and blow upon this garden. Saturday 25. We came to Andrew Freeman's. Our route brought us by the drowned lands upon Pequest Creek. This doubtless has once been a lake. I preached at Freeman's, and we had a feeling season. About 20 years ago, I once preached at Log Jail Church. I spoke once more on the Sabbath. My subject was Revelations 3:20, and I felt some enlargement. Daniel Hitt preached after me and closed the meeting. We have preached, I suppose, to 3,000 people in the Jerseys, and had we had good weather, it is quite probable we should have had 6,000. New York, Monday 27. We rode 40 miles to lodge near Warwick. Tuesday 28. We came to Ellis's at Windsor. Wednesday 29. As we pursued our journey, the rain came on whilst at Major Ostrander's, and we halted. At New Paltz on Friday, we found there was no passage to be had across the river, so we drove 6 miles down to a new bridge. We dined and came on to Kingston, or Esopus. Here we also were disappointed, so we turned aside to Cornelius Cole's at Hurley. On Friday we made 40 miles over desperate roads, and lodged at a tavern, 7 miles short of Cayman's Patent, where the conference was to sit. Saturday, May 2. We met such of the members of the conference as were present. Sabbath 3. I preached once more on the subject of the death of our dear, departed Brother Watcote. Saturday 9. We concluded our labors. The preachers took their stations with the simple-heartedness of little children. I find 2001 added to the bounds of this conference. 18 preachers and 3 missionaries. We had much labor and great peace, and although, from the badness of the weather, we came home every evening through damps and mud, I had more rest than I should have had we convened in a city. We had preaching every noon. Sabbath 10. I preached at Albany on John 3:17. I dined with one English family and lodged with another. Monday 11. We set out on the Turnpike Road to Brother Carpenter's, dined and lodged at Cambridge. Vermont. Tuesday 12 brought us through Salem. We dined, talked, and prayed at Rupert's. Possibly God may save the tavern keeper. We lodged at Branches. Here we also prayed, but there was a tavern bar. We left and came to Mr. Hyerton's. Here the landlady wept and talked, but my faith for the poor woman was not strong. We came to Carpenter's at Chittenden, and hearing that Z. Andrews's was a home for preachers, we turned aside to tarry for a night. Thursday 14. We boldly engaged the Green Mountain, of which we had heard awful accounts. I match it with rude Clinch, or rough Allegheny. We found snow in the gap. A tree was lying across the path. In leading the carriage over, it upset, but sustained little damage. Having dined at Pittsfield, we took fresh courage and proceeded on. When we came to White's River, we were obliged to lead the horses as they dragged the carriage up the heights, over rocks, logs, and cavings in of the earth. Arrived at the Narrows, we found that the bank had given way and slidden down. I proposed to work the carriage along over by hand, whilst Daniel Hitt led the horses. He preferred my leading them, so on we went, but I was weak, and not enough attentive, perhaps, and the mare ran me upon a rock. Up went the wheel, hanging balanced over a precipice of 50 feet. Rocks, trees, and the river between us. I felt lame by the mare's treading on my foot. We unhitched the beast and righted the carriage, after unloading the baggage, and so got over the danger and difficulty. But never in my life have I been in such apparent danger. O Lord, Thou hast saved man and beast. We gladly stopped in Royaltown at Brother Ayres's. I have been happy under great temptations and hard labor. In every house, tavern and private, I have prayed and talked. This is part of my mission. I have 200 miles before me for the next week, and can I accomplish this labor? What is impossible with me is possible with God. Friday 15. We came to Cox's, and next day I preached at Bernard, and had an open season. I ordained 5 deacons, namely Carpenter, Currier, Peck, Sterling, and Perkins. On the Sabbath day I preached in the woods. My text was 1 Timothy 2:15. It hailed, and in the afternoon snowed. We had 3 discourses, in and out of the house, and held a love feast. The work revives in this town. Monday 18. We came down White's River and crossed the Connecticut at Lyman's Bridge. We have made 40 miles today. New Hampshire, Tuesday 19. We crossed the mountains and came into New Hampshire at Andover, and continued on, dining and praying at Salisbury, to Concord, 40 miles. We lodged at Mr. Ambrose's tavern. Our host was polite and attentive. We came on Wednesday 18 miles to dinner at Mr. Harvey's, Northwood. Then through Durham and Dover into Berwick, the first town in the district, where we put up for the night. On Thursday morning, we came 16 miles to breakfast, but I had taken medicine. We kept on through Kennebunk, Saco, and Scarborough into Portland. I was unwell, had traveled hard, rising at 4 o'clock every morning, yet I had to preach here at 8 o'clock in the evening. God is here. Brother Batchelor's labors have been blessed. I lodged with Major Ilsley, still our great friend. Friday 22. We took up our journey through Falmouth to New Yarmouth, and stopped at our brother Jabez Bradberg's. We had 6 hours' rain. It is an awful backward spring, and there is a great scarcity of hay. The wet weather prevents plowing and seeding. Cold, cold. Saturday 23. We lodged with Mr. Dearborn in Monmouth. We count having made 230 miles this week, over hard roads in many senses. My work is for God, my reward from Him. May I be made perfect through Christian and ministerial trials and sufferings. Sunday 24. I preached in Monmouth on Isaiah 35, 3-6. At Major Cobb's, where I lodged in Gray, I left my glasses when starting on Tuesday morning. On Tuesday, I preached at Scarborough at 5 o'clock in the evening, upon Hebrews 3, 12-14. We sent forward the preachers to call a meeting in the town of Berwick, in the district of Maine. On Wednesday, I preached to them, and the people were attentive. This is the beginning of Methodism in this place. Thursday 28. We dined at Epping, New Hampshire, and came on within 6 miles of Haverhill. To travel 40 miles a day, and be under the necessity of going into dram and sin-infected taverns. It is such a journey that teaches us the value of hospitality in the South, and the excellency of Methodism everywhere. How laborious has it been, and expensive, and it may be unsuccessful. But my work and my judgment is with the Lord. Saturday 30. At Waltham, I gave them a sermon on 1 Corinthians 10, 12-13. Several preachers were present. It rained on the Sabbath. My Bible and plans for conference stations occupied my mind and became the devotions of the day. Massachusetts, Monday, June 1. Came to Boston. On Tuesday we opened our conference, 92 preachers being on the list. Saturday 6. Our conference rose. There were $800 paid, and we were nearly 3,000 insolvent. It kept us busy to preach 5 times a day, ordain 59 to office, and inquire and examine into characters, graces, and gifts, and appoint the numerous stations. I preached on Wednesday and an ordination sermon on Thursday, and on Saturday evening came away to the pleasant town of Lynn. And must I walk through the 7 conferences and travel 6,000 miles in 10 months? Sunday 7. I preached in Lynn, administered the sacrament of the Lord's Supper, and came to Waltham. At Westbury I preached on Monday, on Luke 19:10. I lodged at Brother Nicholas's. In spite of heat and lameness, we were favored to reach Wilbraham on Tuesday. To Westfield on Wednesday, crossing the new bridge at Springfield. I am in peace. I dare not murmur, though in pain. I had an interview with the Baptist minister. He started at prayer. He called it talk to any sinner. The answer is, they cannot pray. Connecticut, Thursday 11. We crossed the mountain to Pittsfield, 37 miles. We had a violent wind, excessive cold, and I was very lame. Methodism prevails in this quarter. In 2 societies, 200 members have been added. A camp meeting is appointed to be held on Monday next. On Saturday, we made a great ride of 40 miles to Watertown, in New York State. I was very lame on the Sabbath day, but I must needs preach. My subject was John 3:19. New York, Monday 15. Faint, sick, and lame. I made 20 miles to Schenectady, and was entertained at Isaac Johnson's. He is a disciple of W. Hickson's, gained by preaching in the streets of Brooklyn, Long Island. I rejoice to hear that Robert Dillon preached in the market house at Troy. On Tuesday it rained, and I rested. Wednesday brought us over Yankee Hill to Frank's. We came to Elwoods on Thursday, crossing Schoharie Creek. O fruitful banks of lovely Mohawk! On Friday we rode 10 miles out of our way and made a long journey of 45 miles. We came in at 9 o'clock at night to Elijah Davis's. We have traveled 100 miles up the Mohawk. My feet are much swelled, and I am on crutches, but I have been supported amongst strangers. Oh, that we had 2 Low Dutch missionaries for the parts of Jersey and York west of the Hudson. Sunday 21. After E. White had preached in the meeting house, I went into a beautiful grove, where I spoke to about 1,500 people, on Colossians 1:28-29. I ordained 3 deacons, namely Stebbins, Parker, and Truman, and rode to Westmoreland. I retired to B. Hannon's, my feet highly inflamed and painful. Monday 22. At B. Holmes's in Vernon, I preached on Romans 10:13. Next day I rode to Silas Bliss's in Cazenovia. On Wednesday, on 1 John 5:14-15, the Lord is with the people. 10 years have I been absent from this kind family, and oh, the kindness of all the brethren! I cannot express it, nor my gratitude for the favors shown. I came home to Ebenezer White's. I spoke at Brother Nichols's in Manlius on Thursday. My text was chosen from John 21:15-17. It was an open time. I ordained E. White an elder. Friday 26. We came 14 miles to Onondaga Courthouse. Truly we saw gapers enough. My text was John 13:17. After taking a cup of tea, we rode to Skeneetala's Lake, about 16 miles in length and 3 in breadth at its widest part. 6 more miles brought us to Awaski Lake, about the same size. The outlet of Aurelius River is here. We have had a day's work of 40 miles. I am still lame on both feet. Our lodging at Brutus was with B. Upshare. I preached on Saturday in the widow Carpenter's barn. In the afternoon I rode 15 miles to David Eddy's in Scipio. Here we were quite at home. Sunday 28. I held forth to about 500 souls in Eddy's barn. My subject was Hebrews 2:15-16. The people were very attentive, but not much affected. Bathing my feet may have done good. They began to mend. On Monday we rode to Milton Methodist Meeting House, where I preached to about 200 souls, on Galatians 5:7-8. I was faint yet animated in speaking. We dined with David Hamilton, and came back to Cayuga Lake. This sheet of water is about 40 miles long and 4 miles wide. It feeds the St. Lawrence. At Samuel Wayburn's I preached on Tuesday, and on Wednesday we came by Milton to Bailey's, where we also had meeting. My subject here was 1 Peter 4:17. It was a most insensible congregation of about 100 souls. Daily preaching and daily affliction keep me very low. I feel with sorrow the spiritual death of the people. It brings on great heaviness of body and mind. Thursday, July 2. We dined at Geneva on Seneca Lake. The lake is about 40 miles in length and from 1 to 5 miles wide. Our entertainer, Mr. Hagley, was exceedingly kind. We rode on to Daniel Dorsey's, late of Liberty, Frederick County, Maryland, now an inhabitant of Lionstown. This is a great land for wheat, rye, and grass, and the lakes, with their navigation of vessels and boats, and moving scenes, make the prospects beautiful. Saturday 4. We were greatly crowded in a small house in Lionstown. My subject was Matthew 17:5. After meeting and dinner, we rode on to the Sulphur Springs, near Canandaigua, and lodged at the widow Ferguson's. Sunday 5. I preached to about 1,000 souls assembled in White's barn. My subject was 2 Timothy 4:2. Preach the word. 1. The primitive qualification, the call and commission to preach the word, the gospel. 2. The right use of the gospel, to convince, to reclaim the backslidden and disorderly. 3. Exhort all characters, with long-suffering and doctrine. Hear ye him. Observe the dignity, eloquence, and power of the speaker. Doctrine. Hear him on this point. Hear him all men, of all grades and characters. My congregation was an unfeeling one. Now that my mind is in a great measure lightened of its load of thought and labor for the conferences, I feel uncommon light and energy in preaching. I am not prolix, neither am I tame. I am rapid, and nothing freezes from my lips. I suppose we shall preach to more than 10,000 souls in this district. Monday 6. In R. Rote's barn, 15 miles from Canandaigua, I preached to about 400 unyielding souls on Acts 3:22-23. Tuesday 7. We passed the lake, 16 miles long and 1 mile wide. At James Stokes's 9th town, I preached in the woods to a more attentive people on Hebrews 10:38-39. Wednesday 8. I preached in the Friends settlement with some power. Thursday 9. At Cress's. We set out, dining at Dow's, and came to Katrine, at the head of Seneca Lake, 30 miles. The swamps, sloughs, ruts, and stumps made it awful moving. We lodged at Baldwin's Tavern. Friday 10. We directed our route through Newtown upon the east branch of the Susquehanna to Chaumang, rested a while at Jacob Cress's, and then passed the narrows of the river, continuing on by Shepherd's Mill to Taylor's Tavern. It was 10 o'clock, and I was fearful of driving farther in the dark. Saturday 11. Brought us to the camp meeting on Squire Light's ground. We found it had been in operation 2 days. God is in the camp, and with us. I preached on the campground from Matthew 18:2. Some sots were a little disorderly, but the greater part of the congregation were very attentive. Weak as I was, I did not spare myself, my subject, or my hearers. It may be I spoke to 1,000 people. Since the last Sabbath, we have traveled 120 miles, and with good roads and even ground, we might have made 300 miles in the same time. The heights of the Susquehanna are stupendous, the bottomlands very fertile, but this river runs through a country of unpleasing aspect, morally and physically. Rude, irregular, uncultivated is the ground. Wild, ignorant, and wicked are the people. They have not been wearied by my labors. Except the neighborhood of Lancaster, and by what I may once have done in a visit to Wyoming, they are strangers to them. I am now on my first journey of toil and suffering through Genesee and Tioga. Sunday 12. My subject was 2 Corinthians 5:20. My congregation may have doubled in numbers today, and there were no troublesome drunkards. I feel as if God would own this meeting now, and continue to own it many days, in various families and places. I ordained 5 worthy men local preachers, namely Daniel Wilcox, John B. Hudson, Samuel Emmett, John M. Kane, and Nathaniel Lewis, to the office of deacon. Had I not made this visit, these men might have waited a long time, or taken a long ride to find me. In the afternoon, Sabbath, there was an uproar amongst the people. Some intoxicated young men seated themselves by the women, and refused to move until compelled. They fought those men who came to take them away, and when the presiding elder interfered, they struck at him, and one of the guards also, who was helping by order of the constables. There were magistrates, such as they were, to cry peace. The Owego gentry fled away, cackling falsehood like wild geese. One Kemp, chief bully, arrested A. Owen on Monday morning for the Sabbath breaking, drunkenness, and fighting of this Kemp and his crew. The presiding elder was charged with having struck Kemp and then running away. Nor was the poor bishop spared. He, too, had been fighting. It was well for him that he was not on the ground at the time. I was quiet in my room. Monday 13. We rode to Tioga, and Brother Shippey gave us our dinner. A ride of 16 miles brought us to Minears, where we lodged. Tioga Point, at the junction of Shumang and the river, is a pleasant spot. Tuesday 14. We came 6 miles to Judge Gore's. Here I preached upon John 7:17. When we set out on Wednesday, we found we were obliged to take the carriage over a precipice by hand. The road to the ferry was rough, and behold, the boat was gone, and the bank caved and washed away. A lock upon the wheel, and the assistance of a strap, enabled us to pass the sulky down by hand. Major Gaylor at Waloosing lodged us well and freely. Thursday 16. We came 11 miles to breakfast at Sturtevant's, and 11 miles more brought us to Hunt's Ferry. After dining at Frosberry's, free and kind, we went on to Newton Smith's, 10 miles farther. I ordained my host a deacon in his own house. Friday 17. To Sutton's, 10 miles. The house neat as a palace, and we were entertained like kings, by a king and queen. It was no small consolation to lie down on a clean floor, after all we had suffered from dirt and all its consequences. Once more I am at Wyoming. We have wearied through and clambered over 100 miles of the rough roads of wild Susquehanna. Oh, the precipitous banks, wedging narrows, rocks, sidling hills, obstructed paths, and fords scarcely fordable, roots, stumps, and gullies. End of section 26. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 27 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Pennsylvania, Saturday, 18. I must take medicine. The preachers wish me to remain in my lodging. Sunday, 19. I went to the woods and preached and ordained Thomas and Christian Bowman deacons. Before I got through my discourse, the rain came on, and I made a brief finish. The people were attentive. In the afternoon, the preachers and many of the people went to a barn. There were showers of rain and thunder whilst service was performing. My first visit to Wyoming was in great toil and to little purpose. I am afraid I shall have no better success now. Monday 20. We set out upon a turnpike road, but oh, dreadful! I came sliding down a dug road precipice, dark and deep, but safe. About 9 o'clock, we made Mr. Mowin's tavern, and here were drink and smoke and wagoners, but we closed with prayer. We came along early on Tuesday, through the Wind Gap, 17 miles to Holler's, and breakfasted. I took a look at the Moravian town of Nazareth. It may contain 40 houses built in the German taste and style. The Brethren's house is a large building of possibly 140 feet in length and 50 feet in width, with a Dutchified tower like a cupola in the center. The whole edifice has the exterior appearance of a college. The land in the vicinity was not so fertile, nor the grounds as highly improved as I expected to have found them. 17 miles farther brought us to far-famed Bethlehem, which I had long wished to see. The stream that runs west of the town is pretty and useful, as it works a machine which raises the water 150 feet into 2 reservoirs, for the use of the inhabitants. We found ourselves at the Grand Tavern at the north end, the property of the brethren. The house is large, but a plain building. The entertainment good at $1 a night for man and horse. On the second step of the high grounds on the main street, which begins on the hill above, stand the church buildings. On the east and west are rooms appropriate to the institution, and certainly the west end has a grand appearance. On the same street below stands the Brethren's house, 100 feet front, 5 stories high, very plain, and much German taste discoverable everywhere. Add to this the majestic Lehigh, and you have the most striking features of this celebrated place. But religion. Reader, I am a Methodist. I asked the young man who managed the tavern if they ever permitted any minister to preach amongst the brethren. He could not answer. He was a servant, and knew not how to answer. Next day came the master of the ceremonies, the cicerone of the establishment, who shows the wonders of the place. I asked him. I was told that on that night there was private worship in the church. The minister must perform him selbst. Daniel Hitt and 2 gentlemen from York, who had given money for the sights shown here for money, went to the church meeting. And what did they see and hear? A man read in German they knew not what, sung and played upon the $4,000 organ. Sermon or prayer they heard not. I doubt much if there is any prayer here, public or private, except the stated prayers of the minister on the Sabbath day. But the brethren have a school for boys at Nazareth, and one for girls at Bethlehem, and they have a store and a tavern. The society have worldly wealth and worldly wisdom. It is no wonder that men of the world, who would not have their children spoiled by religion, send them to so decent a place. Wednesday, 22. We crossed the Lehigh to Allentown, beautifully situated. Superior in this respect, perhaps, to Bethlehem. We breakfasted at the end of 12 miles and came on to Kutztown. On Thursday morning, we bent our course through Reading. The views of meadows and fields were grand, beautiful. Reading may have 200 houses, one street in a style of grandeur approaching to that of Philadelphia, as it respects the houses. The rest have much of the German feature. Through Adamstown, where we breakfasted, we came on over rocks and hills to New Holland. Here, as at Reading, there are fine new churches for the German Lutherans and the German Calvinists. These are the citadels of formality, fortifications erected against the apostolic itinerancy of a more evangelical ministry. Ah, Philadelphia, and ye her dependencies, the villages of the state of Pennsylvania, when will prejudice, formality, and bigotry cease to deform your religious profession, and the ostentatious display of the lesser morals give place to evangelical piety? At Soudersburg we rested one day. I wrote 3 letters. Saturday, 25. We came through Lancaster to Columbia. On the Sabbath day I preached in a lot near the river. We may have had 700 people. My subject was 2 Corinthians 5:14. The missionaries, Boehm and Hunter, were present. On Monday I came to Little York. Here I met with Nelson Reed. This week I am occupied in writing about 30 letters, yet not unmindful of the word of God and prayer. It is but too manifest that the success of our labors, more especially at camp meetings, has roused a spirit of persecution against us. Riots, fines, stripes, perhaps prisons and death, if we do not give up our camp meetings. We shall never abandon them, but shall subdue our enemies by overcoming evil with good. What hath God wrought in America? In 36 years, we find 144,590 in number. In England, after 77 years, they count 150,974. They may have 30 millions of souls in the 3 kingdoms to labor amongst, and we not more perhaps than 5 millions. Our traveling preachers, 536 at present. The rest, local and official about 1,400. But all these are poor men and unlearned, without books, money, or influence. Not unto us, not unto us. O Lord, take thou the glory. Sunday, August 1. Constant application whilst here. Reading the Bible and writing about 60 pages of letters found me employment. On the Sabbath I preached at 11 o'clock at our chapel in York. I spoke on Colossians 1:27-28, short and temperate. We might have about 600 hearers. In the afternoon I spoke on Colossians 3:12-13. I spoke longer than in the morning. We have the form of the power of godliness, for we shout, and we stamp, and jump, and are very happy. Who but we? But we are contentious, and mingle and mix, by offhand marriages, believers with unbelievers, and other things we do. But for once I have delivered my own soul. I think it begins to be time for another visitation at York. I have my paradise at Brother Pence's, but I have much labor and some temptations. I now fare sumptuously every day, but oh, what is before me? 3,500 miles before I reach the Georgetown Conference. Tuesday 4. I took my leave of my kind friends at Wearley Pence's, and rode to dinner to George Naylor's. That night we passed under the roof of the widow Hollopeter. On Wednesday I preached at Stickles' schoolhouse. The room was full, and I spoke for an hour on 1 Peter 4:10-11. We came that evening to Louisburg. O my God, help me in soul and body, through my approaching labors and sufferings. Thursday brought us through an obscure town to Brother Weaver's. Our host and his wife are Germans, in their first love. Friday 7. At Carlisle. Saturday occupied in reading Birder's Village Sermons, etc. Sabbath 9. I preached upon Galatians 5:7-9. In the afternoon on 2 Corinthians 4:1-2. My body faint, my spirit fervent. On Monday at Shippensburg, I preached upon 2 Peter 3:17-18, and ordained John Davis a deacon. It was very warm, but we had an open season. We lodged with Brother Scott, one of my hearers 30 years ago in Chester County, now warm in the cause of God. After a heavy rain had passed away on Monday, on Tuesday we began our mountain toil. We crossed 3, dined with the junior, and lodged with the senior Ramsey. No people need be kinder than were these. Wednesday 12. We set out again, and the rain attended us into Bedford. We lodged at the Stage House. Mr. Graham, my host, had known me in my early visits. I had preached at his father's. The son was kind as a king could be, and charged us not a cent for our entertainment. In 100 public houses, possibly, that I have thus stopped at in the year, I have received no such favors. We reached Berlin on Thursday and found friend Johnson and his wife kind indeed. Friday 14. We dined and prayed at the 20-mile house, and were obliged to stop at an ordinary 12 miles farther. Drunken people. But they behaved as well as they could. Any port in a storm. On Saturday we came on 8 miles to breakfast at Anthony Banning's. From thence we rode through Connellsville to Union. We put up with the widow Kenthorne, intending to be at the camp meeting. And now I have ridden, since I left Baltimore in March, 2,500 miles, and have had, as usual, many a jolt over rocks, and rocks again, on the American Alps, and dangers and difficulties, and a head bruised by the iron rods of my carriage. I have been enabled to suffer patiently pains and sickness for the good of souls. Sabbath 16. I ordained on the campground Dobbins, Fell, and Wakefield to the office of deacons. I preached on 2 Corinthians 5:11, knowing the terror of the Lord. I made 2 general heads. 1. The gospel is a general, gracious, persuasive, characteristic ministry, in which the ministers thereof are manifest to God, and to the consciences of their hearers in their characters, their sins, their sayings, ways, etc. 2. The gospel was armed with terror to the disobedient, impenitent, and to apostates from it. Knowing the terror of the Lord, knowing how God is to be feared, when insulted by disobedience, the Trinity is roused into indignation. Every attribute, and all the perfection of deity is arranged on the side of vengeance and vindictive wrath. There was not a sufficiency of seats for the congregation, but they behaved as well as could be expected. There was nothing vicious seen. No plan of opposition was discoverable. On Monday I went to camp again and spoke upon Matthew 5:46-47. What the followers of Christ professed more than others, and what God had done for them more than others, as Christians and ministers. That therefore God, the Father, Son, and Spirit, requires more from them than from others. By application, to a variety of cases, what do ye more than others? Tuesday 18. We found our horses had been taken or had strayed away. I read Hervey on the tombs, and wrote the station book. Wednesday 19. We set out and came to the old fort, crossed the Monongalia, and lodged with Dr. Wheeler. He and his lady are Londoners, and oh, how kind they were! How did the salvation of the souls of these kind friends rest upon me? The doctor's mother had been in band society with Mr. Wesley. From 6 in the morning to 7 in the evening of Thursday, we made about 40 miles, over some rough roads and desperate hills. We wished to redeem time that we might refit at John Beck's, near West Liberty. So we ate not on the route, though we fed the horses twice. I had had pain of a rheumatic kind for some days. Virginia, Friday 21. Marked letters to transcribe, read, took medicine, and nursed myself. On Saturday I preached in Beck's new house, on Philippians 2:12-13. On the Sabbath I preached in an excellent stone meeting house, at Short Creek, to about 1,000 souls, from 2 Corinthians 3:7-8. We crossed over into the state of Ohio on Monday, and I gave them a sermon in the courthouse at St. Clairsville. Ohio. By hard labor we reached Frankfort on Tuesday. Thence we made Spears's on Wednesday. On Thursday came to Densenberry's. On Friday to Teal's. In 4 days and a half we have traveled 130 miles. Mud, gullies, stumps, and hills. I was sick with an inflammatory sore throat. My trials were great. Nature failed, but grace supported. Every family shall know me by prayer. Saturday I devoted to rest. I have hastily marked above 200 hymns, taken from the Congregational Hymn Book, to add to a new American edition, which I hope will be as good as any extant. Sabbath 30. At the stand on the campground near Hockhocking, I spoke on Hebrews 4:1. Let us therefore fear. There were about 800 hearers, and it was a time of feeling and solemnity to professors. Monday was diligently taken up with my pen, and prayer with my friends. The hymns for a new collection occupied my mind much. My poor mare is worn down, and my carriage is wrecked somewhat, and must be repaired. On Thursday we came to New Lancaster. I preached in a schoolhouse on Luke 19:10. We afterward came on to Mr. Van Meter's, and just escaped an awful storm of thunder, hail, and rain. Friday, September 4. We came away to Chillicothe. Oh, the mud and the trees in the path. Reading closely on Saturday. In our neat new house I preached on the Sabbath morning to about 500 hearers, on 1 Peter 4:17-18. I spoke about an hour. There are some pleasing and some unpleasing accounts here. Some little trouble in the society, but great prospects all around in the country. The sitting of conference will be of God for good to souls. We have been praying the whole year for this. By letters from Brothers Meade and Bruce, I learned that prospects brighten in Old Virginia. They have had blessed camp meetings. Monday and Tuesday, closely reading. On Wednesday we rode to Deer Creek. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, selecting hymns and reading Marshall's Life of Washington, nearly 3,000 pages in 4 volumes. Only as a Life of Washington can I give it the preference to Gordon's History of the Revolutionary War. Sabbath 13. At the Deer Creek campground, I gave them a discourse on 2 Corinthians 6:1. In the evening, we returned to Chillicothe. On Monday, we opened our conference in great peace and love, and continued sitting, day by day, until Friday noon. A delegation of 7 members was chosen to the General Conference. There were 13 preachers added, and we found an addition of 2,200 members to the society in these bounds. 7 deacons were elected and ordained, and 10 elders. 2 preachers only located. 66 preachers were stationed. Finding my work done, and my carriage sold, I ventured once more to take horse, with a determination to visit the frontier settlements on the great Miami River. We came away, leaving 50 or 60 preachers at the camp meeting near the seat of conference, and got to Brother Waugh's for the night. Saturday we reached Hinkstones to dine, and thence, by riding late, got into Caesarsville, and stopped with Peter Pelham. We have made 65 miles from Chillicothe. A great rumor is abroad of an expected Indian war, and many fled for fear. But the report was idle wind. The whole matter was that about 1,000 Indians had assembled upon the frontiers for social, and it may be, religious and moral purposes. General Worthington and Colonel McCarthy magnanimously offered to take a talk and a belt of wampum from the governor to the congregated savages. The ambassadors found peace, and brought in 4 chiefs as hostages, with assurances that no ill was designed to the whites. It is said there is a prophet risen up among the Indians. At Frederick Bonner's I preached upon Hebrews 4:1-2. It was an open season. Monday 21. I rested at John Sayles. Busy writing. On Tuesday we started away and came to Samuel Hitz. Dined, prayed, talked, and came away to Lebanon. We found the court in session. We lodged at Jeremiah Lawson's. There is now a great talk about the Shakers. They are said to consist of 200 people. 3 Presbyterian ministers have joined them. A heavy declension. Wednesday 23. We bent our course down Little Miami. There are many fine situations for mills on this stream, and the land appears to be, generally, very fertile. We found a lodging with Andrew M. Grew, lately from Baltimore County, Maryland. I preached on Thursday at Philip Gatch's, on Hebrews 4:2. On Friday we stopped in Cincinnati, and dined with Mr. Ferris. Solomon and Oliver Langdon had come on, and were of the company. Saturday 26. Rested, read, and wrote. I am young again, and boast of being able to ride 6,000 miles on horseback in 10 months. My round will embrace the United States, the Territory, and Canada. But oh, childhood, youth, and old age, ye are all vanity. My companions and myself are busy compiling the new hymn book. Our brethren here have built a proper little stone house for worship, 40 feet by 30. Sabbath 27. I preached at 11 o'clock. Many could not get seats. I met the society. I also ordained W. M. Neacon and William Whittaker to the office of deacon. Notwithstanding opposition from more than one quarter, our last camp meeting was successful. The fruit is immediate, and where it is not, it will yet be seen. We live by faith in a prayer hearing, soul converting, soul sanctifying, soul restoring, soul comforting God. Kentucky, Monday 28. Our morning's ride brought us, hungry and weary, into Kentucky. After refreshing at the Widow Stevens's, we pushed on to Grant's Lick and lodged at John Daniel's. In the morning we came away across the forks and over the hills of Licking, 28 miles, to Sister Ritchie's, a widow indeed. Our evening's ride was dark and rough, along an unknown path to Cynthiana. We stopped at J. Jakes's. I judge we have made 50 miles today. Whilst resting on Thursday and Wednesday, I read Atmore's memoirs, of about 500 pages, and I wrote a memoir of George Doherty. All my occupations, however toilsome, are pleasant when I enjoy God in pure and perfect love. Friday, October 2. Attended the camp meeting at Mount Garrison. On Saturday I spoke on 2 Timothy 2:19. On Sunday my text was Isaiah 45:23. Possibly we had 2,000 souls to hear us. There were 15 tents and 20 wagons. We had a Sabbath love feast and sacrament, and doubtless there were precious souls converted. Report says about 30, and sanctified. I conversed with Valentine Cook on the subject of a mission. He held back. Ah, how hardly shall they who have families growing up enter into and keep in the traveling connection. I came from the campground every night to Samuel Broadwell's. My host has put my name upon one of his sons. Lord, put thy new name upon the lad, that he may bear it for generations to come, and to be born. Monday 5. We set out and stopped at Martin Hitt's, took dinner and continued on a dark ride through the woods to William Burke's, 30 miles. On Tuesday we held a hasty meeting at Irvin's, Madison County. Wednesday we reached Williams's, Thursday Freeman's, Friday Dorton's, and on Saturday came to Peter Huffaker's, Powell's Valley. Sabbath 11. I preached on Luke 4:18. Oh, when shall this wilderness rejoice? I have perfect peace, but great toil. Since the conference we have traveled 360 miles. There is a serious want of water, generally, in the western lands. Monday 12. We had a heavy ride to Holston, 40 miles. We stopped with Martin Stubblefield. Tennessee. On Tuesday we rested, and it may be allowed, considering our 6 days' ride through heat, great heat and drought. At night I preached from 1 Thessalonians 4:3. And weary and faint as I was, I felt strongly disposed to sing and shout away as loud as the youngest. I have been, and am, happy in God. Friday 16. We reached Wampings. I suffered much today, but an hour's warm bath for my feet relieved me considerably. On Saturday we rode to Killen's. North Carolina, Sabbath 18. At Buncombe Courthouse, I spoke from 2 Kings 7:13 through 15. The people were all attention. I spent a night under the roof of my very dear brother in Christ, George Newton, a Presbyterian minister, an Israelite indeed. On Monday we made Fletcher's. Next day dined at Terry's and lodged at Edwards's. Saluda Ferry brought us up on Wednesday evening. Sabbath 25. For 3 days past I have been busy in seeking appropriate portions of Scripture for the new hymns, designed to enlarge our common hymn book. Our journey hither from Chillicothe has brought us through 5 states. Report says there is an awful affliction in Charleston, the mortal fever. I preached today at Salem on 2 Chronicles 6:29 through 31. We had a serious time. My mind is kept in great peace. Surely God is love. At Elijah Moore's on Monday, I preached on Luke 11:9-10. My labor, I think, is not entirely in vain. On Tuesday at Jeremiah Robinson's, we had but 12 souls to hear us. The people are too busy with their fine crops of corn. My body fails, but I have great peace of mind. Georgia. On Wednesday, Daniel Hitt preached at John Oliver's. Our host has a son-in-law converted at camp meeting. Our preachers have passed by this town, but the Lord will not pass by Petersburg, but will visit precious souls here. Thursday to Tate's. Here I spoke to a few persons on Revelations 3, 4, 5, and God was with us of a truth. On Friday I preached at James Halston's on 1 John 1, 6, 7. It was not in vain. Both colors filled the house. On Saturday we rode to Coldwater. End of section 27. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 28 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Sabbath Day, November 1. I preached on 1 John 2:17. I had help. It is wonderful to see how flush the streams are, and excellent the crops, considering the want of rain for 3 months past. In the sandy lands the waters do not fail in a drought as they do elsewhere. My soul is happy in God continually. It has been reported to me that at the 2 camp meetings held, the one in Elbert County, the other in Franklin County, about 100 souls professed converting grace. Monday 2. We came to James Marks's. Tuesday 3. Both Daniel Hitt and myself preached. Wednesday 4. We were diligently occupied with our projected hymn book. I make it a rule where I stop to pray after every meal. Thursday 5. I felt the tears and sorrows of the family when parting. We crossed Webb's Ferry into Oglethorpe County, passing through Lexington to James Freeman's, a ride of 30 miles, through wind and rain. James Halston told me that his cousin, Colonel Halston, had unfortunately beaten and killed a pious soldier during the War of the Revolution. The colonel settled in Georgia, and whilst everything seemed to prosper around him, he was one night shot in his bed by one of his slaves. The child which lay in his arms was unhurt. Friday 6. We were engaged with our collection of hymns. I preached at Henry Pope's at night. It was a time of power and liberty. Saturday 7. We came to General John Stewart's. Sabbath 8. Daniel Hitt and myself both preached. We felt the state of the people. Oh, what necessity is there to urge the doctrine of sanctification in this state? It is a doctrine almost forgotten here. Monday 9. I preached at John Crutchfield's on 1 Peter 1:4. Oh, the precious promises! We did not speak without a present God. Next day Daniel Hitt preached at B. Bush's, Liberty. There has been a good and gracious work in this society. Thursday 12. I was taken ill with an influenza. Monday 23. I have been 1 week sick at Sparta. This evening I arrived, a sick, weak old man, at Mr. Bush's. I took another emetic. Wednesday 25. We rode to W. Boehmer's. I found it good to stay here and take some more medicine. My complaint is a pleurisy and deep affection of the breast. Monday 30. It was as much as I could this day do to reach Tyndall's. Tuesday, December 1. We came into Augusta. Wednesday 2. I rode up to Martin Hitt's on Stevens Creek. South Carolina, Thursday 3. We reached Spans. I judge we have traveled 900 miles since the Western Conference. Judge William Stith died at Milledgeville suddenly, and I believe safely called home in peace. The mortality has been very general and very great in these parts. We had a blessed rain in Georgia. The weather and indisposition hold me at spans. My soul is happy in God, in sickness and in health. Sabbath 6. I preached. Monday 7. We started away to Fridges, 36 miles. As it was a day of general parade on Tuesday at Columbia, I returned to General Hutchinson's. Next day we reached Camden. Thursday I preached in Camden. I spent Friday at Rembert Hall, reading and writing. Sabbath 13. I preached at Rembert's chapel. Mr. Rembert was thrown out of his sulky, but there was no mischief done, except that some old bruises were wakened up. My subject today was Matthew 24:45. The good servant, in spiritual wisdom, in fidelity, his diligence to perform his duties. The wicked servant, backslidden, false, and falsely secure. His Lord delayeth his coming. Therefore he maltreats his fellow servants who are better than himself. He is sensual. His portion is hell. Sabbath 20. At Rembert's chapel, I spoke on Deuteronomy 5:29. Oh, that God would visit these people. Last week I have occasionally ridden out for exercise, but I am pretty busy with writing, family duty, and reading. My mind is wholly devoted to God and His work. Monday 21. It rained. On Tuesday we went to Bradford's. Wednesday evening we lodged at Simpson's Tavern. On Thursday at Monk's Corner. Friday, Christmas Day, brought us to Charleston. Saturday was devoted to reading and receiving visits. Sabbath 27. I preached at the Old Church on Matthew 7:21. At Bethel on Deuteronomy 10:12. Friday, January 1, 1808. Our conference began. We sat 6 hours a day, had great harmony, and little or no trouble in stationing the preachers. Preaching every noon to the conference and others. In my sermon on Sabbath day, at the Old Church, I took some notice of the life and labors of Bennett Kendrick and George Doherty. The increase of members in the bounds of this and the Western Conference for this year is 3,700 members. Preachers, 23. Wednesday 6. We rode back to Rembert Hall. Busy writing letters. In the midst of restless days and nights of pain, my mind enjoys great peace. On Saturday I rode to Camden. Sabbath 10. I preached from 1 Corinthians 1:30. I had some openings of mind, but there was little unction in preaching or sacrament. Busy writing letters. On Monday, after the rain, we went up to John Horton's at the Hanging Rock. We reached Presley's by chance on Tuesday. North Carolina, Wednesday 13. We reached Mecklenburg and stayed with our friend Mechem Wilson, a Presbyterian minister, where we were comfortably and kindly accommodated. On Thursday, we found the main branch of Rocky River unfordable. We stopped at Squire and Curdy's. Friday brought us through Concord to Savage's. Yesterday was very damp and cold. Today there is ice, probably an inch thick. On Saturday we set out over the frozen roads and stopped at the end of 10 miles to breakfast with the Reverend John Brown, a Presbyterian minister in Salisbury. Thence we came away to John Hitt's. I have preached to his father and mother, who have now fallen asleep. The grandson Jacob, son of John, feeleth as if he had a call to preach. In this journey, on the one side I may put down cold, hunger, rain, floods, frost, bad roads, and a lame horse. On the other, prayer, patience, peace, love. The balance is greatly in my favor. Sabbath 17. At Hitz I gave them a sermon from Hebrews 4:9. Next day we pushed away 30 miles to Charles Clayton's. My spirit is greatly grieved with the ungodly children of this family, particularly one who has fallen from grace. On Tuesday I preached at Joshua Clayton's on Hebrews 3:7-8. Joshua Clayton has no children to grieve me. The loving old souls in this house are early Methodists from Maryland. I ordained E. Breyer and Robert Field. We went over to Father Dole's on Wednesday. My ride over hard roads on my poor lame mare was a trial to me. We crossed the Yadkin at Clements Bridge, well constructed and well secured. In 3 hours' notice at Dobbs we had a large congregation, to whom I spoke a few words on Romans 12:2. We came through Haverstown, having my lame mare shod, to Germantown. Both these villages are small. The first may have 30 families in it, the other about half the number. We lodged at Mr. Enelly's, where we have a small society. The grandfather left us, but the grandson is a preacher in the connection. On Friday we rode through the rain 10 miles to breakfast at Brooks's. Amidst all my little difficulties, my soul is very happy in the Lord. The prospects in the Highland circuits are very good. On Saturday we were water-bound by the Mayo branches. We called a congregation at night. We set out on Sabbath morning and had a most severe ride, crossing the first, second, and third branches of the Mayo River. At Brother Travis's in Henry County, we had a congregation at a short warning. I ordained Thomas Piner a deacon. We crossed Smith's River on Monday morning at Reed's Ford, bending our course down upon Snow Creek. We stopped with one Herman Cook, a rich man and a kind man. Virginia. Tuesday 26 brought us over Pig River and forward to Anthony's Ford, fearful to the sight. We stopped at Staunton. I endure considerable pain. My beast starts and stumbles. The perpetual changes of weather, and the company sometimes forced upon one on the road is disagreeable. But it is much worse in the cabins, crowded with men, women, and children. No place to retire for reading, writing, or meditation. The woods are too cold for solitude at this season. We are weather-bound. I employ my time in reading, writing, praying, and planning. I ordained 2 deacons. On Thursday we set out for Murphy's on Goose Creek. We visited Brothers Leftrich and Wheat, and then made a toilsome march over Little and Big Otter, about 30 miles, to Price's. We arrived late, and it was cold. On Saturday we reached Lynchburg. Sunday 31. I preached at Lynchburg to about 600 hearers. I feel paid for all my toil. On Tuesday our conference opened. We progressed with great speed, and in good order, preaching each day. I ordained 9 elders, 9 deacons of the traveling order, and as many local deacons. Sunday, February 7. I preached on 2 Corinthians 13:5. I was blessed in my soul. The rainy weather and miry roads kept our congregations small and manageable, except on the Sabbath day. The people of the town honored us. They were attentive to hear, and were very kind. My company came away on Tuesday to Colonel Meredith's, New Glasgow. Wednesday to Keyes. Thursday we dined at the Widow Keyes, and lodged at B. Gillam's. I ordained Nathan Anderson a deacon. On Friday we rode 24 miles through mire and a heavy cold rain, crossing the rapid Dan to John Stocksdale's. Our host made us comfortable after our toil. By deep wading and plunging through mud, we reached Lot Fry's. I ordained him a deacon. It was the day appointed for preaching. I spoke and had 5 preachers and 2 others to hear me. What will become of the children of this household? I cannot predict much good for either their souls or bodies. I could not willingly rest here on the Sabbath, so I came away to John Kobler's and arrived just as sermon had ended. I ordained D. M. Masters a deacon. Monday brought us to Bashaw's. Next day we got in to Father Hitz. Oh, the rocks, rivers, mud, frost, hills, cold, and hunger. Possibly we have ridden 700 miles from Charleston in 22 days. Tuesday, 23. For some days we have rested under the roof of Herman Hitt. He is now 86. He has lived to see 4 generations. He is the head of 18 families. 3 of his sons are preachers, Martin, Daniel, and Samuel, and his grandson William also. I am occupied in reading and writing. I preached at the new house in Rectortown. The wind blew and it was cold, but we had an open season. I preached today to a full house at Mounts. On Wednesday we visited the widow Rossell and her afflicted children. I called on Brother Donow, weak but faithful. There is a blessed work of God in the east end of Loudoun County. Wednesday I preached at Leesburg. On Thursday we came to Dr. Wright's, and thence went on to William Waters's. Here I rested and read and wrote on Friday. We arrived in Alexandria on Saturday. Sunday, 28. I preached on 1 Thessalonians 5, 16 through 18. It was an open time. I was helped and honored of God before the people. Wednesday, March 2. Our conference began. We labored diligently and in great peace. On the Sabbath I preached and ordained deacons. Souls have been converted since we are here. Maryland, Wednesday 9. Our conference ended, and I came away to Annapolis. We came into the city about 6 in the evening. Have traveled all day without fire, food, or water. Since the 20th of this month, 1807, we have traveled 5,000 miles, according to my computation. I rested on Thursday and preached, and next day went to Baltimore. It was excessively cold, but we did not stop on the road. At 7 o'clock I preached at Old Town. Saturday was a day of rest. Sunday, 13. I preached at Fells Point in the forenoon, and at Light Street in the afternoon. I hear, see, and feel many serious things, but I must take care of my own soul. My care is to love, to suffer, and to please God. Monday, 14. I took a view of our new house, large and well constructed. I preached to the African congregation. On Tuesday we moved off to Bennett's. Wednesday noon found us at Howell's. At night we were in Delaware, at Kagey's. O my soul, rest in God. I am sometimes led to think the whole world will rise up against the pretensions of England to the dominion of the seas. Will Bonaparte conquer the world? He may. But will he govern it, and reign universal emperor over sea and land? No, no, no. Here I rest. Pennsylvania. I preached in passing through Wilmington on Friday, and on Saturday we got into Philadelphia. I preached at St. George's twice, at the Academy, at Ebenezer, and at Bethel, African. We sat from Sabbath to Sabbath in conference. Our business was conducted in great peace, but I did not please everybody by the appointments of the stations. Monday, 28. We set out for the Jerseys, through which we passed swiftly to New York. We arrived on Wednesday. Jersey and York are blessed with revivals of religion. New York, Wednesday, April 6. Our conference for New York began in Amenia. On the Sabbath I preached in the town meeting house and ordained 7 elders. It was a time of solemnity, and we had nearly 1,500 people to hear. This conference is pleasant to me. I am near my work, I am not disturbed by company, and we make good progress with our business. Connecticut, Wednesday 13. We rose. I stationed 88 preachers. We came away to Goshen, 20 miles, and lodged with Mr. Munson, a respectable brother. On Thursday we made it 35 miles to East Hartford. We lodged with Squire Pitkins. Next day brought us to New London. It was Good Friday, and had been appointed a state fast day. I took only a cup of coffee and a small bit of bread. At Father Lattimore's we were kindly received and comfortably fixed. My 2 last days' rides were severe. My flesh is not brass, nor my bones iron. But I was in peace and communion with the Father and the Son. On Saturday we had a great storm. Confinement indoors gave me an opportunity of preparing papers for the conference. Sunday 17. Easter Sunday. I preached in the Baptist meeting house. The Baptists occupied ours. Theirs was the larger building, and we had it crowded. Conference sat until Friday. We wrought in haste, in great order, and in peace, through a great deal of business. There were 17 deacons, traveling and local, ordained, and 9 elders ordained in the Congregational Church, before 1,500 or 2,000 witnesses. I know not where large congregations are so orderly as in the Eastern States. There was a work of God going on during the sitting of the conference. The General Conference hastened our breaking up, the delegates thereto requesting leave to go. There were deficiencies in money matters, but no complaints. Monday 25. We came in haste through Milford, Stratford, Bridgeport, and Fairfield to Stamford, 42 miles. On Tuesday, a 38 miles ride brought us into New York. We had very heavy showers on the way. I feel my shoulders eased a little, now that I have met the 7 conferences. I have lived to minute 552 preachers in this country. The increase this short year is 7,500 in round numbers. New York, Wednesday 27. I preached at the African Church and ordained D. Coker and W. Miller. Thursday 28. We set out and reached a place 10 miles beyond Brunswick in New Jersey. On Friday we reached Hancock's. Saturday brought us through Burlington to Philadelphia, where we dined and stopped. At Kensington I preached a Sabbath sermon. At the African Zoar I also preached. Maryland, Monday, May 2. We set out and reached Kagey's, 42 miles. On Tuesday we arrived at Perry Hall. Truly we came to the house of mourning. The master is possibly dying. Mr. Goff is dead. I saw and touched his dying body. When the corpse was moved to be taken into the country for interment, many of the members of the General Conference walked in procession after it, to the end of the town. Harry Dorsey Goff professed more than 30 years ago to be convicted and sanctified. That he did depart from God is well known, but it is equally certain that he was visibly restored. As I was the means of his first turning to God, so was I also of his return and restoration. Certain prejudices he had taken up against myself and others, these I removed. In his last hours, which were painfully afflictive, he was much given up to God. Mr. Goff had inherited a large estate from a relation in England, and having the means, he indulged his taste for gardening, and the expensive embellishment of his country seat, Perry Hall, which was always hospitably open to visitors, particularly those who feared God. Although a man of plain understanding, Mr. Goff was a man much respected and beloved. As a husband, a father, and a master, he was well worthy of imitation. His charities were as numerous as proper objects to a Christian were likely to make them. And the souls and bodies of the poor were administered to in the manner of a Christian who remembered the precepts, and followed the example of his divine Master. Friday 6. Our General Conference opened in peace. On Saturday, 129 members took their seats. The new church in Utah Street was opened on the Sabbath day, and I gave a discourse on the occasion from 2 Corinthians 3:12. On the 26th, the conference rose. We have done very little except making the rule for representation hereafter 1 member to the General Conference for every 6 members of the annual conferences, and the electing dear Brother M. Kendry assistant bishop. The burden is now borne by 2 pair of shoulders instead of 1. The care is cast upon 2 hearts and heads. Friday 27. Heavy rain and awful thunder. On Saturday I visited Samuel Owings of S. I baptized G. Howard's 3 pretty children. At the request of some preachers in England, and the desire of the General Conference, I sat to Mr. Brough, who took my likeness in crayons. Sabbath 29. I preached at Old Town and visited the house of mourning. In the afternoon I gave the Africans a talk. I visited a grandson of Mother Tribulate. Her house, in my first and early visits to Baltimore, was my home. The young man's mother, Mary, married one Killen. She died in peace and joy, and I hope the young man will be brought home to heaven and to God. On Tuesday I rode up to Daniel Elticott's and preached. It was an open season. At St. James's Chapel, Dr. Warfield heard me, who had heard me 36 years ago. Ah, I should not regret riding many miles to be the means of converting this dear man to God. I returned to Baltimore. On Friday I preached at Gatch's Chapel. Sabbath, June 5. Harry Dorsey Gough's funeral sermon was preached. There might be 2,000 people to hear. George Roberts spoke first on He that hath this hope in him purifieth himself. My subject was Acts 14:22. I spoke long, and was obliged to speak loud that all might hear. My subject was very much a portraiture of Mr. Gough's religious experience and character. End of section 28. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 29 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Monday 6. Bless the day. I escaped from a month's location to the pleasant fields. Never were my friends more attentive, kind, and affectionate. But ah, the death of religion! In this I die. I preached at Cole's meeting house. Feeble as I was, the people waited and heard with patience, and I delivered my own soul. At Reisterstown I gave them a discourse on Romans 12:1-2. It was a time of freedom. After dining at Christopher Carnan's, I came away to James M. Cannon's, Richland. On Wednesday I preached at the Stone Chapel. I went next day to see the wife of William Durbin in her affliction of body and mind. 36 years ago I visited this house. I have seen 3 generations. We dined with Ann Willis and her aged mother, Honor Willis. I prayed with them and embraced the 6 children, and blessed them in the name of the Lord. Friday 10. At Alexander Warfield's on Sam's Creek. I am holy for God. Our fields promise abundant crops. Our stores and barns will be filled with the fruits and productions of field and tree, while they are starving in Europe. O sin! O ingratitude! I spent the Saturday with Joshua Jones. Sabbath 12. At Linganore Chapel, my subject was Ephesians 5:15-16. In the afternoon at Liberty New Chapel, I gave them a short discourse. I was feeble but fervent. I am kept at work by my friends, but they do what they can, Methodists and others, to pay me in affection, in attentions, in honor. Lord, keep me humble and holy. I went to Stephen Shelmardane's on Monday, preached at Frederick on Tuesday, and returned to this afflicted family. On Wednesday, at Brother Martin's in Frederick, I met with my old acquaintance of York, Pennsylvania, the Reverend Mr. Wagner. He is now 58. It is many years since our first interview, and this may be our last. Our meeting ended in prayer, and when going, I gave him a book of our discipline, and recommended to his attention the Portrait of St. Paul by Fletcher. Oh, that all ministers would read it, and labor to impress it upon their hearts, and show a likeness in their lives and labors. After the rain, we pressed on to Samuel Phillips's. On Thursday, my companion, Boehm, went to Middletown. I stayed at home and read. Friday, rain. I preached on Revelations 3:20. Brother Boehm also spoke in German. Saturday we rode to Hagerstown. Our German brethren of Otterbeins have shouldered us out, but have failed to establish themselves. Sabbath 19. I preached on Romans 1:16. Henry Boehm spoke in the afternoon and at night. Death without, but there are some lively souls in the society. I feel the effect of riding in the heat, but I have great peace. On Monday I preached at St. Leger Neal's, and on Tuesday at Prather's. The heat and rough roads have brought on a bilious headache. I begin to fail. Wednesday evening brought us to Richard Dowler's at the mouth of Licking. I preached at Hancock on Thursday. The people were very attentive. Alas, no man careth for these people. We were driven by a storm into Squire Yates's. I talked, prayed, dined, and left a book. Lord, give us this family. At Clark's Tavern on Friday, where I gave a book and prayed, I did not know that my host was a Romanist. It was all one to me. We lodged with Lennox Martin. On Saturday we came to J. Jacobs. Ah, because he saith the old wine is better. King James used to call for his old shoes. They fit me best. Sabbath 26. We had about 400 souls at the chapel in Old Town. I spoke on Romans 12:1-2. Brother Boehm concluded and met the society. It was an open season. Hot as it was, we sung and prayed away the day. On our way to Aquila Brown's, Evetts Creek, on Monday, we were glad, now and then, to stop and shelter ourselves under the trees from the extreme heat. I give advice for the body and soul of the wife of my kind host. At the Lutheran Church, Cumberland, on Tuesday, we had a full house. My subject was 2 Peter 3:17-18. I was very pointed on sinners and backslidden souls. I was expected to dine at only 3 several houses. Only let me declare myself, and work is soon found for me. A serious adult of 40 years, and 3 children to baptize, 1 for Bell, 1 for Scott, and 1 for Brown. Brown was a deist. He is now a brother. Many think Bishop Watcoat's prayers were heard for him. We have Georgia heat. I preached in the chapel at Cresapstown on Wednesday. We breakfasted at 4 o'clock on Thursday, that we might climb the Allegheny. Friday, July 1. Moved at 4 o'clock after breakfasting. At 5 in the evening we landed at Jacob Murphy's. Our 22 hours' ride has brought us 70 miles. I have suffered much. I am pained and sore, and poor Jane stumbled so often. But my limbs and my soul are safe. Glory, glory. We rested on Saturday. Pennsylvania, Sabbath 3. I preached at Uniontown on James 5, 1920. We started away for the widow Henthorne's, where we spent a solitary 4th of July in reading, and drafting conference plans as far as Baltimore. My mind is wholly devoted to God. On Tuesday I read Thomas à Kempis, and copied off a list of preachers for the Western and Southwestern conferences. Brother Boehm preached to the people in English and German. He also preached at Middletown on Thursday. I spoke for about half an hour at the Widow Stevens's on Friday. My subject was 1 Corinthians 6, 19-20. On Saturday I read a part of the 7th volume of Wesley's sermons. Confinement is excessively irksome, but the rain for 4 days past is tremendous, and I feel my old rheumatic affections. Edward Drumgould, from Old Virginia, is just on his return from a visit westward. He thinks he has seen an end of all perfection. And he has been preaching at the camp meetings beyond the Ohio. He thinks 40 souls were converted. Sabbath 10. At Connellsville, I preached in our new house, 60 by 40 feet. Brother Boehm spoke in German. The inflammation of my throat I laid aside as well as I could, and spoke on. Page Doherty and Boehm each added a few words. And so we dedicated the walls of the house of God. The roof was not yet on. On Monday I went to Colonel Mason's, and was kindly received in his splendid, useful, good house. I was constrained to put a blister to my ear. At William Ball's new house I spoke on Wednesday to about 200 people. We were satisfied to stop at the Widow Woodfield's at the crossings of Monongalia. One of my feet was inflamed. My blister was running, and the heat was excessive. Brother Boehm preached. I had a conversation with Asa Shin respecting a removal to Baltimore. On Friday I preached at Taylor's Chapel. I visited Dr. Wheeler, risen from a dangerous fall from his horse and from apparent death. Rested on Saturday. I am lame and sensibly feel the great heat. Sabbath 17. With the aid of 2 crutches, I hobbled into meeting at Brownsville, and preached on John 3:17. I am sorely lame. I dined with Mr. Hogg, a kind, polite English family. On Monday I had an awfully severe ride to Chalfonts, and then on to John Brightwell's. I am fairly arrested in my course. My knees and feet are so disabled that I am lifted to bed. I can neither ride, stand, nor walk. Sabbath 24. I feel revived this morning, but oh, what an awful night of pain. The people gathered in the house, and I taught them from Acts 26:18. I have a clean house, an excellent nurse as any in the country, and kindly, attentive people. How am I honored! Thornton Fleming paid me a visit, and with him came Mrs. Hebert and a daughter of Edward Bailey of Amherst, Virginia. These dear souls came 60 miles to see me. I suppose I must get a 4-wheeled carriage. Wednesday was a serious day, but prepare to move we must. Pain and death are nothing when opposed to duty. On Thursday we set off to Washington. We had 2 hours' rain, but this was not as bad as pain of body. Mr. McFadden was as loving and kind as need be. We found a home at John Beck's on Friday. Saturday, rested. Sabbath 31. At Bethel Chapel, Short Creek, I gave them a sermon. I spoke in great weakness. Monday, August 1. I preached in the courthouse at Wheeling. I have great pain. At Colonel Zane's, where I lodged, the aged people were kind indeed. At Newellsville, I gave them a discourse. We first stopped at Gelbert's on Wednesday, and then went on to Moore's. We had a great heat, and I was almost overdone. On Thursday we came to Wills Creek to dine, and then rode on. There is a great want of water. I rested well last night, but my case is pretty serious. I am so disabled that the riding, and the long hills especially, almost make me cry out. Ohio, Sabbath 7. On Saturday, we visited the campground and returned to Daniel Stevens's. Wire and Layton, 2 young preachers, died lately upon their circuits. I preached today at Bush Creek upon 1 Timothy 3, 14-17. I ordained James Watts an elder. It was a solemn time. Some wagoners attempted to sell whiskey on the campground. We stopped our preaching. The people soon knew how deeply we felt the insult, and they were driven away. Henry Boehm spoke in German. We had about 1,000 people to hear. The house where I stayed was much crowded, which ill suited me in my afflicted state. I paid a visit to John Manley on Monday, stayed there to rest and refit. We moved to the widow Taylor's on Tuesday, and on Wednesday came into Chillicothe. On Thursday I preached in the chapel. It was quite comfortable to know that people dropped the scythe and laid by the plane to come to the house of God. Chillicothe has been cursed with apostate Methodist preachers. But if I am not deceived, God will yet do great things here. I was invited to pass a night under the hospitable roof of General Thomas Worthington at Mount Prospect Hall. Within sight of this beautiful mansion lies the precious dust of Mary Tiffin. It was as much as I could do to forbear weeping as I mused over her speaking grave. How mutely eloquent! Ah, the world knows little of my sorrows. Little knows how dear to me are my many friends, and how deeply I feel their loss. But they all die in the Lord, and this shall comfort me. I delivered my soul here. May this dear family feel an answer to Mary Tiffin's prayers. On Friday, we went to the campground at Deer Creek. Saturday rested. Damp, rain. The work of God went on night and day, nevertheless. There were 23 traveling and local preachers on the ground. Perhaps tents and wagons, 125. And about 2,000 people. 40 souls professed converting grace. We rested on Monday, and on Tuesday came up Short Creek. We found the family of Mr. Wood, at the new purchase, as kind as need be. The prairies have once been, I suppose, lakes of water. They furnish grand and beautiful views still. Oh, the flies, the heat! We dined at Brother Cutler's on Wednesday and came on, through Xenia, to Frederick Bonner's Little Miami, 32 miles. I have more than once put the wrong foot foremost in my journeys to the west. The spring will not do because of wet, and deep, and dismal roads. The summer's extreme heat, and the small and the green flies make disagreeable traveling. I make a decree, but not of the Medes and Persians, never in future to cross the mountains before the 1st of September, nor leave Carlisle before the 1st of October. On Thursday I rested. Friday at John Sayles. Saturday rested. Sabbath 21. At Xenia Courthouse I preached from Colossians 1:28. We had about 500 souls to hear. It was a searching season. On Tuesday left Peter Pelham's and came to Samuel Hitz. Wednesday 24. I preached at the Widow Smith's. On Thursday we passed Lebanon, journeying down the Little Miami, calling at Clark's to escape the rain. It cleared away, and we came in haste by Wall Smith's Mill to Emgrews. Camp meeting commenced at Philip Gatchell's on Friday. Here I saw many whom I had not seen for years. How delightful to see our old friends after a separation, and to find them still on the Lord's side. I spoke twice, then much faithful preaching, and we believe much good done. 50 souls professed converting grace. I talk more than is truly spiritual. I rejoice to think there will be perhaps 400 or 500 camp meetings this year. May this year outdo all former years in the conversion of precious souls to God. Work, Lord, for thine own honor and glory. Thursday, September 1. I preached at the chapel, Little Miami. We had a full house at a short notice. I was grieved to see an unfeeling man take away a poor widow's horse for debt. But Brother Gatchell soon relieved me. He paid the debt, and restored the horse to the distressed woman to be hers for life. Friday, 2. Great work in Spain. The old king resigning to his son, and his son outwitted by Bonaparte. The old king is persuaded by the enemy of both to make Murat, Duke of Berg, his viceroy. This, I hear, is the news. Ah, the poor Spaniards will have blood to drink. The first victims will be the priests. And the House of Mercy, the Inquisition, what will become of it? Is Europe prepared for free governments and freedom in religion? Bonaparte will establish himself for 1 year, and then he goes. We cried to God yesterday for rain. Today we have it in abundance. After 1 o'clock, we came away from Emgrews to Cincinnati. The waters of the rivers have failed more than I ever knew them before. I read a book today and wrote 2 letters. I have advised the Society here to invite the Western Yearly Conference to hold their session in Cincinnati. Sabbath 4. I preached at 10 o'clock in great bodily weakness. The heat was great, and the house was crowded. But I felt sensible of divine aid. Brother Boehm spoke after me in German. At 3 o'clock I preached again at Brother Lakin's. Brother Boehm also spoke at 6 o'clock in the evening in English. Thus we improved the day. My temptations are hidden but great. I have need of great strength, for I am greatly responsible. Lord, help me. On Monday we had plentiful rain. I rested. I advised the brethren to enlarge the house to 80 feet. On Tuesday we took our flight. It was not pleasant traveling. We stopped and dined at Murphy's, and so avoided the rain. At Judge Sims's new improvement, we crossed the Great Miami. We saw the Paraquet here as upon Santee River. After crossing White River, we came to Lawrenceburg, the first town in the Indian Territory. In this wild, there may be 20,000 souls already. I feel for them. Elijah Sparks received us gladly. We dined with J. Wilson and stopped at Dickinson's. After beating the shore of the Ohio for 2 hours, we crossed in a crazy flat at the mouth of Kentucky River. Kentucky. On Thursday, we lodged at the widow Masterton's. I sighed over the heaps of dust raised upon the bodies of her husband and children. Nathan Wire, a promising youth upon trial on the circuit, has been called away. He died with consumption. Ah, what blessed numbers have gone home triumphantly within the last 40 years. Surely we may praise the dead, for they died in the Lord. Friday brought us through Williamsport, Gallatin, Henry, and Shelby. We brought up with my old friend Billy Adams, grandson of William, son of Simon. We have ridden about 100 miles in 3 days. Our fare has been rough, but Sister Lakin and the preachers who accompanied us bore the fatigues of the ride very well. I feel for the people of this territory, but we must suffer with them if we expect to feel for them as we ought. And here are the disadvantages of a local episcopacy: that it cannot be interested for its charge as it should be, because it sees not, suffers not with, and therefore feels not for the people. On Saturday at Edward Talbot's. Sunday 11. At the Brick Chapel, I spoke on 1 Corinthians 15:58. A more attentive congregation I have not seen. But ah me, to pant for breath, and unable to walk, kneel, or stand up straight to preach, makes public speaking serious work to me. Brothers Lakin and Boehm spoke after me. We were about 4 hours in the house. I see, I feel what is wrong in preachers and people, but I cannot make it right. I saw some dear old friends from Virginia and Maryland. We rested on Monday at Edward Talbot's. On Tuesday we passed Shelby and came to Philip Taylor's. The swelling in my feet had returned. I was weary and willing to rest. We called a meeting on Wednesday, and I gave them a sermon from 2 Corinthians 5:2. Gabriel Mayo received and kindly entertained us after crossing Salt River. On Thursday we hasted away to Joseph Ferguson's, Nelson County. I met Benedict Swab by accident. I knew him at first glance, but he would not have recollected me. It was pleasing to meet after so long an absence. But how time and toil and suffering have worn us down. One of us, at least. I preached at Ferguson's on Friday. We had a warm, heavy ride to Colonel Thomas's, Hayden Creek, Washington County. Sunday, 18. At the new chapel, I spoke on 1 John 3:1-4. It was a time of seriousness. I could not stand. I sat to preach. My kind brethren M. Kendry and Thompson came miles to see me. On Monday I parted from Sister Lakin, wife of Benjamin. So far from being a troublesome companion, she was very useful to me as a nurse and servant for Christ's sake. We crossed the rolling fork of Salt River, passed Murder's Hill, dined at M. Murray's, and then hasted on to Georgetown, crossed Green River by fording, and stopped at Noah Lacely's. We have made 40 miles today. My lame feet were in a poultice. It was unusually warm, but I enjoyed great peace in my soul. I preached at Lacely's. On Tuesday we had a full house at Sudden Warning. Here I saw William Price and family. Great joy, as if we were risen from the dead. I preached at Robert Price's, Adams Creek, upon Colossians 1:7. David Rice stepped in whilst I was speaking, and when I had closed, withdrew without speaking to me. On Thursday we came to Glasgow, where I visited Brother Crusenberry, and Henry and Edward Cowell. Friday evening brought us up at Brother Porter's, from Maryland, now of Warren County. On Saturday we came in upon the camp with Bishop M. Kendry. On Sunday we had preaching as usual, and a gracious rain, in mercy if not in answer to prayer. We came no farther than Woodard's, 22 miles, on Monday. On Tuesday we passed through Nashville. This town has greatly improved in 8 years. There are several valuable houses built, an elegant courthouse, and a college. We put in at Green Hills, Williamson County. We have important business here to engage our attention. 7 districts there are, and a call for 80 preachers. Tennessee, Saturday, October 1. I began conference. I preached twice on the Sabbath day and again on Tuesday. Our conference was a camp meeting, where the preachers ate and slept in tents. We sat 6 hours a day, stationed 83 preachers, and all was peace. On Friday the sacrament was administered, and we hope there were souls converted, and strengthened, and sanctified. We made a regulation respecting slavery. It was, that no member of society, or preacher, should sell or buy a slave unjustly, inhumanly, or covetously. The case on complaint to be examined for a member by the quarterly meeting, and for a preacher an appeal to an annual conference. Where the guilt was proved, the offender to be expelled. The families of the Hills, Sewells, and Cannon were greatly and affectionately attentive to us. Saturday, 8. We came rapidly to Stone River, and thence to Crane's. At the meeting house I preached on the Sabbath day, from 2 Peter 4:17. I called upon Hardy Hunt. We rose at 4 o'clock on Monday, and started away for Henry Tooley's. The heat is great. We may give it 5 months' continuance this year. The increase of the Western Conference for the year will be 2,500. On Tuesday we rested and refitted, preparing ourselves to breast the wilderness. The rain caught us on Wednesday, and fell on us with little intermission, until we got to our home at Shaw's in Carthage. On Thursday evening I came in very unwell to Johnson's. We had not above 50 travelers in company. At Haley's next night we were not so crowded, and did better. There is order observed under this roof. We breakfasted at S.W. Point on Saturday, and then hastened on to Winton's. Since we left the conference ground, we have made 200 miles. My sufferings have been great. I had the piles, and pains of body, and sultry weather, crowded houses and rough roads, and bad men for company. But my mind enjoyed great peace, notwithstanding my starting, stumbling horse, that ever and anon would run away with me. I preached on the Sabbath day at Winton's chapel, a crowd within and without. The wind prevented our taking the woods. There is a special revival of religion in the society here. After preaching we crossed Holston and rode 10 miles to meet the people at John Saffels. We started in the rain on Monday to Marysville, called upon Mark Moore, and continued forward to Esquire Black's and lodged. End of section 29. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 30 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Tuesday, 18. Came to Mitchell Peters on Pigeon River. Wednesday, rain. Thursday, rain. We crossed the river twice. I preached at the chapel on Matthew 5:8. On Friday, James Riggin came 20 miles, breasting the rains, and plunging through the swollen streams, to see me. He wept over me, and bade farewell. But shall we not meet where all tears shall be wiped from all eyes? We started away on Saturday, wade or swim, foul or fair, across the east forks of Little and Great Pigeon. The waters were full enough. Sunday, 22. At O'Haver's, a camp meeting had been appointed by the preachers and people. Bishop M. Kendry and Brother Boehm spoke, as well as Brother Blackman and myself. Brother Bowman spoke at night, and some souls were affected. On Monday I spoke again. There was a flood of speaking to about 300 souls, some of whom joined society. It was very cold on the ground. Our party came away to George Wells's. On Tuesday we rode 20 miles to the Warm Springs, and next day reached Buncombe, 32 miles. The right way to improve a short day is to stop only to feed the horses, and let the riders meanwhile take a bite of what they may have been provident enough to put in their pockets. It has been serious October to me. I have labored and suffered, but I have lived near to God. North Carolina, Saturday, 29. We have rested for 3 days past. We fell in with Jesse Richardson. He could not bear to see the field of Buncombe deserted by militiamen, who fire a shot and fly, and wheel and fire, and run again. He is a veteran who has learned to endure hardness like a good soldier of the Lord Jesus Christ. On the Sunday I preached in Buncombe Courthouse upon 1 Thessalonians 1, 7-10. I lodged with a chief man, a Mr. Irwin. Henry Boehm went to Pigeon Creek to preach to the Dutch. On Monday I went to David Jay's. I thought it was unknown, but the woman of the house, the mother of 7 children, quickly told me I had joined her in matrimony to her present husband. Here we met with Daniel Asbury. Great news from Georgia, South and North Carolina. 30 or 40 or 50 souls converted at camp meetings. But in Old Virginia, the work is still greater, and Brother Bruce's labors have been blessed in an extraordinary manner. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, November 1, 2, 3. I rested, read, and preached but once. On Friday, we descended the heights of Cooper's Gap to our friend David Dickey's. Fasting and the labor of lowering ourselves down from the mountaintop have made us feeble. Bishop M. Kendry preached upon, "Cast not away your confidence." On the Sabbath, Brother Boehm spoke in the morning at 8 o'clock. I preached from Matthew 17:5. Exhortations followed, and Brother Boehm ended our Sabbath labors by preaching at night, when there was a considerable move. We came away on Monday by Rutherford Courthouse to G. Moore's. At Moore's Chapel on Tuesday, I preached from Colossians 2:6. Henry Boehm spoke at night. Verily we had a shout. Bishop M. Kendry preached at Lucas's Chapel upon Little Broad, and we lodged at Lucas's. A noble ride of 40 miles brought us next day to Williams's in Lincoln. I preached on Friday. My mind hath great peace, but my body is weak. The prospects are reviving and cheering in the South Carolina Conference, and they will grow better every year. On Saturday I preached. I ordained Samuel Smith and Enoch Spinks. The Sabbath day was windy and cold. I had taken an emetic and kept the house. Monday 14. Rode 33 miles, hungry, cold, and sick, to Harrison's, Mecklenburg County. I came, unwell and taking medicine, to Robert Hancock's, Waxhaws. I suffer, but it is the will of God. 1,800 miles since leaving Baltimore. I have ordained Robert Hancock a local deacon. We came rapidly to Hanging Rock on Wednesday, and next day reached Camden, and lodged with Samuel Matthews. South Carolina, Sabbath 20. I preached in the tabernacle in Camden in the morning, and Brother Boehm in the afternoon, and Bishop M. Kendry at night. Letters from the presiding elders announce great times in camp meetings. Monday 21. This day I renew my covenant with God. To do nothing, I doubt, is not lawful, and at all times, and in all places, to live as if it were my last hour. May God help me so to do. On Wednesday, I went to the encampment 4 miles from the city. Bishop M. Kendry preached. It was very unpleasant weather. I took cold, sitting in the stand. Thursday, dwelling under curtains. I took an emetic. Wrote 2 letters to Elders Soule and Beale, province of Maine. I am still at Rembert Hall. I visited and preached upon the campground. We had an exceeding strong wind, but the people were very attentive. The superintendency had a hut with a chimney in it. There were 40 tents and cabins. Bishop M. Kendry was 3 days and nights on the ground, and there was a powerful work among white saints and sinners, and the poor, oppressed, neglected Africans. Sabbath 27. At Rembert Chapel, my subject was Revelation 7:14-17. Brothers Smith and Boehm followed with energetic exhortations. I felt dejected in mind, and my soul was humbled. I suffer much from ill health, too close application to business, and from having preached in the open air. I filled an appointment made for Bishop M. Kendry at Rembert's. On Monday I rode 45 miles to Mr. Keel's. We crossed Murray's next day, and stopped in the evening at the Widow Kennedy's. Wednesday we had a heavy ride, and I felt it from top to bottom. Great news! Baltimore taken fire. Bohemia has a great work. Camp meetings have done this. Glory to the great I Am. Sunday, December 4. At Cumberland Church we had a sacramental day. I preached at Bethel in the afternoon. We have a great change and a glorious prospect here in Charleston, and in the neighborhood among both descriptions of people. By our colored missionaries, the Lord is doing wonders among the Africans. Monday 5. I'm closely employed in reading and writing letters and receiving company. Our house is a house of prayer 10 or 12 times a day. I read Mr. Wesley's journal. Ah, how little it makes me feel. The faithfulness, the diligence of this great man of God. I cannot meet the classes like him, but I have a daily throng of white and black who apply for spiritual instruction. Sabbath 11. I preached in Cumberland Street. It was a serious parting time. At Bethel, I also gave them a talk in the afternoon. This was a heavy day. I felt the weight of souls. Some may think it no great matter to build 2 churches, buy 3 lots, pay $1,500 of bank debt, and raise a growing society. This has been done in this Sodom in less than 24 years. O Lord, take thou the glory. We dined in the woods on Monday and made it 32 miles to Perry's. On Tuesday we crossed Edisto, dining at Coger's, and came into Benjamin Risher's. Next day at the Green Ponds Chapel, Bishop M. Kendry, Brother Boehm, and myself all spoke. We lodged at Lewis's, niece to one who had first received the Methodist preachers. Next day we called on B. M. Lellen, a preacher, and lodged with Benjamin Tarrant. Oh, that it was with him as in years past. Once, how holy and innocent. We reached Benjamin Weatherby's on Friday evening. Cold, very cold weather. We came into Augusta on Saturday evening. We dined in the woods. One disorderly man has given great trouble. An awful Osborne Randall has shot a man. Georgia, Sabbath 18. I preached in Augusta Chapel. My flesh sinks under labor. We are riding in a poor $30 chaise, in partnership, 2 bishops of us, but it must be confessed it tallies well with the weight of our purses. What bishops? Well. But we hear great news, and we have great times, and each Western, Southern, and the Virginia Conference will have 1,000 souls truly converted to God. And is not this an equivalent for a like purse? And are we not well paid for starving and toil? Yes, glory be to God. We came away to Weissing's on Monday, and next day toiled through a very heavy rain to the Widow Fountains. We remained Thursday and Friday in Sparta, and went on Saturday to Brother Bush's. Sabbath 25, Christmas Day. I preached on John 3:17. We opened our conference on Monday. We had great labor, which we went through in great peace. Between 60 and 70 men were present, all of one spirit. We appointed 3 missionaries, one for Tombigbee, one to Ashley and Savannah, and the country between, and one to labor between Santee and Cooper rivers. Increase within the bounds of this conference, 3,088. Preaching and exhortations, and singing, and prayer. We had all these, without intermission, on the campground, and we have reasons to believe that many souls will be converted. The number of traveling and local preachers present are about 300. There are people here with their tents who have come 150 miles. The prospects of doing good are glorious. We have already added 2 new circuits, and gained 6 preachers. There may have been from 2,000 to 3,000 persons assembled. I preached once. We had finished our conference concerns the evening before. January 1, 1809. We came away on Monday morning in haste. We stopped to dine with our friend Doughty in Powelton. This is a stronghold of the Baptists. Nevertheless, we have a house to preach in, and a society. We went as far as W. Bonner's to lodge. On Tuesday we dined at Pleasant Tyndall's, and reached Augusta about 6 o'clock. A cold rain and freezing ride brought us on Wednesday to Spires. Next day Arthur's, near Granby. There was an appointment here for a local preacher, and I filled it for him. I ought to record that the good old folks where I lodged gave up their rooms to me. A hard ride on Friday between the hours of 8 and 5 brought us into Camden. I scarcely have time to make these few brief journalizing remarks. South Carolina, Sabbath 8. I preached in our enlarged meeting house in Camden. It was a feeling season. in anticipation of great things here. We came away on Monday morning through clouds and a cold rain, 26 miles to Brother Woodham's on Lynch's Creek. I ordained Stephen Thompson a deacon. In crossing Cashaway Ferry on Tuesday, it was a mercy we were not thrown into the water, like poor Hilliard Judge. We were kindly and comfortably lodged by Esquire Neville. My mind most deeply felt for the salvation of this amiable family. North Carolina. Wednesday 11 was cloudy and very cold, but we took horse and made it 33 miles to Lumberton and stopped at the widow Thompson's. I am most at home when I am housed with the widow and the orphan. We reached Fayetteville on Thursday. My limbs, my patience, and my faith have been put to severe trial. I preached in the morning on the Sabbath, and Bishop McKendry and Brother Boehm after. Since Friday morning I have been occupied in writing, forming plans, and occasionally reading. I baptized a daughter for Mr. Newby. Eli Perry came 56 miles for deacon's orders. I advised him to tell his father, a backslidden Baptist preacher, that he, Eli, would set apart once a month a day of fasting and prayer for his father's restoration. We set out on Monday the solitary path on the north side of Cape Fear to the widow Andrews, 45 miles. We were in the night, and I was very much disordered. Tuesday brought us to Wilmington, 45 miles. Again in the night, and my pain extreme. I was compelled to preach on Wednesday at 11 o'clock. I gave them a sermon also on Thursday. My body is in better health, and my mind enjoys great sweetness and peace. We had morning preaching on Friday at 5 o'clock, to about 200 souls. We came away afterward, and a ride of 20 miles brought us to the widow Nixon's. The dear old man, her husband, died in Georgia, died in prayer. I gave those present an exhortation and my evening prayers. Saturday brought us to New River, and next day, the Sabbath, I preached in our enlarged chapel on 1 Timothy 2, 3, 4. It was unusually warm, and so great a wind at night that it frequently waked me. We were most kindly and comfortably entertained at Gaius Rose. God is worshipped in this house. Oh, what a change is here! The poor Africans, once oppressed, have now great privileges allowed them. We came to Adonijah Perry's on Monday. May he follow his father, who followed Christ. New Bern brought us up on Tuesday. I preached on Wednesday, and it was an open season. God will visit New Bern again. A cold ride brought us to Washington, a disagreeable place to me. But there are souls here, and God can convert and save them. We have a neatly finished house, in which I preached on Friday in great heaviness of body. It is a day of abstinence. I spent my Saturday at Williams's, a secluded house and social family. Sabbath 29. I preached at Williams's chapel on Habakkuk 3:2. I felt myself in the spirit of the work. In the evening we had snow and hail. We set out on Monday and had a very disagreeable ride through deep swamps and snow. At Williamston I preached to a few people. A cold ride of 32 miles brought us to Tarboro on Tuesday. Wednesday, February 1. Opened the Virginia Conference. We had 84 preachers present, 60 of them the most pleasing, promising young men. 17 preachers were admitted. In all the conference there are but 3 married men. The high taste of these Southern folks will not permit their families to be degraded by an alliance with a Methodist traveling preacher, and thus involuntary celibacy is imposed upon us. All the better. Care and anxiety about worldly possessions do not stop us in our course, and we are saved from the pollution of Negro slavery and oppression. Bishop McKendry preached an ordination sermon on Friday. On the Sabbath I gave them a discourse on humiliation before God. Bishop M. Kendry ordained 8 elders and I 13 deacons. I suppose we have had 2,000 souls to hear us in the 2 churches, and our friends are very attentive to entertain us in their houses, abundantly better than we deserve. Our increase in members, unless we allow for a great waste by death and loss by removals, is not very encouraging. The West and South have given more than 3,000 each, whereas here it is not 300. We are defrauded of great numbers by the pains that are taken to keep the blacks from us. Their masters are afraid of the influence of our principles. Would not an amelioration in the condition and treatment of slaves have produced more practical good to the poor Africans than any attempt at their emancipation? The state of society, unhappily, does not admit of this. Besides, the blacks are deprived of the means of instruction. Who will take the pains to lead them into the way of salvation, and watch over them that they may not stray, but the Methodists? Well, now their masters will not let them come to hear us. What is the personal liberty of the African which he may abuse, to the salvation of his soul? How may it be compared? We adjourned on Wednesday to hold our next session in Petersburg, in Virginia. A general contentment appeared in the preachers with regard to stations. I came away instantly and had a rapid ride of 28 miles to Mr. Lysiom's, near Edward's Ferry, upon Roanoke. We next day crossed the river and breakfasted at Pinner's. We lodged with Jesse Battle, 43 miles today. Friday brought us to Isaac Lumford's. We reached Norfolk on Saturday by 10 o'clock. Virginia, Sabbath 12. I preached on Psalm 37, 3, 4, and felt liberty and life. Met the Society, and preached at Portsmouth. Preached on Monday at the Western Branch, and at night again at Suffolk. I found Richard Yerbury greatly afflicted with the gout. His hands and feet had burst, but he was resigned and patient. On Tuesday we came away to General Wells's. His brother, Willis Wells, an early Methodist and local preacher, died last year. He died in great peace. He had been led away by the misrepresentations of O'Kelly, but he came back into our bosom. I expected to have found religion more lively in this district, but we are on our lees. I grieved to find that some of the preachers went about visiting instead of being at their work. The spirit of the world, and still worse, politics. O death, death! O Lord God, keep thy ministers faithful. I preached at William Blunt's to a few people who had come through a dark night at a short warning. We had, after meeting, hail and rain. I rode next day, very cold, to Birdsong's in Sussex, 30 miles in 6 hours. I have need of patience and courage for the roads and weather. It was exceedingly cold on Thursday. Nevertheless, we reached Petersburg, about 40 miles. We lodged at Edward Lee's. Joseph Handing is no more. He joined us in Norfolk in 1772. He was a man of labor and sorrow, meek and benevolent. I had hoped to find religion more prosperous, but I find, except a few places in the district, there is great languor and indifference observable. We hope for better times. We have added 50 probationers in the 3 conferences, Western, Southern, and that of Virginia, and have located 20. Many of these are the most elegant young men I have seen, in features, body, and mind. They are manly, yet meek. I preached in Petersburg on Friday. After meeting, I rode home with John Ryle Bradley, now warm in his first love. He was strangely brought to God. He was alone on a Sabbath day and was reading, what he indeed seldom read, his prayer book. Suddenly, he was powerfully struck with keen conviction. He began to pray without book, and with all his might. What followed came of course. At his conversion, he had a stud of race horses to part with. We reached Richmond on Saturday, and I preached next day in the city. and at Manchester in the afternoon. There is a change here for the better. I lodged at A. Foster's. Monday 20. We rode 24 miles to Brother Cross's, 24 miles of heavy roads. I preached at night to a respectable congregation on 1 Thessalonians 5:14. The young men prayed, and there was life and feeling. C. Hines is likely to be an instrument of great good in Hanover Circuit. On Tuesday, we had an uncommonly large congregation for a 2 hours' notice. Bishop M. Kendry preached to them. A 45 miles ride, without food for man or beast, brought us in, after being twice lost in the woods, to Brother M. Gruder's. We reached Frederick Gilliam's, beyond the Green Mountain, on Thursday. We seldom lodge at a house without the company of preachers. We are pleased to see them, but would be better pleased to know they were on their circuits, faithfully at work. On Friday we passed Charlottesville, within sight of fair Monticello, the seat of Thomas Jefferson. We rested at Daniel Maupin's. His father and mother are gone to rest. We crossed the ridge at Brown's Gap and came to Port Republic and lodged with Dr. William Douglas. Sabbath 26. I preached upon Acts 2:21. We found it dangerous riding through the snow to Harrisonburg on Monday. Thursday, March 2. Our conference opened. Friday, fast day, we wrought with order and industry, and did much in a little time. There were traveling and local deacons ordained, and we had preaching 3 times a day. Sabbath 5. In the morning we had a general band meeting. I preached. We had German preaching also, and a sermon at night. On Wednesday we closed our labors in great peace. We came away on Thursday morning and had a heavy, cold ride of 36 miles to Woodstock. We took a by road on Friday to Stevensburg. We called a congregation who came through frost and snow and mud, and I gave them a talk from 1 Thessalonians 5:16-17. There were some unhappy contentions in the society here, but I did not know it, although from my preaching some of the congregation might well suppose I did. God maketh the mind and the mouth of man. We reached Winchester on Saturday, and on the Sabbath I gave them a discourse on Habakkuk 3:2. It was a season of freedom. An awful storm of snow overtook us on our way to Thomas Keys, where we were made comfortable for the night. We crossed Harper's Ferry on Tuesday, and came to Joseph Perkins's. My friend and neighbor has gone to rest. Next day we had deep roads to Fredericktown. I had scarcely sat down when I heard the bells ring. It was an invitation to the people to come and hear me preach. Well, go I must. About 300 people had collected in the German Presbyterian Church. They were devoutly attentive. Next day we reached Mr. Helms's, near Patapsco Bridge. A number of workmen were deeply attentive whilst I officiated in the family evening devotions. We reached Baltimore on Thursday. Friday and Saturday received letters and visitors. My soul is greatly humbled in this city. I tremble for the ark, and fear my own soul will suffer loss. End of section 30. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 31 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Maryland, Sabbath 19. At Light Street, my subject was 2 Chronicles 15:2. In the evening I preached again upon Hosea 6:1. On Monday we went to the camp meeting near Perry Hall, and I preached in the chapel upon Philippians 2:12-15. As I rode by the graves of the elders of the Goff family, the image of my dear departed Harry Goff was very present to me. We stopped in our way at B. Bennett's. His prodigal son has enlisted and gone as a sergeant to New Orleans. The mention of this place kindled strong desires in my mind to send another missionary to that quarter. I wrote to John M. Lure, presiding elder of the Mississippi district, on the subject. Tuesday was cold. We crossed the wide Susquehanna with a gentle breeze. There was no appointment for us, and it was as well thus. On Wednesday I preached at John Carnan's, Back Creek. My subject was 1 John 3, 1-2. I preached at Smyrna on Thursday. We went to the state of Delaware on Friday, but there had been no notice given. We, however, gathered a few, to whom we gave a word of exhortation, and went on to Choptank. I preached on Saturday from Luke 12:40. It is still excessively cold, and we suffer much. After sermon we rode 26 miles to Milford. Sunday 26. At Milford, my subject was Ezekiel 9:4. Very open and alarming time to saints and sinners. On Monday at Barrett's Chapel, I preached and baptized some children. I had powerful feelings of sympathy for the children and grandchildren of that holy man in life and death, Philip Barrett. We felt the wind, on our way to Dover, like the piercing of a sword. My dear friends, Governor Bassett and his lady, came nearly 40 miles to meet me. I preached in Dover and baptized James Mollison, advanced in life. I have suffered incredibly by the cold in the last 130 miles. Souls and their Savior can reward me, and nothing else. Lord, remember Francis Asbury in all his labors and afflictions. Friday I preached at Kagey's. Brother M. Kendry and Father Boehm met me once more, and we greatly rejoiced in God together. In Wilmington I preached on Thursday. On Friday I spoke at the Bethel Chapel, a beautiful new house, about 7 miles from Wilmington. Brother M. Kendry in the evening. I preached at Matson's Chapel. This is a house of much the same kind as the former. I sat down to teach the people, and we had an open season. Pennsylvania, Saturday, April 1. I forestalled a meeting at Derby, but few attended. I dropped them a few hints on the shortness of time. I suffer by the unusual heat, and by soreness from riding. We came safe into the city of Philadelphia. I found letters from Savannah, Tombigbee, Mississippi, Ohio, and also from the eastward. Sabbath 2. At St. George's, my subject was Haggai 1:7. I was fervent. We had a sacrament, and the Lord was present of a truth. On Monday we opened our conference in great peace and good order. I preached on Wednesday, and it was recollected that I had preached on the same subject, in the same place, in 1771. Friday we observed as a day of fasting and prayer. Both elders and deacons were ordained. There was some little difficulty with respect to our money concerns, and some of the members had been rather warm partisans as politicians. This is always wrong for them. Let them take which side they please. There was general satisfaction given as to the stations, about 84 in the whole. The Philadelphia Conference has subjected itself to a demand for 12 preachers who have no stations. 6 of these are married, and there is a widow's maintenance to be added, making an expense of $2,000. Sabbath 9. I preached at Kingston Chapel on Habakkuk 3:2. Here I ordained Jacob Tapsco and James Champion, both Africans. I gave the congregation at the Academy Church an exhortation in the evening. With difficulty we got out of the city of Philadelphia, and ran some risk in crossing the river into Jersey. I preached at 2 o'clock at Carpenter's Bridge. We lodged with Father Early, 24 miles from the city. Here I take a little rest. I am not conscious of indulging or feeling wrong tempers in the mighty work at which I daily labor. But I never wish to meet the conference in the city of Philadelphia again. But possibly my time is short. New Jersey. On Wednesday I preached at Union Chapel. It is a neat building, 2 stories high, 40 by 36 feet, built on the plan I furnished them. I spent a night with J. Abbott, a local preacher. Snow on Thursday. I preached at Pittsgrove. Lodged under the roof of Joseph Newkirk. Here I found the children and grandchildren of Susanna Ayers, who first received the Lord's prophets in this town. There was no proper notice of our appointment at Broadneck Chapel on Friday, so that we had but few people. I lodged at Hayward's. I rode away to Chohansey on Saturday. Sabbath 16. At the chapel, I spoke on Philippians 3:8. Yea, doubtless, and I count all things loss, etc. 1. The object of the apostles' knowledge, Christ Jesus my Lord. 2. The nature and degrees of this knowledge in the apostles' own experience. 3. The excellency of this knowledge, a saving knowledge, a life-giving and sanctifying knowledge. It is the spiritual and experimental knowledge of repentance, faith, regeneration, and sanctification, producing a holy life, a triumphant death, a joyful resurrection, and a crown of eternal glory. I had certainly part of a gay congregation. How good is not for me to say. They were serious and attentive. I met the society. Brother Boehm preached in the afternoon. I must needs hold forth again in the evening. I preached as it was desired, and we had an open season. A heavy ride brought us on Monday to Port Elizabeth. I preached on 2 Corinthians 13:5. It was a searching season. This is a new town, and we have a large house built here. The Baptists are building a grand house. We lodged at Benjamin Fissler's. At Tuckahoe Chapel, my subject on Tuesday was Ephesians 3:8. I sat down and taught with pleasure. I dined with N. Swain. Richard has gone to his rest and reward. The people told me that my time of absence on this path was 25 years. I feel the heat and labor, and painful, weary nights appointed to me. But God, even my God, is with me. I hear of several spots where the work of the Lord is reviving powerfully. At May's Landing, Great Egg Harbor, there was power in the Word, whilst I lectured on Hebrews 12:25. We hasted away to Blackman's, to be there at 3 o'clock, but we lost our way in the woods, and after riding 15 miles instead of 8, we arrived at 5 o'clock Tuesday evening, closed rather uncomfortably upon us at a tavern. My spirits were low, and my body very feeble. The work of God revives in the society here. Lerner Blackman has been raised up from small appearances, possibly to very considerable consequences. At Absecom on Thursday, I gave them a discourse. We dined in haste at Brother Peacock's, and came on to George Peterson's, Pleasant Mills. At the Forks on Friday, I preached in our elegant chapel on John 12:38. It was an open time. Whom should I see but dear, aged Jessie Chew and wife? I went home with friendly William Richards. Dear Sarah, his former wife, so often my kind and attentive hostess. I only saw the marble that covered her dust. Some demur was sent by a certain preacher about his station. These things give me more pain than all the labor of the conferences. On Saturday I called to see Rebecca Sevior on a sickbed, praising God. She is a true daughter of Sarah Richardson. I rode on to Tuckerton, very damp and cold. Sunday 23. At Tuckerton, my subject was 2 Corinthians 4:2. In the afternoon I preached again. On Monday I preached at Waretown. I stayed a while with Samuel Brown, and then came to Thomas Chamberlain's. I was compelled by uncomfortable feelings to go to rest at 6 o'clock. At David Woodmassey's on Tuesday, I preached on 2 Timothy 2:15. On Wednesday, after a rain, I set out for Polomas Chapel, where I preached. My friends were exceedingly kind, and I was very sick. I rose unwell on Thursday, and took medicine, and set out for Squam River. My host here, Derek Longstreet, has been married 24 years. His wife once had twins, and she has made him the father of 16 children, all of whom are alive and well. I had a noble congregation here of women and children. The men were generally gone from the neighborhood, either to the waters or to work. I was seriously unwell. On Friday at Newman's, on Shark River, I had women, not a few. I suited my subject to my hearers, and preached from Luke 10:41-42. Ah, how many Marthas are there, and how few Marys! In the afternoon I spoke again at P. White's. We have meeting twice a day, and sometimes at night, and the prospects are pleasing. The weather is severely cold. I have read Simpson lately. His plea for religion, how strong! If Simpson is right, the old Church of England has the mark of the beast in her hands at least. Great news! The British orders in council are withdrawn, and the American embargo and non-intercourse are forthwith to cease. I fear much that these expected good times will injure us. The prosperity of fools will destroy. Therefore affliction may be best, and God may send it, for this is a favored land. Lord, save us from ruin as a people. I rested on Saturday. Sunday 30. At Long Branch, my subject was Acts 3:26. It was given me to speak strong words of God and from God. At 3 o'clock I preached in the Episcopal Church at Shrewsbury. I came home with John Throckmorton. Monday, May 1. No appointment at Mount Pleasant. We came on to James Throckmorton's, and thence through Brunswick to Staten Island. We dined at Drake's, and supped at Elder Totten's. I have had great peace of mind, and have been greatly in the spirit of preaching, of faith, and of prayer. God has visited, and will yet powerfully visit Jersey. Probably in the last 5 years, 500 souls have been converted. Glory to the great I Am. He will bear the arm of his power, and save millions in the world. New York. I preached on Wednesday at the Tabernacle on Staten Island. My subject was 1 Peter 3:15-16. It was a feeling season. My mind was greatly enlarged. Lodged at Gilbert Totten's. Episcopalians, Presbyterians, Baptists, all upon the stretch to be greatest upon the island. The Methodists have a stationed preacher, and they have a camp meeting in contemplation. On Thursday I preached at the old meeting house. There was some tenderness manifested. On Friday I preached in our meeting house at North End. I found Brother Cushon in a languid state. I sought to administer consolation to his mind and body. Behold, the Low Dutch have built a church, and the Episcopalians one at the North End near them. There are 3 local preachers of our order, and a presiding elder. If good be not done, the people must be hardened. I found my old friend Morel solitary. His wife is called home. My attention was strongly excited by the steamboat. This is a great invention. Brother M. Kendry preached at Elizabethtown, and I after him at 6 o'clock in the evening. We have a beautiful house here, 2 stories high, elegantly finished, 45 by 40 feet, and well filled. On Monday I came to York, where I found letters bringing good news from the South and the West. On the 10th our conference began, and continued until the 15th. About 120 preachers present. We had great peace and good order. We had an ordination of elders at John Street Church on the Sabbath day. We had a great deal of faithful preaching. As I wish not to relate the trials met with, I will let everything but what is printed rest in shades. There were some critical cases, but nothing appeared against any member to justify expulsion. There were 115 preachers stationed, and there were few complaints. If I have slumbered 5 hours per night, it is as much as I have done in the matter of sleep. On Saturday I rode, through excessively warm weather, 20 miles, to J. Sherwood's. I retire to sacred solitude, and great and delightful communion with God. But want of sleep comes upon me like an armed man. Hail, holy day! On the Sabbath I preached at Sherwood's Chapel, afterward at New Rochelle Chapel. We had an open season in both congregations. The Quakers are offended because their errors in sentiment and practice are spoken against. But they have a higher dispensation. And will this authorize the violation of a positive law of the land, which forbids unnecessary labor on the Sabbath day? Will it justify the putting asunder what God has so solemnly joined together, to wit, the ordinances of God and the influences of his Holy Spirit? So thought not the eunuch, when Philip, sent by the Holy Ghost, preached unto him Jesus. The celebration of the Lord's Supper is idolatry, say the Quakers. So thought not Paul, when exhorting the church of Corinth to the worthy commemoration of our Lord's death and passion. He says, "For I have received of the Lord that which also I delivered unto you." A higher dispensation. And had not God already revealed his will before the appearance of George Fox? But hush! The respectable society of people called Quakers. Respectable. Ah, there is death in that word. Woe unto you when all men shall speak well of you. I fear what is properly the reproach of Christ has long been wiped away from this respectable people. O Lord, save thy now despised Methodist children from the praises of the people of the world. On Monday I dined with Brian B. Banks, and then moved on, through heavy thunder showers, to Norwalk. I had wished them to build a house here, but Mr. G. N. had told the Methodists they were poor. Poor may they ever be, and it would ruin them. I gave the good folks a discourse on Romans 16:24. Connecticut. On Tuesday I came to Peck's, Stratford, a faithful friend, and thence on to Father Jocelyn's, New Haven, weary, sleepy, and glad to rest. I dined with W. Griffin in Guildford. Here is a lot to build a house of worship on, and God will work here. In the afternoon I preached at Jeremiah Minor's in Killingworth. Thence, crossing the Connecticut River, came into New London. I have had great temptations and great consolations. The weather has been extremely warm, and my clothes are too heavy. My horse twice attempted to run away with my chair, so I was obliged to quit it. I must needs preach in New London. I gave them a discourse on 1 John 2:6. The house was soon filled, and many went away who could not get in. Surely the society, and preachers too, have been blind to their own interests, or they would have occupied every foot of ground. But we have never taken advantage of circumstances as they offered in this place, and have lost by our negligence. We crossed Narragansett Bay on Friday, and came into Newport. Grand house, steeple, pews, buy lottery. The end is to sanctify the means. Ah, what pliability to evil! Sabbath 28. I preached twice. In the forenoon on Colossians 2:1-2, 1 John 3:3-5 in the afternoon. I spoke with difficulty and with little order in my discourses. From New York thus far we have had dust and rough roads, and I have been much tried and greatly blessed. We have ridden 200 miles in 6 days. Last night we had a tremendous storm of thunder, lightning, and rain. This morning, Monday, I visited Captain Beall at Fort Walcott. I preached to the soldiers on Isaiah 57:6-7, baptized some children, visited the school, prayed with the sick in the hospital, exhorted the poor sinners to turn to God. But I might have said and done more. Here I saw discipline, order, correctness. It was grand and pleasing. What changes I passed through! How hardly shall they who travel much keep a constant eye on duty, the cross, holiness, and God. On Tuesday we came to the pleasant town of Bristol. The Methodists here have a house with pews, and a preacher who has not half enough to do. Poor work. I gave them a discourse on 1 Corinthians 15:58. I have as much as I can bear in body and mind. I see what has been doing for 9 years past to make Presbyterian Methodists. At Warren I lodged with Samuel Childs. His wife is a Shunammite. We had freedom in our meeting here. I preached on Hebrews 2:3. Thursday, June 1. I had a feeling season at Somerset Chapel whilst speaking from 1 Peter 4:2. Brother Brayton's was my home. Levi Walker has not labored in vain, but it seemed as if there had been 3 preachers to do one man's work. There are here 291 members. We reached Easton, and I was indeed tired. The carriage horse was too wild for me to drive, and the saddle horse started and jolted very much. Massachusetts. We reached Boston on Saturday. Our route hither from New York has cost us $8 for turnpike gates, ferries, bridges, etc. We called at but one tavern. The family who opened the door for us here is gone, but the house is in the possession of the stationed preachers and their wives. I preached at the old chapel on Sabbath morning and administered the sacrament. In the afternoon I gave them a discourse in the new chapel. It was an open time of much feeling, and deep attention was paid to the speaker. Had I not spoken sitting, pain and weariness would have prevented my finishing. May the Lord water his own word. I hear of a considerable revival in several places, and that the Lord is bringing out some children to do the work of men. Out of the mouths of babes. So let it be. On Monday we had a great show. The governor came to town. I reached wretched Waltham, dripping wet. I found the 4 generations in health, and I got, oh how sweet, a comfortable night's sleep, the first I have had for many nights. How good is rest to soul and body, after hard labor for the good of the souls and bodies of our fellow men. Awaking on Tuesday morning, I recollected that in the solemn hour of midnight it was strongly impressed upon my mind that I must go by Lynn. This was from God. I preached to a family congregation. On Wednesday I passed through Menotomy, Medford, and Malden to Lynn. In the evening I preached. There have been awful times here for 2 years past. The preachers are a burden. They do not preach evangelically, do not visit families, neglect the classes. I have my load, but leaning to one side. One story is good until another is heard. Our hard-going horses brought us through the dust to Marblehead on Thursday. I held forth on John 8:31-32. Poor bachelor is in ill health, and shortly to be bound to a wife. So we go. We rode onwards through a goodly prospect of fine buildings and fine meeting-houses. At Beverley, my host did not quite understand praying in the daytime. At Joseph Weeks in the evening at Greenland. From this unpromising place, and other surrounding towns, God has raised up a society. On Saturday I found a happy, simple-hearted society at Brother Gardiner's. The labors of George Pickering and Brother Stevens have raised up, under God, a promising society here. Sabbath 11. Henry Boehm spoke at 6 o'clock, myself at 10 o'clock, H. Boehm again at 2 o'clock, when the Holy Sacrament was administered. I gave another discourse in the evening. We had crowded audiences. We returned for the night to Gardiner's. We passed through Berwick on Monday morning, and continuing on, stopped and supped with one Wells. We were here 2 years ago. We then prayed earnestly for and with this kind family. It was not a forlorn hope, it seems. The young woman who waited on us was brought out last August. We rode on through Kennebunk to Saco. Lodging in a tavern, we were opposed, but persisted in having prayer night and morning. Asa Heath gave us our breakfast, and we pushed on to New Gloucester, making about 84 miles in the last 2 days. On Thursday we opened our conference and sat closely at work. End of section 31. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 32 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Sunday 18. I preached to about 3,000 deeply attentive people, from Isaiah 44:23. It was an open season. We have 82 men to do the work, 40 of whom compose the conference. I have to lament my want of information respecting both the preachers and the circuits. We have ordained 21 deacons and 7 elders. We've located 11 elders, readmitted 1, and added 17 preachers upon trial. There is a small increase here and fair prospects for the future. I am kept in peace. New Hampshire. On Tuesday we came away through New Gloucester to Bradbury's. We rested a few minutes at Dennett's, Standish Corner, and rode onwards to Samuel Batchelor's upon Saco, making 40 miles for our day's journey. The rain overtook us at Brownfield on Thursday, but we continued on, and were most kindly entertained at Samuel Foss's in Conway. On Friday I forded Saco. The rest of the company were in a boat. We came through Bartlett to Judge Hall's, and were kindly received. We hasted on to Rosebrook's, supped, and went other 6 miles. Oh, the rocks, roots, pole bridges, and mosquitoes! We fell asleep about 10 o'clock, and sprung up at 4 o'clock, and were away, without breakfast, towards Bethel. We stopped here a while. Winding down along a river bank, we came to the bridge and crossed the Connecticut into Vermont, stopping at the Widow Sias's in Johnsbury. On Saturday morning we came away over awful roads, and made about 40 weary miles to Danville. Vermont, Sunday 25. In the courthouse I preached from John 7:17. I could only speak sitting. From New York to Danville we compute our ride to have been 700 miles. We passed many a fertile hill, and saw many fruitful vales, through which flowed noble rivers. We refit, expecting to fill an appointment for Tuesday. At Danville Meeting House on Tuesday, I attended with 2 of our preachers. I took a pew near the pulpit and taught from thence, from Hebrews 3:12-14. The court was in session. The congregations were large, nevertheless. I received a polite invitation to preach to the court, but I had no strength and no time for this. We took a bite at the Widow Sias's and came on to Cabot. Near Juck Pond, a heavy storm of rain and thunder overtook us, and drove us into shelter. I lodged with Mr. Dana. On Wednesday our route brought us through Marshfield, Plainfield, exploring to the head of Onion River as we went, to David Parsons, near Montpelier. I preached in the evening. In passing through Montpelier on Thursday, we remarked their fine state house, worthy of the seat of government of Vermont. To this, the hotel is an appropriate appendage. Our way lay through Middlesex, Waterbury, Richmond, on to Williston, where, about midday, a storm overtook us. On Friday I preached at Fuller's, on Lake Champlain, from Titus 3:7-8. Here I ordained Joseph Sampson, a native of Canada, and sent him a missionary to his countrymen. The day of small things will be great, but the day is not yet come. Rather, it is still afar off. Patience, my soul. Do I not feel for the lost sheep? Yea, verily. Sunday, July 2. We had this day a crowded audience at Bridport. I sleep this night under the roof of Luther Chamberlain, near Ticonderoga Fort. On Monday I spoke in Hampton Church, on Galatians 6:7-9. New York. On Tuesday we kept along down Burgoyne's Road to Fort Edward. At 4 o'clock I preached in Dr. Lawrence's store to about 500 attentive hearers. It has been serious times for some days past. I feel the effect of riding 30 or 40 miles a day, fasting long, and expected to preach every evening. I spoke on Romans 8:1 at Mcready's barn. It was an open season, but the flesh suffered. Thursday brought us to Father Hart's on Saratoga Lake to dinner. After refreshing, we went out under a plentiful rain, and mounting our beasts, directed our course away to General Clark's. Here I preached in the bar room, and had life and liberty. We have made 900 miles since we left New York, as we compute. There will be an increase of 11,000 this year. On Friday I rest and fast. On Saturday I visited Ballston Springs buildings, approximating in elegance to those of Bath in England. The water has a taste of beer, of lemon juice, and of salt of tartar. A ride of about 40 miles brought us to Kingsbury in the evening. Sunday 9. We took the wood for the shade, and I spoke to about 1,000 people from Matthew 17:5. All were attention, and some felt the word. Brother Boehm closed a meeting of 3 hours' continuance. There were 12 traveling and local preachers present. There is a contention between soul and body. I wish to fast as when young, and when fast day comes, the body has a journey of 40 miles to make, perhaps, and do its part of preaching. But Christ is strength in my weakness. At the end of a 30 miles ride on Monday, I preached in Faville's barn. The young man here is pious, but without great gifts. Great men had passed them in the way to Canada. They were disappointed who hoped to have a meeting house, and congregations, and eminent teachers. Complaints are no new things to us, and I told them we expected such treatment. We tarried a minute at Morale's, Fallstown, and pushed up the turnpike to Caleb Willis's, Deerfield, where I preached. It was an open time. We passed Utica at the head of the Mohawk. This is a flourishing place, and we shall soon have a meeting house there. Our route brought us through Hartford to Westmoreland, where at 4 o'clock I held forth from John 6:66-67. We had a number of traveling and local preachers present. My body is afflicted, and sore with heat, long rides, and labor. I preached in Silas Bliss's barn in Zenobia on Thursday. We had a profitable meeting. My bed was on the floor at night. It was cooler thus, and I accommodated my friend. Next day I again held forth in a barn in the village of Pompeii. Here Brother M. Kendry left me to serve alone. The evening brought us up at Paddocks in Manlius. I lay along the floor in my clothes. There was a lady in the corner, and Brother Boehm in bed, like a gentleman. The female could not possibly occasion reproach, and so I was persuaded. But I wished I was somewhere else. My fear was not commendable. I rode to Dr. Holland's Onondaga on Saturday, and preached in the courthouse. Sunday 16. Spoke in the courthouse at 11 o'clock. We had a full house. Contrary to my usual practice, I directed my course away, and brought up at friend Young's at Auburn. No food or rest today. The rain and Monday morning finds us at our friend Young's. The New York and New England Presbyterians are laboring to monopolize this country by building meeting houses and other establishments. They will flourish a while, but a despised and dispersed people will possess the land. Oh, the terrors of a camp meeting to those men of pay and show! In the evening we mounted our beasts in the rain, and came 6 miles, dripping wet, to Asa Cummings' cabin, 12 feet square. On Tuesday morning we were well soaked before we reached David Eddy's. We dried, dined, prayed, and again got in motion and reached Milton, making 30 miles for the day's journey. Lodged at Baker's. We learned there is a revival in this place. We called upon James Egbert on Wednesday. He is a child of faith and prayer. I had used his father's house. We had an awful time on Thursday in the woods, amongst rocks and trees, living and dead, and prostrate, and barring our way. When we thought the bitterness of death was past, behold, the backwater had covered the causeway. A kind soul, one Hathaway, directed us over the point of a hill, and so we got safe along and came to Ludowick Lights. Pennsylvania, Friday 21. We were comfortable while resting at Dr. Hopkins's. Arrived at the ferry bank, no boat appeared, so I came back and called a meeting. Since we left Baltimore in April, we have made, we compute, 2,000 miles. Such roads, such rains, and such lodgings. Why should I wish to stay in this land? I have no possessions or babes to bind me to the soil. What are called the comforts of life, I rarely enjoy. The wish to live an hour such a life as this would be strange to so suffering, so toil-worn a wretch. But God is with me, and souls are my reward. I may yet rejoice, yea, and will rejoice. I might fill pages with this last week's wonders. We are 80 miles behind our Sabbath appointment. I called at a certain house. It would not do. I was compelled to turn out again to the pelting of the wind and rain. Though old, I have eyes. The hand of God will come upon them. As for the young lady, shame and contempt will fall on her. Mark the event. I preached on Friday at Tioga Point. We were at Judge Gore's by 8 o'clock on Saturday morning. We took thence through the Narrows, and a late and rough ride brought us to a tavern lodging. Sunday 23. We must needs ride today. Our route lay through Walnut Bottom, but we missed our way and the preaching of George Lane. A 24 miles ride brought us to breakfast at Otis's. Brother Boehm upset the sulky and broke the shaft. Night closed upon us at Osterhout's Tavern. Passing along on Monday, we stopped to dine with Squire Sutton. We lodged under the roof of the widow Dennison. On Tuesday morning we found the ferry at Wilkes-Barre only just passable. Mervyn gave us shelter for the night. We have ridden 38 miles today, and sore trials have we passed through. On Wednesday we rode through the beautiful villages of Nazareth and Bethlehem, and put up for the night at Allentown. Here are gambling sinners. We made a rapid ride of 42 miles on Thursday. On Friday a 30 miles ride brought us to Martin Boehm's. Delightful rest, but it may not be. Saturday morning put us into motion for Lancaster, where we tarried a few minutes, as also at Columbia, and continued forward for York, where I preached at 6 o'clock in the evening. Sunday 30. I spoke on Let Your Light So Shine. I have at least 20 letters to answer, and but one day. Monday, company and business enough, and little time to refit. On Tuesday at 8 o'clock at night I preached in Carlisle. Twice on the road hither we alighted, stopped, talked, ate, and prayed. Wednesday, August 2. At Shippensburg. I have been simple enough to put plasters too powerful to my knees. They are in blisters. So here is a bishop who can neither stand to preach nor kneel to pray. My body is very feeble, but my soul enjoys perfect love and perfect peace. Thursday brought me and my sufferings safe over 3 mountains to friend Thompson's. I preached at Littleton's on Hebrews 4:12. We had few hearers, but it was a liberal season. Lodged at the old place, Ramsey's. It is James Hunter's house and home. We must attend to camp meetings. They make our harvest times. The prospects just now are discouraging. On Saturday we rode rapidly to Bedford. The hand of God was manifested today in saving man and horse from wreck. The danger appeared exceeding great. I had Boehm and Hunter for my escort. Lodged at Stevenson's. I calculate the distance we have traveled since January 9 to this day, from Georgia to Bedford, Pennsylvania, at 3,000 miles. We are generally amongst the poor. Too frequently it is a tavern or starvation. Many a time and oft the preachers crowd us. And sometimes we are wedged among the people in such a way that we can neither write nor think. Sunday 6. I spoke to a very decent congregation on Acts 4:12. 1. By original and actual transgression, sinners altogether born in sin, lost as to strength, and wisdom, and righteousness. 2. The character of Christ, the only Savior, in deity, in his humanity, suffering, resurrection, ascension, and mediation. 3. The gospel method of salvation. 4. The work of the ministry. I spoke in the courthouse by necessity, not choice. There was but one indecorous thing observed. A presiding elder put his feet up upon the banister of my pulpit whilst I was preaching. It was like thorns in my flesh until they were taken down. Our host is a kind Yorkshire man. On Monday we took the path to Berlin, and had a cool ride. Notice had been given of our coming, and the German Presbyterian priesthood caused the bell to be rung. Brother Boehm preached to them in High Dutch. My rude, rough ride made me more fit for bed than meeting. We encountered a mountain rain on Tuesday, which held us 30 miles, and sent us dripping for shelter to a German friend's house. We called a meeting, and our exercises were in German. We gave away religious tracts, German and English. We have disposed of many thousands of these. It is our duty to do good in every possible way. I preached in Anthony Banning's house on Wednesday. I bore faithful testimony to the truth whilst speaking at Murphy's on Romans 12:12. I was unwell in Chile, having received damage by the rain. We learned that a camp meeting will be held at Dr. Wheeler's, in expectation of the 2 superintendents. Friday, a day of abstinence. We are halting and refitting at Mrs. Stevens's. On Saturday we rode to the Old Fort. We dined with a Mr. Hogg, a family lately from England, and as kind as the Methodists. Rode to camp 20 miles. We had 8 local preachers, 73 tents, perhaps 3,000 people. The religious exercises great and constant. Sabbath 13. I held forth on 2 Corinthians 6:20. I spoke but once. Bishop McKendry 4 times. I took occasion to be very plain, giving my hearers to understand that frames and feelings would not supply the neglect of family and closet worship, and the duties we owe to each other in society. We began our sacramental feast, but the people broke out into prayer and singing. We came away shortly after. The profligates would not come within our holy limits, but they drank plentifully of strong drink without. It appears that the bishops will hold a camp meeting in every district. We are encouraged so to do. Great power was manifested here, and much good was done. I will not say how I felt, nor how near heaven. 2 Samuel 11:11. This passage came strongly to my mind. I must take the field. We came away to Brightwell's on Wednesday, and I gave them a talk on Hebrews 4:2. Mary Brightwell, my beloved nurse last year, required my attentions in turn. Her sufferings from a bilious colic caused us to rise at midnight. She grew better, after solemn prayer on her behalf. My subject at Fell's Meeting House on Thursday at 11 o'clock was Titus 2:12, and at Philip Smith's in the evening Hebrews 2:7. Want of rest last night, and hard labor today, has tried flesh and spirit. I would not dine when invited, fearful of disappointing the congregation at 4 o'clock. And it was well I did not, for the crossbar of the sulky broke, and the mending and the rest of the journey just left me time enough, and none to spare. The Lord will always direct those who look up with humble dependence. We reached John Renshall's in Pittsburgh on Friday evening. The Reverend Mr. Steele offered, unsolicited, in the name of the Presbyterian eldership, their large, elegant house, for my Sunday's exercises. I preached at Thomas Cooper's on Saturday. Sabbath 20. I accepted the offer made, and preached at 3 o'clock. It was an open time. Could we unite nations and languages, as well as spirits and tempers, we might do great things here. Will the Allegheny and Monongalia ever rise so high as to inundate the point of land on which the town stands? Is such a thing impossible? A Baptist family by the name of Plummer received us on Tuesday. Young Plummer is sick, a child is sick, and the whole family feel awful. Who will pray with young Plummer when we are gone? The young man is certainly under convictions. 12 miles brought us to Fawcett's on Tuesday morning. I gave them a sermon on Ephesians 8:9. The weather on Wednesday was exceeding warm. Nevertheless, we started for Washington. I spoke in our own house to a goodly congregation as to numbers. The Reverend Mr. Brown was present, and some seceders, as I was told. Surely the millennium is approaching. I dined at Mr. M. Fadden's and came on to Middletown. We crossed into Virginia and preached at Brooke County Courthouse on the evening of Thursday. Our lodging was the station preacher's, William Sandinen. My brethren were kind enough to make appointments for me, at least to publish in the public prints more than I had designed. I might murmur at this, and perhaps I do. Well, elders must be better and do more than other men, granted. I can truly say my life is like a daily death. God is my refuge and my reward. I preached on Saturday at Beck's. Sabbath 27. At Short Creek Chapel, my subject was 1 Thessalonians 4:3. I contemplate 2 chapels, one of 40 feet square, and the other of 50 feet. The first in Charleston, Alexander Wells to give the lot, and the other in Wheeling, the ground to be bestowed for its erection by Colonel Zane. Our appointment for Monday was in Wheeling Courthouse. I spoke with light and life and power. The following day, Tuesday, Brother Boehm spoke at St. Clairsville. Ohio, Wednesday 30. We found the roads disagreeable in the Wills Creek bottoms. While tugging forward, crack went the breastband, and crack went the shaft. We were 2 hours in the night, and at last reached Spears's Tavern. Next day, Thursday, we made 18 miles to Springfield, where I preached by appointment. We had about 400 people. I wanted my breakfast, I wanted strength, and I wanted sleep. Brother Boehm preached at Zanesville, named after Colonel Zane, who so kindly entertained us at Wheeling. He is a very extraordinary man, and the history of his life a strange one. The first of the month I rode 35 miles to Edward Teal's. Brother Boehm preached on Saturday. Sunday, September 3. I preached at Teal's. On Monday I spoke in the elegant courthouse in New Lancaster. We dined with Mr. Togue, and went forward 16 miles to Lakings. I was weak and weary with riding on horseback, but I had great consolations in God, and a witness of holiness in my soul. We have our difficulties with the married preachers, their wives and children. but whilst God is with us, these difficulties may be well borne. I pray God that there may be 20 camp meetings in a week, and wonderful seasons of the Lord in every direction. I preached on Wednesday at the widow Strode's house. Rest on Thursday. Friday. This is my Covenant Day. We came 20 miles to Jefferson and lodged with Mr. Neville. Dr. Tiffin received us kindly on Saturday. After dinner we rode on to Deer Creek and housed with White Brown. Sabbath 10. I preached in my host's barn. My subject was 2 Corinthians 6, 1-2. Brother Lakin added an exhortation, and Brother Boehm gave them a discourse. At a late camp meeting, I learned that 70 joined society. The prospects are great. Oh, what a charming view presents itself from Dr. Tiffin's house. But these long talks about land and politics suit me not. I take little interest in either subject. O Lord, give me souls and keep me holy. Our route through the prairies, the weeds as high as our heads on horseback, showed us on Monday almost every desirable comfort but pure water. We stopped on the north branch of Paint Creek. At Jacob Cutler's on Tuesday, we had an interview with M. Daniel, Flood, and Trader, official men. These and Hunt's settlements are greatly improved, and the Methodists have increased. 13 miles was the extent of our Wednesday ride. We stopped at Petham's. We remain Thursday and Friday. My study of divinity is Wesley's sermons. I read some of them today. As I cannot often meet Bishop M. Kendry, and meeting, we cannot be alone for talk, I wrote a letter of counsel to him. I preached on Saturday. I felt solemn whilst dining at Philip Davis's. This is an old Virginia family, and here are brethren and sisters whom I have known, some 20, others above 30 years. Life is short. We set out for Mad River and reached Andrew Reed's. I gave them a discourse on John 3:17. I spoke at William Hammer's on Tuesday. My subject was Isaiah 35, 3-5. There is a serious affliction in the family. I sympathize with them. Dayton is a growing town. We passed through it on Wednesday. I found the son of a Methodist from Gunpowder Neck, one Horner, and lodged with him. On Thursday we came down Little and Great Miami. The rich lands of these rivers are occupied by New Lights, Shakers, Methodists, and sinners, to be sure. I was glad to stop at Daniel Baker's. I slept about 5 hours last night. I had excessive labor, a crowd of company, and hogs, dogs, and other annoyances to weary me. I am thankful for a prospect of one night's quiet at John Hardin's, near Hamilton, Butler County. Preached for them on Friday. We had a large and lively meeting. Saturday brought us to the descendant of a German. We came on to Milford, Little Miami. Here are folks from most of the eastern states, and of all professions. They have good land, and this rarely makes people any better. End of section 32. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 33 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Sabbath 24. I spoke in the new chapel in Milford. Brothers Lakin and Boehm also spoke. I feel the importance of the approaching conference. At Brother Gatch's on Monday, I filled up the day in planning, writing, and reading. We visited Andrew McGuire's family. Preached on Wednesday. The house was full and the weather excessively warm, faint yet pursuing. My aide is absent amongst the Germans. I lodged at M. Carmut's. Thursday I stood up at Columbia and gave them a talk on Matthew 7, 7-12. The heat was extreme. Fair Cincinnati brought us up. The house here is enlarged and the society has increased. Our brother West is sick and cannot come to the conference. Many of our brethren will be absent. Friday, Humiliation Day. Muskingum District will have 4 camp meetings. At Cahoe, there were 1,000 people present. At St. Clairsville, 3,000 souls at least. At Rush Creek, nearly as many. In Miami District, 17 camp meetings in the year. In Scioto Circuit, 4. Hockhocking, 2. Deer Creek, 2. Mad River, 3. Whitewater, 2. Cincinnati, 2. And White, 2. Sabbath, October 1. Brother Blackman preached at 9 o'clock, Brother M. Kendry at 12 o'clock, and Brother Burke at 3 o'clock. There were, it is judged, 3,000 souls on the ground. I may add that the list may be complete, 17 camp meetings for Indiana District. I thought it proper to render an account of all I had received, and all I had expended on the road. All given away came out of my own pocket. More of camp meetings. I hear and see the great effects produced by them, and this year there will be more than ever. Sabbath 8. I preached in the morning, and in the evening I also spoke again by way of exhortation. The conference closed its labors, and the members separated on Monday. Kentucky. My party came away to Carroll's. Next day we stopped with Captain John Stern from Stafford, Old Virginia. At midnight I called up my fellow travelers and set out, having an appointment at Mount Gerizim Chapel. We arrived in time and had an ordination, after which I gave an exhortation. Lodged at Whitaker's. Came in haste next day to Martin's Meeting House, where I discoursed on Psalm 85, 1-9. We held a conciliatory conference with several of the local preachers on the subject of the ordination of local elders. On Friday, Bishop M. Kendry preached, and I also spoke, embracing various subjects in my exhortation. Lodged at Major Martin's. We moved early on Saturday morning, breakfasting at Hoskett's, and crossed the Kentucky by fording. Kind John Bennett's brought us up for the evening. We have stationed about 80 traveling preachers, rejected 14, located 9. There is an increase of 2,366 members in this Western Conference. We have in Mississippi 15 traveling and 8 local preachers, and 360 members. If spared and so directed, I shall see that country and Canada before I die. Sabbath 15. I spoke in Bennett's Chapel on John 3:19. I spoke very plainly to a gay congregation. Captain Irwin took me home with him. Our way led through Richmond on Monday and over the long hill. We pressed on to Dennis's, any port in a storm. A rough ride of 15 miles on Tuesday morning brought us to Howard's. 20 years ago, my kind host received me in Georgia. Another rough ride of 20 miles brought us, by moonshine, to Mr. Johnson's, where we were entertained like gentlemen. An early start on Wednesday evening gave us advantage of the day, and we came 20 miles to breakfast. We ate and prayed, and went forward to Mr. White's, where we were comfortably lodged and entertained. Tennessee. Came away on Thursday across Powell's and Clinch rivers and reached Cheeks for the night. My health has been, beyond expectation, good. I have traveled on horseback generally. I am continually in prayer, but a certain fiend assaults me without ceasing. This is for my humiliation. Friday. I chasten soul and body this day. Our expenses for the last 5 days have been $5.30. We were favored in 2 houses, or the sum would have been greater. We crossed Holston at Marshall's Ford on Saturday. Squire Reed has built a neat pine chapel in a short time. We lodge with him. Sabbath 22. I gave them a discourse on Romans 12, 6-20. Pattison, Steer, and Boehm followed. There was also preaching at night. I spoke at Benjamin Van Pelt's chapel on Monday. At Warrensburg next day, my subject was Romans 6, 1-5. We dined with the elders of the house of Conway, and lodged with the only son, Thomas Conway. Preached at O'Haver's chapel on Wednesday. Dined and came on to friend Ellis's. We suppose we have made 340 miles since we left Cincinnati. My mind and body have had no small exercise in bringing my stiff-jointed horse over the rocks and rough and deep roads. I preached at Harrison Chapel on Galatians 5, 7-10. The text is a sermon. We crossed the French Broad and fed our horses at the gate of Mr. Wootenpile. He would accept no pay but prayer. As I had never called before, he may have thought me too proud to stop. Our way now lay over dreadful roads. I found old Mr. Barnett sick. The case was a desperate one, and I gave him a grain of tartar and a few composing drops, which procured him a sound sleep. The patient was very thankful, and would charge us nothing. Here are martyrs to whiskey. I delivered my own soul. Saturday brought us to Killian's. 8 times within 9 years have I crossed these Alps. If my journal is transcribed, it will be as well to give the subject as the chapter and verse of the text I preached from. Nothing like a sermon can I record. Here now am I, and have been for 20 nights, crowded by people, and the whole family striving to get round me. Sabbath 29. At Buncombe I spoke on Luke 14:10. It was a season of attention and feeling. We dined with Mr. Irwin and lodged with James Patton. How rich, how plain, how humble, and how kind. There was a sudden change in the weather on Monday. We went as far as D.J.'s. Tuesday we moved in haste to Mud Creek, Green River Cove, on the other side of Saluda. Lodged with kind and pleasant Thomas Edward. On the 1st of the month, November, we reached Staunton Ferry. We suppose we have ridden 510 miles since we left Cincinnati. What heights, what hills, what rocks! Lord, thou preservest man and beast. The disagreeable part of this western wandering is the necessity of stopping at night. Ah, how different are the taverns here from the houses of entertainment in the Atlantic States. And the keepers of these poisonous liquor shops. Is there one who fears God and encourages prayer? 1 or 2. The rest are drunkards. South Carolina. We are at Father Staunton's, on the Saluda. Our host is an Israelite indeed, and the wife worthy of such a husband. Here is a society of 16 souls. I gave a discourse at Salem Chapel. It is a cloudy day, well fitted for retreat. I wrote a very long letter to Dr. Koch. We have a quarterly meeting on Friday. On Saturday I preached on Luke 18:1. Sabbath 5. I preached in the open air because our cabin meeting house was small and open. My subject led me out on the antiquity and truth of Holy Writ, the characters of Moses and Christ, calling the attention to the likeness but superior excellence of Jesus at the times of the presence and power of the Almighty, and the more perfect and abundant good produced by this latter manifestation. We had a sacramental feast. On Monday we came away and attended to the mending of our traveling gear. There are no small numbers of the preachers about here married this last year. I have read with satisfaction the Star in the East. Lord, hasten the time when all shall know thee. O reedy river circuit, spiritually and temporally poor. Tuesday, Powell's. I preached. My friend has taken a new wife and built a new house. His former wife was kind to me. I saw where her remains and those of her daughter lay. They fell asleep in Jesus. We rode into Aberville and stopped at George Connor's. Great news. Great times in Georgia. Rich and poor coming to Christ. At Connor's Chapel I spoke on Thursday on Romans 12, 1-2. After sermon I ordained John Stone a local deacon. Friday, Covenant Day. In Edgefield, the Baptists are carrying all before them. They are indebted to Methodist camp meetings for this. I preached on opening the new chapel on Luke 19:9. We had an open time. The Methodists have great success in Camden District. Surely there must be some good done. All are on fire, and I feel the flame. God is with preachers and people. Sunday 12. I preached to about 1,000 people on Titus 2:1. The quarterly meeting engaged our attention 6 hours every day. Our route on Monday lay over Bush Creek. This is, or was, a Quaker settlement. The Friends have gone to rich lands, unpolluted by slavery. They have formed a settlement in Ohio. I preached in Tranquil Chapel on Tuesday. God has blessed Stephen Shell's family. Grandmother, who was waiting in great peace for her summons, was called away in August last. I must needs preach at Major's Chapel. My subject was the Great Salvation. Lodged with Colonel H. Herndon. Oh, how kind. Thursday rode to Jeremiah Lucas's. I was in heaviness of mind, and suffered in the flesh. Brother Boehm preached in the chapel. Sunday 19. I preached to about 1,000 souls, standing in the chapel door. The house could not contain the people on any day. Some came to see, some to hear, and some felt. We have labored for 3 days, about 6 hours a day, on our private business. We crossed Picolet, Theokiki, and Broad River, on our way to Josiah Smith's on Monday. On Tuesday I preached for them, and Boehm and Hill exhorted. It was a gracious season. Wednesday we came through York to William Gasaway's. There was heavy snow for about 12 hours. Brother Boehm preached at the dwelling house, and I gave them a sermon in the chapel. On Friday we took the road to Waxhaws, and with some difficulty kept the path and the horses their feet. In about 9 hours we made our way, crossed Lenham's Ferry, and came into Robert Hancock's, stiff and chilled. Oh, for patience and courage. On Saturday we attended a small congregation of 30 souls. Sunday 26. At the Waxhaws Chapel I preached to 400 souls. An exhortation followed, and the sacrament. Monday a cold ride to William Heath's on Fishing Creek. I met a congregation on Tuesday in a log cabin, scarcely fit for a stable. To my surprise, a number of United States officers came up. I invited them in. These gentlemen are attached to an establishment at Rocky Mount. They behaved with all the propriety I expected of them. Wednesday brought us where a sermon was expected, and I gave them one. I made an acquaintance with a venerable pair, Mr. Buchanan and wife, Presbyterians, and happy in the experience of religion. A brick chapel is building at Winnsboro for the Methodists. We lodged at William Lewis's, but late emerging into light. On Thursday we had a chilly ride of 25 miles to Mr. Watson's. It rained excessively on Friday, yet I visited James Jenkins, and baptized his child, Elizabeth Asbury Jenkins. We reached Camden on Saturday. Sunday, December 3. I preached in the tabernacle to about 500 people, and as we had 2 distinct congregations in the house, I dropped a word of advice to the poor Africans in presence of the whites. Brother Boehm preached in the evening. On Monday I was seriously afflicted in body. In much weakness of flesh and solemnity of mind, I set out on Tuesday for Black River. There are great changes in the house where I stopped. My dear old Mary is dead, and there is another wife. On Wednesday I saw the 3rd house on Black River, 50 by 36 feet. I spoke in an especial manner to Henry Young's Negroes, who were called together for that purpose. At Samuel Rembert's on Thursday. My host proposes shortly to remove to Georgia. We preached to a small meeting on Friday. Henry Boehm preached on Saturday at James Capers. Sunday 10. We had a 5 hours meeting. Tarpley and Hobbs prayed after I had preached. Some had come to be prayed for. We made a cold, heavy ride of 45 miles on Monday. We reached Kell's Tavern in the night. The road was dreadfully plowed up with wagons. The ferry was wide, and we had the swamp to pass, and dip, dive, and go. We labored through it. This was our Tuesday's task. Wednesday evening brought us rest in Charleston. Where does the cotton go that arrives in such quantities? To England and France, in spite of the non-intercourse. I am mainly ignorant of these things, and have no wish to be wiser. Our old church is enlarged, and our parsonage completely fitted up. I am busy writing, or occupied with my Bible and Ramsay's history. Sunday 17. I preached in Cumberland Chapel. I concluded with a close application. Bishop M. Kendry came in on Tuesday. I received many letters with pleasing accounts from the North. Sarah Dickens, once, now Sarah Baker, in Baltimore, has lost her child, and God has converted the mother. Is not this another answer to prayer? Father Everett has gone in glory to glory. God be glorified. 400 people attended our ministry on Friday. I have 18 letters to answer, and more are no doubt on their way. We have prayed especially and earnestly for our conference. Surely God will hear. It is all peace with preachers and people. On Saturday, conference set to work in earnest and in great order. Thomas Glenn's case is a serious one. He is suspended for imprudence, but not for gross immorality. Sunday 24. We had a gracious feast of love. I preached at Cumberland in the morning and at Bethel in the evening. We labored straight onward Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Friday was set apart for ordination. It was desired that I should preach. It was a season of tears. We came out of Charleston on Saturday, and lodged for the night at Mrs. Bryan's quarter, with Thomas M. Kendry, who fed us richly. A Sabbath's journey brought us to a sick man's house. I prayed with our host, and administered some medicine which procured him ease. Monday, January 1. The first day of the year 1810. We crossed Potato Ferry. Thomas Lastly was ill, and we stopped at Haydickens and gave him medicine. We were compelled to leave him at Black Mingo. Missing our way, we dropped upon Mr. John Graham. He was a Presbyterian, and showed us much kindness. On Tuesday we crossed Porter's Ferry. I have been unspeakably happy in God today. The people of Charleston have been faithfully warned, and it will be seen not many days hence how God was with the conference. We were kindly entertained on Wednesday by Moses Smith. What do the rich do for us but spoil us? Ashpole was deep enough on Thursday. We got over in safety and stopped at Joseph Lee's. We have had a drop of rain now and then, but there has fallen much all around us. At Fayetteville on Friday I was very unwell, but I labored through 5 letters. North Carolina, Sabbath 7. I preached in our enlarged house in the morning, and Bishop M. Kendry in the evening. We came rapidly next day 45 miles to the widow Anderson's. At Wilmington I spoke in the new chapel on Wednesday. I find the work of God is going on here. We are well in temporals, and a most correct account has been furnished us of all expenditures. I met the African elders, and gave command concerning the parsonage, the painting of the new fences, and the alteration and increase of the benches in the chapel. I recommended the purchase of a graveyard, and gave a special charge concerning the poor. Oh, let me ever remember these. A general fast day for the African churches was appointed. Thursday we rode 42 miles to George Shepherd's. On Friday we stopped at Lot Ballard's for refreshment and prayer, and fled away to Adonijah Penn's. We were an hour in the night. We reached Newbern on Saturday evening. I am in unceasing prayer. Erasmus Hill may possibly sell the gospel for a rich wife, as 3 or 4 others have done. Should I say here, and thou, Francis, take heed? Not of this sin. Sabbath 14. I preached in the morning. My mind enjoys great peace. Bishop M. Kendry spoke in the afternoon. Our prospects here are not very encouraging. On Monday we hasted away across Neuse at Street's Ferry to Mr. Allen's. We dined and put off again, crossing Swift Creek, and came in after night to the Widow Carmen's. A hard ride next day, of about 50 miles, brought us to the Widow Williams's in the night. Rain in plenty. Rose at 5 o'clock to our day's work, and Joseph Pepins received us, and sheltered us for the night. Thursday up again at 5 o'clock, and passed through Murfreesboro to Jesse Battles. Are we riding for life? Nay, but we must not disappoint people. We are men of our words. I feel for others in bad traveling, but little for myself. Our horses are always well fed, and never fail. Lord, thou preservest man and beast, I may truly say. My soul is strong in faith, and constantly engaged in prayer. On Friday we crossed Knotty Pine at Manning's Ferry, stopped a few minutes at Judith Baker's to talk and pray, and came into D. Southall's at Gates Courthouse. It is pleasant, but cold, cold. We proceeded with borrowed horses to Edenton. It is still excessively cold. Lodged with William Hankins. Sabbath 21. Snowstorm. We had 12 women and 6 men at the new chapel, and about 100 Africans. I preached in the evening at Hankins's to about 40 women. My subject was a comment on our Lord's conversation with Martha. E. Jones, by Providence, has built us a house, and laid the foundation for an African chapel. Monday brought cold and ice and snow. It was well the horses were rough. We came in safety to Gates. We had dangerous traveling on Wednesday. Lodged with D. Duke. On our way to Norfolk, we stopped at J. Lunsford's. Came into Norfolk after night. Virginia. Thursday closely employed in writing letters. I called the official members together to consult upon the propriety of setting apart a day for fasting, humiliation, and prayer. Friday, fasting and humiliation. I gave a brief discourse at the chapel on Joel 2, 12-13. Saturday, read my Bible and Marshall's Life of Washington. Sabbath 28. I preached and met the society of both colors. I said many things, and some wept. I gave them a discourse at Portsmouth. Excessively cold on Tuesday. I preached at Cox's chapel. In future I will try to hold the meetings in private houses. At Suffolk in the evening. Poor Suffolk. On Thursday I gave an evening discourse at General Wells's. The house was full. A cold ride brought us to William Blunt's on Friday evening. My host's wife and son are in affliction. My flesh complains of cold riding and the labor of preaching. May I be made perfect through sufferings. Saturday brought us through rain and snow, without eating or prayer, although we stopped twice, to William Birdsong's. Oh, how comfortable! And we can pray here. Sabbath, February 4. The day is serene, and so is my soul. I preached at my host's and at Wright Ellis's. Here were great times 30 years ago. Many are fallen asleep, and the children forget God. I felt awful in enlarging amongst these people upon the great salvation. I called twice at Blackwater Church, shivering, eating a morsel, and praying. Our people preach there with success, and an encouraging society is formed. Lord, increase our faith. On Monday we wrought our solitary way through the woods to Allen's Bridge. The widow Pennington received us. Her husband is dead. She is sick. Her children irreligious. Oh misery, oh mercy. We went on to James Rogers, where I gave them a discourse, and spoke as if 1,000 had been present. We have passed like a mail through South and North Carolina. I solemnly sympathize with my dear brother Bowen. He has suffered greatly in his journey. An awful cough and fevers. Lord, what is life? Here is William Greaves, almost gone at 55. Robert Jones, a helpless man at 72, sunk to second childhood. God is with him. A fasting, weary ride brought us to Petersburg. Our conference began on Thursday and rose on the following Thursday. We had Friday ordination and preaching in abundance. I gave an answer to an important question. It was whether the bishops had a right to form the 8th or Genesee Conference, as also gave an answer to the Virginia Conference. At midday we started for Richmond and arrived after a 6 hours' ride without stopping. We stopped on our route next day at Carolyn Courthouse. A rapid ride through cold and snow brought us to Fredericksburg, 40 miles. End of section 33. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 34 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Sabbath 18. I preached to about 100 souls, a day of feeble things. After meeting the society, I felt a freedom in my mind to travel onwards. We stopped at Suttle's, and our bill was $3, without wine or stronger drink. Monday came on to Dumfries, where we stopped to visit a sick man and administer the sacrament. Arrived in Alexandria and housed for the night with Brother Sanford. Tuesday I preached to a few souls. Came to the Federal City on Wednesday and rested 3 days. Ah, what a world of bustle and show have we here! On Friday I preached, though taken with a great hoarseness. We rode on to our brother Kinky's in Bladensburg. Saturday brought us to Baltimore. Fasting to keep down a hoarseness and sore throat. Maryland, Sabbath 25. At Light Street my subject was James 4, 8 through 11. In the afternoon I spoke at the African House, on 1 Peter 5, 5 through 7. I have had little rest for several nights. I visited Annapolis on Monday, and preached for them. The affection of the people is great, and my unworthiness is greater. No rest for Tuesday. We crossed, with wind and cold, South River Ferry. I thought of taking down my wallet and eating my morsel of bread under the lee of some favoring tree, when, behold, Colonel Rawlins and Samuel M. Cubbin joined us. Oh, the case is altered. They can now receive a Methodist in their houses. Again in motion. We went, cut and go, through the bleak weather to Brother Wood's. Here was one of my earliest stands for preaching, 28 years ago. Wednesday at the widow Tannehill's, I spoke to a full house. The work of God prospers in this quarter. I lodged once more with mine ancient friend, Captain W. Weems. Oh, my jaws and teeth! Thursday, March 1. In West Maryland, we have 9 circuits, 5 stations, 25 preachers, 100 chapels, 11,622 members, and perhaps 100 local preachers. I am kindly and comfortably entertained by Miss Eliza Skinner. A cold Friday. We had about 400 souls at Gray's meeting. They were deeply serious, whilst I expounded 1 Corinthians 15:58. Lodged at the widow Skinner's. I spoke on Saturday at Plum Point to 500 attentive hearers. After dining with Samuel Essex, we returned to William Weems's. I have a continual pain in my jaws, so that I chew with difficulty. Our labor is not in vain in these parts. Sunday 4. I held forth to about 1,000 attentive souls in Weems's chapel on the Great Salvation. I lodged with David Weems. His wife is in glory, his daughters in the church, and his sons in the world. On Monday we rode 14 miles through damps and thick woods to Samuel M. Cubbins. I was done over. I blistered for a severe inflammation in the face. Tuesday morning, sick and suffering, I rode 16 miles and filled an appointment at Bicknell's chapel. I hasted on to Baltimore on Wednesday. Thursday, very sick. I need bleeding and medicine. I was scarcely able to sit in conference on Friday. Day of fasting and humiliation to all the members. Saturday, busy. Sunday 11. Bishop M. Kendry preached. We had an ordination. I spoke by way of exhortation. Saturday the conference went forward with order and dispatch, and rose at 10 o'clock this morning. I rode to Perry Hall. Sunday 18. Rode 10 miles to the new chapel in Middle River Neck. I would not ride in the coach. Will my character never be understood? But gossips will talk. If we want plenty of good eating and new suits of clothes, let us come to Baltimore. But we want souls. A damp and misty Monday, but we set out for Henry Waters's. I parted at Deer Creek, where to meet again, with aged Father Boehm and my ancient friend Waters. We found the wind fresh from the south in crossing the Susquehanna. But hard toil and a kind providence brought us safely over, and we came into northeast hungry and faint. I was mortified for an hour with one who had been expelled from our society. On Wednesday I once more preached at northeast. Bishop M. Kendry exhorted. We hasted away 15 miles to Bohemia. My soul enjoys great peace. Thursday, at Bohemia Chapel, I spoke to a serious congregation. In the evening once more, under the roof of Richard Bassett. Delaware, Friday, 23. I gave a discourse at Union Chapel. On Saturday, attended the preaching of Brother Pickering at Friendship. I dined with Gideon Emery. His father received me 33 years ago. Sunday 25. At Smyrna, my subject was 2 Chronicles 32, 25-26. It was an open time. G. Pickering spoke after me. We collected liberally for Boston Chapel. I felt solemn while walking in the graveyard. Here moulder my friends of 30 years past. The Africans were serious and attentive in the afternoon, whilst I was speaking to them. I wrote letters to the South. My soul is full of confidence in God. On Monday I preached at Dover Chapel, and next day at Green's Chapel. Most of my old friends in this quarter have fallen asleep, but their children are generally with me, and the 3 generations baptized. We hold in the peninsula, comprising the eastern shore of Virginia and Maryland, and the state of Delaware, about 100 houses of God. 22,935 members. Preachers, traveling and local, 238. Dined with Philemon Green, and lodged with Andrew Barrett. At Barrett's Chapel, Brother Pickering and myself preached. On Thursday we had a cold ride to visit 2 families. O Milford, there is death in the pot. Friday at Milton, I preached as was expected, and also at Lewistown on Saturday. Sunday, April 1. I preached at Ebenezer. An awful storm prevented the attendance of many. I spoke to the Africans in the town, and gave an exhortation in the church after Brother Pickering's sermon. We hope our labors for the day have not been in vain. Brother Pickering spoke again on Monday. I added an exhortation. There was a crowd at the Sound Chapel on Tuesday. We lodged at Davis's. Brother Boehm preached at Martin's Chapel. I added a few words. Lodged at Leicester's. At Prideaux's Chapel on Sinnapunxet on Thursday. Who could well be kinder than the proprietor of this name who gave us the land? I was led to be very plain on Friday at Bowen's Chapel. There is life here. Lodged at Samuel Porter's, the steward of the circuit. He is a solemn man in his appearance, as an official character ought to be. I have had, in my own spirit and flesh, trials and sufferings, and also strong consolations. Paid a visit to William Quinton on Saturday. Sunday 8. At Snow Hill, the rain prevented more from attending than just filled the house. After preaching I met the society, white and colored. The exercises of the day employed 3 hours. Lodged with B. Dewar. I spoke to a feeling people at Swan's Gut Meeting House. On Monday we went on to Hometown. Methodist preachers, politicians. What a curse! This is a rude, cold spring, and I feel it sensibly. My jaws are still painful, and I cannot eat hard food. Oh, for faith and patience. Tuesday morning I found Bishop McKendry had begun meeting. In the evening I preached on Romans 8:1. It was a very solemn time, doubtless the last with some of us. Virginia, Wednesday 11. I preached at Newtown. We were crowded. This is a flourishing little place, and we have a beautiful little chapel. We came on and once more visited Samuel Smith. I found him calm and happy in God after strong temptations. I preached at Curtis's chapel to a crowded and attentive house. There is a great change for the better in the morals and manners of all ranks of people in this end of the peninsula, and none pretend to deny that the Methodists have wrought it. I rode down to Francis Waters's in Potato Neck. They keep me busy. I must preach. I am senior, have been long absent. Some never expected to hear me again. Possibly I may never come again. I am reminded that such and such I dandled in my lap. The rich, too, 30 years ago, would not let me approach them. Now I must visit them and preach to them. And the Africans, dear, affectionate souls, bond and free, I must preach to them. O God, give us the poor. Preached at the chapel on Friday. Lodged with S. Maddox. On Tuesday I had the use of the Presbyterian meeting house. It being court time, we were crowded. After dining, I faced a storm of wind and dust in our route to Salisbury. Maryland, Sabbath 15. At Salisbury I preached at Quantico Chapel. We held an ordination after sacrament. I met the society, and afterward gave a long exhortation to the Africans. On Monday I preached at Ennell's Chapel, dined at the widow Ennell's, rode on 12 miles to Cambridge, and lodged with Dr. White. Tuesday I gave them a discourse in Cambridge. Called upon G. Ward, and rode forward to Thomas Foster's pleasant cottage. On Wednesday I had a meeting at Washington Chapel. It was a quiet, solemn, and feeling time. I met the society to my great comfort. They are faithful. On Thursday we opened the Philadelphia Conference at Easton, and went with dispatch and great harmony through our usual work. We had preaching as usual, and a camp meeting in the neighborhood. The stations were read off with much solemnity, and we parted in peace. What a grand and gracious time we have had! How kind and affectionate the people! There have been some serious changes of my making. May I please the Lord and all men to edification and consolation. We have added 9, located 9, and stationed 74 preachers. On Saturday, we came away at 5 o'clock to Henry Downes's. My host and his wife are old acquaintances and friends. We met and parted with the feelings of such. I went on and dined with P. Harrington at Greensburg, another ancient friend. We reached Dover at the end of 50 miles' ride for the day. Bishop M. Kendry preached at night. I followed with a few observations on real discipleship and true friendship to the Lord Jesus. Moved to Kagi's on Monday. I preached at Salem Chapel on Tuesday, the first of the month. On Wednesday at the New Chapel, and in the evening at the African Chapel in Wilmington. After preaching at Bethel Chapel, we had a ride through the rain to Mount Chapel, and here ended our Thursday's labors. I hope they were not in vain. Lodged at Aaron Matson's. Friday unwell. The appointment was at 4 o'clock by information. Brother Boehm attended at 11 o'clock, and he was right. At Chester Church I preached the funeral of Mary Withy on Saturday. She was awakened to a deep inquiry respecting the salvation of her soul, whilst I officiated in her house at family prayer. This was in the year 1772, on my first journey to Maryland. She had lived 12 years a wife, 44 years a widow, and for the last 30 years kept one of the best houses of entertainment on the continent. In her household management she had Martha's anxieties, to which she added the spirit and humility of Mary. Her religious experiences had been checkered by doubts and happy confidence. She slept in Jesus. We came into Philadelphia late. Pennsylvania, Sabbath, May 6. Preached, and we had an open time. There are difficulties here, some displeased with their stations. New Jersey. I came on to Burlington on Monday and preached for them. Tuesday gave a discourse at Brunswick, in the courthouse. Wednesday spoke in the New Chapel, Rahway. Lord, what am I? Save me from fainting under my burden. As we came out on Thursday, a man overtook us, halted G.P., to tell him he ought to have preached against the iniquity of taking 12% interest on loans. T.M. and he may preach themselves gray before they will preach the people good. We are in New York. Friday, great times here. 2 new houses within the year. I preached at Old John Street. This is the 39th year I've officiated within the walls. This house must come down, and something larger and better occupy its place. Saturday at the Widow Sherwood's. I saw William Blagburn, a member of the British Conference 25 years, and well recommended by Dr. Koch and others. New York, Sabbath 13. At the White Plains we had a cold, cloudy day, but I had divine help, whilst I commented on Hebrews 6, 9, 10. I added a word of special exhortation to the Africans. At N. Purdy's I was greatly comforted in feeling the life in the members of the little society. The preachers have preserved order and discipline, but the fire has been kept up principally by others of less official importance. At Bedford Chapel on Monday. After preaching we came on to Mr. Williams's. I baptized his child, Francis Asbury. May all such be the real children of God. Tuesday, a long, cold, hilly, rough ride brought us by the widow Sandford's to Prince Howe's. We had a crowded congregation. Wednesday we passed a small but excellent house for our people. I dined with Brother Nice, Dover, and preached at Amenia. A heavy ride on Thursday brought us to E. King's, Egremont. Brother Crawford preached, and I added a few warnings on the shortness and uncertainty of life. Massachusetts, Friday, 18. Came through Great Barrington, chiefly of the Anglican Church here. Called at Mr. Steam's, kind and generous. Thence by Lennox to Pittsfield. I found it somewhat difficult to keep my mind in continual prayer whilst traveling these rude, rough, rocky roads. On Saturday I indulged in a little rest. Wrote some letters. Sabbath 20. I opened our solemn assembly at 10:30 on Philippians 3:17-21. There was great heaviness in the congregation. Bishop M. Kendry spoke in the afternoon. His subject was well chosen and well improved. There was also a prayer meeting, and in the Congregational House George Pickering preached. We sat in conference until Saturday. Amongst the ordinations was that of Stephen Bamford, recommended from Nova Scotia for elders' orders. We have stationed 84 preachers, sent 2 missionaries, 1 to Michigan and 1 to Detroit. There was a considerable deficiency in our funds, which left the unmarried preachers a very small pittance. Sabbath 27. Daniel Hitt preached in the morning and Francis Asbury in the afternoon. We came away on Tuesday. On Wednesday we crossed the Perpetual Hills and were willing to dine and rest a little. After refreshment we proceeded on over the beautiful Connecticut Bridge and gained Sunderland for the evening. Lodged at Mr. Leonard's. I resolved to send a missionary among these rude wilds. My feelings are strong towards the souls in the little towns on this route. We reached Northfield in 20 miles riding, stopped at Mr. Houghton's, and reached Chester on Thursday evening. Dark, dark. Friday, June 1. Fasted from 6 o'clock yesterday until this evening at 6 o'clock. I spent some time in prayer and exhortation at Elias Marble's. Saturday, close application to writing and reading. New Hampshire, Sunday 3. I officiated in the morning and Henry Boehm in the evening. I think my words pierced the hearts of some like a sword. I neither spared myself nor my hearers. Monday occupied in writing and reading. On Wednesday we opened our conference in the Presbyterian Church. We had appointed a camp meeting within 3 miles, where there was preaching 3 times a day. The ordinary business being gone through, I read off the stations on Monday, and closed, as usual, with solemn prayer. There was a work of God manifestly, and opposition rose powerfully. We regretted we could not stay 2 days more. Although amongst strangers, we were kindly entertained. And shall not our prayers be heard on behalf of these people? Yea, verily. And Methodism shall raise Zion from the dust. Massachusetts. We came away over bleak rocks and hills through Fitzwilliam to Winchester. I preached in a new, neat Methodist chapel of our own building. Next day to Waltham, and the day after to Boston. My mind has enjoyed much of God and great consolation. I only want every minute and moment to be in prayer, mental or vocal. Sunday 17. I spoke in the old chapel in the morning with freedom. In the evening at the new chapel with less liberty, but there was manifest power in the word. On Monday I wrote 5 letters of supplication to our brethren in Baltimore, Georgetown, Alexandria, Norfolk, and Charleston, for a congregational collection for the use of the new chapel here. Set out, winding my way through the crooked streets of the city, and passed through country villages to Easton. A young brother has lately died here in great triumph. Tuesday at Somerset, I gave them a discourse. It was close preaching. On Wednesday at Warren, my audience gave me a little of their attention. Our preachers get wives in a home and run to their deers almost every night. How can they, by personal observation, know the state of the families it is part of their duty to watch over for good? We kept on our way to Rhode Island. Oh, the death, the formality in religion! Surely the zealous, noisy Methodists cannot but do good here. At Bristol on Thursday, the truth was manifested, whilst I spoke with power to the consciences of the people. The favorite preacher is removed hence. Sinners and saints are displeased at this. My labors stand for nothing. I must take my share of reproach. We lodged at a friend's house and sent our horses to a tavern. I thank them even for this. What are we? Friday humbled ourselves. I preached at Zoar Chapel. I spared not, and the truth was felt. Visited T. Barker and lodged with friend Ayerts. We are on our lees here. No riding of circuits, local preaching, and stations filled in the towns. My soul is bowed down by the consideration of the state of the church. Sunday 24. I have preached 3 times today. I officiated in the evening because it was observed that at the stated hours people ought to attend their own places of worship, and because I knew there were not a few who were ashamed to be seen going to a Methodist meeting. 8 o'clock screened them very well. I indulged a desire I felt to speak to the soldiers of the garrison at Fort Walcott. There are faithful souls here. Colonel Beall had received orders, and was bidding farewell, to go and take a command in Maryland. I knew not which felt most, but I think the colonel. The soldiers loved him as a father. It was indeed a painful parting. Monday we set out. Tuesday evening brought us to New London. I called on my way to see Mr. Rogers. We refreshed body and soul by eating, talking, and prayer. I have seen Jesse Lee's history for the first time. It is better than I expected. He has not always presented me under the most favorable aspect. We are all liable to mistakes, and I am unmoved by his. I correct him in one fact. My compelled seclusion, in the beginning of the war, in the state of Delaware, was in no wise a season of inactivity. On the contrary, except about 2 months of retirement, from the direst necessity, it was the most active, the most useful, and most afflictive part of my life. If I spent a few dumb Sabbaths, if I did not, for a short time, steal after dark, or through the gloom of the woods, as was my wont, from house to house, to enforce that truth I, an only child, had left father and mother, and crossed the ocean to proclaim, I shall not be blamed, I hope, when it is known that my patron, good and respectable Thomas White, who promised me security and secrecy, was himself taken into custody by the Light Horse Patrol. If such things happened to him, what might I expect, a fugitive and an Englishman? In these very years we added 1,800 members to society, and laid a broad and deep foundation for the wonderful success Methodism has met with in that quarter. The children, and the children's children of those who witnessed my labors and my sufferings in that day of peril and affliction, now rise up by hundreds to bless me. Where are the witnesses themselves? Alas, there remain not 5, perhaps, whom I could summon to attest the truth of this statement. Connecticut. I gave them a sermon at New London, and many attended at a short notice. We reached Colchester by 12 o'clock on Wednesday, and preached in the evening at Hebron. The congregation was small, because the people did not expect us to come through the rain. They will know us better by and by. On Thursday I preached at Eastbury in the woods, and had a gracious time. We passed through Hartford on Saturday, and continued on to Middletown. There was no appointment, as our coming was unknown. We hasted away on Monday, little sleep in an awful house. I preached at Burlington. It was what is called close cutting. There is some life here. Lodged with Brother West, once a great Seventh-day Baptist. I gave them a sermon at Goshen on Tuesday. Preached next evening at Amenia. They want a house. I gave them a plan. Friday preached at Rose Chapel. A ride of 12 miles farther brought us to Brother Garretson's. The ride, since we left New York, I presume to be 600 miles. Our ease in Zion makes me feel awful. Who shall reform the reformers? Ah, poor dead Methodists. I've seen preachers' children wearing gold, brought up in pride. Ah, mercy, mercy. End of section 34. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 35 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. New York, Sunday, July 8. I preached in the chapel to a small congregation. Monday crossed the North River, came through Esopus to John Crawford's, hungry enough. We reached New Durham. We prayed at Runyon's and gave away books. The people came to hear me. Spent with labor and sorrow, how could I preach? I hope the truth was felt. Lodged with Father Hubbard. We bent our way up Catskill and crossed the mountains to Middleburg. Some foolish boys were at cards. We were, however, respectfully treated. I prayed heartily for the family, and gave away some good books, and blessed the household in the name of the Holy Trinity. Shall our blessing be lost? We directed our course towards the new Sharon camp meeting. I know not if the people might not starve in the mountains, were it not for the sawmills and lumber. We came into the camp. On Thursday I preached in the camp in the morning, and Henry Boehm at 4 o'clock in the afternoon in German. I took occasion to direct a special exhortation to the members of the quarterly meeting. Friday traveled forward to Cherry Valley and rested at Brother Farley's. Our sister complained that I could not often be seen. She wished to be a few minutes in my company at Trenton, but she was afraid I was crowded. I told her that all who wished to see me might be indulged in the back settlements. A cabin has not always 2 rooms. At Litchfield I visited the pious and aged Arnolds. Our ride of 50 miles, with abstinence, has made us faint. Saturday through the Eton of Chenango to Cazenovia, a ride of 40 miles. I pray always. Prayer is my life. Sabbath 15. I preached in Silas Blass's barn. Wednesday. I arrived this evening at Daniel Dorsey's. Friday. Our conference began today. Sabbath 22. Preached at the encampment. Wednesday. Conference ended. Great order and dispatch in business. Stationed 63 preachers. Came away to Geneva. Thursday. Went round Seneca Lake. Friday. Bread and water. Came to Newton and stopped at the Widow Dunn's a few minutes for prayer, and continued on down to Tioga Point, and housed with Captain Clark. We have made 47 miles today. Saturday. We must needs come the Northumberland road. It is through an awful wilderness. We stopped at Eldred's. They are English and disciples of Priestley. Alas! Read and prayed in the woods. I leave the rest to God. If the cry of want of order came from God, the appointment of the Genesee Conference was one of the most judicious acts of our episcopacy. We stationed 63 preachers, and cured some, till then, incurable cases. In the last 3 days and a half, we have ridden 140 miles. What mountains, hills, rocks, roots, and ruts! Brother Boehm was thrown from the sulky, but, providentially, not a bone broken. Pennsylvania, Sabbath 29. In the wilderness, but God is with us. Wretched lodging, and $2. Whilst busy in writing, John Brown came and took us to his cabin. We forded the swollen and rapid streams 3 times. The Loyalsock was the worst. We have spent the remainder of the day in reading, singing, and prayer. The rains had increased the streams, so that we kept our retreat on Monday. Tuesday. At the fordings we found drift logs obstructing the way. The stream was very full, and our toil through it great. 2 active, bold men, with the aid of a canoe, got us and the horses safe over. Thunder and rain, and an awful mountain were now before us, but God brought us safe to Muddy Creek. Deep roads and swollen streams we had enough of on our route to Northumberland on Wednesday, After waiting 2 hours at Moorhead's Ferry on Thursday morning, we got over the Susquehanna and dined at Ferguson's. These are Methodists lately from Ireland. Lodged at Mr. Folk's. Friday to Middletown. We here broke bread with Dr. Romer, a German, who has translated our discipline for his countrymen. My friends came in haste and gladness to see me. We prayed and parted, for time was precious. At Lancaster I was unwell. 15 letters met me here, and they were to be answered, and I had but a day. I preached in Father Boehm's chapel. Sabbath, August 5. Preached in Lancaster morning and evening. After 40 years' labor, we have a neat little chapel of our own. Monday, away for Columbia, and preached there at 12 o'clock. Came on to Little York, and arrived at 7 o'clock in the evening. Tuesday morning rose at 4 o'clock, and after writing 4 letters, started away, calling on friends Naylor and Wall, stopping for the night at friend Weaver's. Reached Carlisle on Wednesday, preached in the evening. I drew a plan for a new chapel, 70 by 45, of 1 story. The cost about $2,000. Shall I be able to answer the 20 letters that have met me here? A letter, which I saw, written by one of our preachers, says he has 28 appointments to fill in 25 days, besides meeting 1,700 in classes. It was from Alan Green. Thursday. A very warm ride brought us to Shippensburg. Lodged with Brother Reed. Preached in our improved chapel. Friday came to Chambersburg. I preached in the courthouse, though we have a neat little chapel. The word of truth shall not be lost. Saturday was awfully warm, and we had a heavy ride over 3 mountains. Sabbath 12. At Littleton Chapel I preached, and we administered the sacrament. But as my aide was lame, the labor fell on me. Though wearied and sore with traveling, I enjoyed a gracious season. Monday. We encountered the steep, rugged path over Sidelong Hill. We had heat, rocks, dust, and then rain. Bloody Run is henceforth New Hope. I preached at Bomer Dollar's Tavern. The Lord has 7 in this family who fear and worship him. This was a very wicked place, but oh, what hath God wrought! Tuesday we shod our horses and came away to Bedford. Here it was wished I would stop and preach, but time did not permit. I dined with Brother Stevens and kept on 14 miles to Metzkeffer's. Things in this house were not as they should be. Brother Boehm prayed in German. We were well treated. Wednesday. We rode 11 miles for our breakfast at Wynn's Stone Tavern, on the top of the Allegheny. Thence to Mrs. Moore's in Somerset. Hard roads, and I am not well. Thursday. Our road in places was very bad. Dined at Indian Creek and reached Connellsville in the evening. I enter my protest, as I have yearly for 40 years, against this road. Lodged once more under the roof of my dear brother Banning, Jr., and christened a child for him. We have ridden, since we left Ontario, 540 miles by computation. Oh, what a life is this! My aide is lame, and I am obliged to drive. People call me by my name as they pass me on the road, and I hand them a religious tract in German or English. Or I call at a door for a glass of water and leave a little pamphlet. How may I be useful? I am old and feeble and sick, and can do little. I am grieved to find that little, promising Bedford circuit is likely to be injured by one I was afraid would not do his duty. Feeble in mind and body, small things are to be hoped from him. And the poor Germans, they are as sheep without a shepherd. Came to the widow Stevens's on Friday. Saturday we reached Brownsville and dined at Mr. Hogg's. Sabbath 19. I preached at the campground morning and evening. The congregation might have amounted to 3,000 souls. There were very wicked people there, I learned, who desperately libeled Brother M. Kendry and the preachers, and committed other abominable offenses. Monday I was called on to preach in the morning. I took occasion to give a solemn warning to certain sons of Belial, that they would be watched, and their names published. I felt much, but God was in the truth. I suffered a great deal from hard lodging, and want of fire in the damps of the morning. There were about 100 tents, besides wagons. Tonight a watch night. We started away on Tuesday. Surely this camp meeting will be remembered in time, and its fruits seen in eternity. On Thursday I dined with Benjamin Fell and family. The old pair, about 70, are patiently waiting for the consolation of Israel. I preached at Philip Smith's at 4 o'clock, after beating about 20 miles over the hills. Friday brought us to Pittsburgh. Saturday, oh, what a prize! Baxter's Reformed Pastor fell into my hands this morning. Sunday 26. Preached on the foundation of the new chapel to about 500 souls. I spoke again at 5 o'clock to about twice as many. The society here is lively and increasing in numbers. We rose at 4 o'clock on Monday and started early. I called on Esquire Johnson. His wife is a daughter to my special friend Barnabas Johnson. How affectionately was I received by old and young. I have seen 3 generations of this family. We hasted away to Washington and had heat and hard toil for traveling companions. I gave the good citizens a discourse at 5 o'clock. The principal members were gone to Short Creek, but others filled their places. Can anyone be kinder than my kind host M'Fadden? It is reported that at Short Creek 50 persons were applicants for membership. 335 communicants. There were at this camp meeting about 50 tents and 40 wagons. I have been reading Fox. His narrative concerning himself and others is truly wonderful. Friday we rode 22 miles to Barnesville. I preached in a private house. The Methodists and Friends have a kindly contest for supremacy here. Saturday to James Sherrocks, a local preacher, an Englishman from Lancashire. We went forward to Leatherwoods Creek. Sunday, September 2. Rested and preached in Queensberry Chapel to a full house convened at a short notice. I was very plain. The prospects are encouraging in Wills's Creek circuit. I can read and think as in years past. My health is good, and I am in perfect peace and love. Oh, the goodness of God to me! I have journalized very little of my life and exercises, and less of my sufferings, but the Lord knoweth. On Monday we had to beat the path to Jesse Waller's. Though feeble and faint, I preached and baptized some children. We had 1 room to lodge in, plenty of beds, and abundance of food for man and beast. Tuesday we passed many a jolting place, rough with roots of trees and logs. We were willing to stop at Polk's and take a little food. From hence we were politely conducted to Peter Monroe's. Elder Bowen preached in the house of Mr. Reynolds. Wednesday. To my surprise, I was asked to baptize Joseph Asbury Reynolds. We continued on by the salt works to Marietta, where I lectured to a few people. Thursday to Moggs Creek. We tasted neither bread nor water until we reached Father Schumann's, 23 miles. We held meeting at night, and I gave them a discourse. Friday to Waterford and Samuel Miller's fertile soil, but he has as yet made little progress in improvement. Here is a family, the grandfather and grandmother of which died in the Lord. So the father and mother promised to do, and the children have begun to live to God. I preached for them and their neighbors. Saturday. I hear of a camp meeting at Little Kenaway, and must needs go there. after toiling through bad roads and accidents at the ferry to detain us. We are here this Saturday night at 9 o'clock, safe at the house of the brother of Wilson Lee. Lord, prepare me by thy grace for the patient endurance of hunger, heat, labor, the clownishness of ignorant piety, the impudence of the impious, unreasonable preachers, and more unreasonable heretics and heresy. Ohio, Sunday 9. I preached at the camp twice. Souls were converted, and we hope much good was done. We ordained John Holmes an elder. Monday, came away. At B. Wolf's we gave them Dutch and English sermons. Tuesday preached at the Point Woods Courthouse to a large congregation. We lodged at Mr. Browning's on the other side of the river. On Wednesday I preached in a schoolhouse on a bluff opposite Blennerhassett's Island. Colonel Putnam, son of the renowned general of that name, invited me to the house of Waldo, grandson of the old chief. I had a very interesting interview with several Revolutionary officers, emigrants to this country, from good old Massachusetts. Thursday we took our departure from the banks of the beautiful river, the Ohio. Beautiful indeed. How rich the hanging scenery of its wood-crowned hills. Our route was towards and near the Hocking River, a rude, toilsome way. We were glad to stop a moment and dine at Esquire Rilshire's. We continued on to Birch's and lodged. I feel the effect of toil in every bone and muscle, but I have great consolations. Friday at camp meeting at Atkins's. I lodged at Barker's. The dear infant died. Ah, what a cry! 'Twas a mother's cry. Saturday I preached in the camp a humiliation sermon. Mr. Lindley, a Presbyterian clergyman, preached after me. The ground for the camp is beautiful. Order is preserved, and there will be good done. Sunday 16. We had sinners of all varieties to hear us. I spoke plainly. On Monday I preached by special request. Great order has been preserved, much good done, and the hearts of many prepared for the future reception of the truth. Tuesday we started away, although I was ill-fitted to drive a wilderness road. At Donnelly's we dined, prayed, and gave away books. Wednesday we reached Chillicothe and put up with our old friend, Dr. Tiffin. I was happy to find him no longer in public life, but a private citizen, respectable and respected, and the work of God revived in his soul. I have preached to many souls in the late camp meetings. Lord, give thy word success. My own soul is humbled and purified. Glory be to God. Thursday I preached at Chillicothe at 4 o'clock. On Friday, engaged in private duties, I paid a visit to my much-esteemed friend, Governor Worthington, at Mount Prospect. He requested me to furnish an inscription for the tombstone of his sainted and much-loved sister, Mary Tiffin. I gave him Luke 10:42, second line to the end. Saturday, closely occupied with books and my pen. Sunday 23. Preached and baptized a whole family of Quaker descent. I took occasion to give a lecture on the expediency of this Christian rite, and the duty and additional obligations it imposed upon parents. I spoke again in the evening and was awfully severe, perhaps too much so. On Monday we came away to Samuel Davis's. Tuesday I baptized a child, Thomas Asbury Parvius. Wednesday. We have had a hard journey today, and after 2 hours' ride through the hard woods in the night, we sheltered ourselves under the hospitable roof of Esquire Miranda. Thursday we crossed the Little Miami, dined at Tallman's, and came into Cincinnati, oppressed and faint with sickness, excessive heat, and loss of rest. Friday Henry Boehm preached in German. I added an exhortation in English. Sunday 30. I preached morning and evening. It was a season of deep seriousness with the congregations. I felt an intimate communion with God, and a great love to the people, saints and poor sinners. Monday, met the Society. Tuesday, we bade farewell to our attentive and affectionate friends in Cincinnati. The great river was covered with mist until 9 o'clock, when the airy curtain rose slowly from the waters, gliding along in expanded and silent majesty. We labored around the rough banks and over the dry ridge of Bank Lick Creek to Barnes's. Alas, for the people! There's a great call for missionaries for Eagle Creek and the Ridge. Wednesday came to Congee's to dine, and stopped at Mewberry's to lodge. Thursday to Jesse Griffin's. Friday at rest. Preached for the people. There is a drought prevailing, and the heat is very intense. Saturday we started away for Lexington, and were well soaked with a glorious shower when about 9 miles from the town. H. Bowen preached. Kentucky, Sunday, October 7. I preached at 11 o'clock and gave an exhortation after 5 o'clock sermon in the evening. Monday, reading the best of books and writing letters. Tuesday at Winchester, Clark County, we stopped at Leroy Coles's. Wednesday, busily occupied in my room. Thursday, I preached to a very attentive congregation. Friday, called at Major Martin's. I have time today to complete Mark's Gospel. I mark well that all the evangelists concur in this, that the high priest delivered Jesus to the Roman governor as the Son of God, upon his own confession. Saturday I preached at Abraham Castle's, brother to Leonard Castle of Maryland. I learned that Benedict Swope, my old acquaintance, died last winter. He was a man of more than common mind and gifts, and might have been much more useful than I fear he was. Sunday 14. At Nicholasville I preached about an hour to Presbyterians, Methodists, and I know not whom. Monday. This has been an awful day to me. I visited Francis Poythress. If thou be he, but oh, how fallen. Tuesday 16. After a ride of 30 miles, we found comfort and a welcome with Ratcliffe in Woodford County. Wednesday 17. Came by lowly seated Frankfort. Here are elegant accommodations provided for those who make the laws, and those who break them. But there is no house of God. Lodged with Edward Talbot. Thursday, writing. Friday, abstaining, praying, and writing. Saturday, at William Adams's log chapel, I preached to a small assembly. Sunday 21. At Shelbyville, I preached in the courthouse. We were crowded. M. Cord, a seceding minister, preached 2 sermons upon the deity of the Holy Spirit. He was orthodox, and indulged in some fine flights of eloquence. Elder Wilson spoke in the evening. Monday, I preached at Henry Lyons. Lodged with Mr. Harding. Tuesday, I preached at Philip Taylor's. My mind is in great peace. The Methodists are all for camp meetings. The Baptists are for public baptizings. I am afraid this dipping, with many, is the ne plus ultra of Christian experience. Wednesday, I rest at Taylor's, writing and reading. Thursday, rode to Joseph Ferguson's, 25 miles. Saturday. We have spent this day in a visit to the family of Captain Cyrus Talbot. May salvation come in power, and suddenly, to this amiable and interesting household. Sunday 28. I spoke at Ferguson's chapel for an hour, and the wind beating on my head. May the word of truth be deeply and long felt. We have an open door set wide to us in Mississippi. The preachers there sent but one messenger to conference. They could not spare more. They keep their ground like soldiers of Christ, and men of God who care for the cause and work of the Lord. Good news from the South. Great prospects within the bounds of the South Carolina Conference. Monday we rode rapidly to Philip Taylor's. Wednesday came 16 miles. Thursday, November 1. Began conference in great peace and good order. Friday, day of humiliation and fasting. I preached in an open house to a cold auditory. Conference progressed well. There were 26 admitted. Sabbath 4. Bishop M. Kendry preached, and I finished the meeting with an exhortation. There were elders and deacons ordained in the work. On Thursday I preached, speaking long and with great plainness. We have minuted 95 as stationed. There is an increase of 4,000 members within the bounds of this conference. I have sold my sulky and purchased a horse, that I may more easily wind my way through the wilderness to Georgia. The reward of my toils is not to be found in this world. Friday came to Philip Taylor's. Saturday to Springfield Hills, a long, heavy ride. Sabbath 11. My mind enjoys great tranquility. Bishop M. Kendry preached in the morning, the Presbyterians at 12 o'clock, and I spoke in the evening. There have been unpleasant times for the Presbyterians and Methodists, but they are more united now. Their ministers appoint meetings for each other. Monday we rode to Noah Lasley's on Green River. To Amense, 25 miles. Wednesday, 25 miles to Gatton's. My body, I find, is still flesh. My mind enjoys great peace. Thursday, a damp, heavy ride brought us in, about 3 o'clock, to James Gwynn's. Whilst riding along, my soul enjoys sweet and intimate communion with God. The advantage of being on horseback are, that I can better turn aside to visit the poor. I can get along more difficult and intricate roads. I shall save money to give away to the needy. And, lastly, I can be more tender to my poor, faithful beast. Friday rested, fasted, read, wrote letters. Saturday visited James M. Kendry, lately from Virginia. End of section 35, recording by Brian Keenan. Section 36 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Sabbath 18. I rode to Gwynn's Chapel, a nice building. Behind it, the cabins and the ground make a charming square for a camp meeting. Monday we had a damp, muddy ride to friend Haynes's. His wife was surprised. She recollected me. How frequently we find our wandering sheep in traveling. Since I am on horseback, my fetters are gone. I meditate and pray much more at my ease. Lodged with John M. Gee. Tuesday to Dr. Tooley's. Wednesday, a ride of 30 miles brought us to Shaw's. Thursday, 15 miles to breakfast at Quarles's. 25 miles to supper at Elder Terry's. Friday to the Crab Orchard, and thence to Major Haley's. Saturday to Kingston, 13 miles, and thence to Winton's, 20 miles. Sabbath 25. I preached at Winton's in the evening. We have hard labor and suffering, but I dare not complain when I see the wretched fate of the poor Africans in slavery. We pass along so rapidly that we have only time to pray in the houses we visit. This we have done, except in one case. A damp, cold, dreary, rough ride brought us very hungry to Joseph Black's, where man and beast were fed and kindly entertained. Tuesday we came to dinner to Father Obadiah Farlow's, and then pushed on to Porter's. Snow most of the day. Glory be to God for the great support both of soul and body I derive from him. Wednesday I rested and gave them a sermon. The word of truth found its way to the hearts of some. Thursday we were in doubt whether we should take the old or the new route. We took Mahone's Road and got along pretty well, 30 miles, to the gate. The woman was sick, but the girls of the house were attentive and polite at Mr. Mahone's. Friday our troubles began at the foaming, roaring stream, which hid the rocks. At Chattahoochee I walked over a log. But oh, the mountain! Height after height, and 5 miles over. After crossing other streams and losing ourselves in the woods, we came in, about 9 o'clock at night, to Vater Shucks. What an awful day. Saturday, December 1. Last night I was strongly afflicted with pain. We rode 25 miles to Buncombe. North Carolina, Sabbath, December 2. Bishop M. Kendry and John M. Gee rose at 5 o'clock and left us to fill an appointment about 25 miles off. Myself and Henry Boehm went to Newton's Academy, where I preached. Brother Boehm spoke after me, and Mr. Newton, in exhortation, confirmed what was said. Had I known and studied my congregation for a year, I could not have spoken more appropriately to their particular cases. This I learned from those who know them well. We dined with Mr. Newton. He is almost a Methodist, and reminds me of dear Whatcoat, the same placidness and solemnity. We visited James Patton. This is, perhaps, the last visit to Buncombe. Monday. It was my province today to speak faithfully to a certain person. May she feel the force of, and profit by the truth. Tuesday came 33 miles to Murray's at Green River. Wednesday rode 30 miles to Reverend James Gilliard's. I found him sick, and prescribed for him. On inquiry into the state of his soul, he expressed his confidence in God. He is alone, with a growing family, and the charge of 140 families. Thursday discovered that my horse was lame, and felt discouragement. We breakfasted with kind and attentive Anthony Foster, and continued on to Robert Hales's. Friday. Reached the fish dam in the evening. Our sister Glenn went to glory about 12 months ago. Her exit was made in the full triumph of faith. Saturday crossed Broad River at Clark's Ferry and pressed forward to Mr. Means. Here, and it seldom happens that I seek such a shelter, we were under the roof of a rich man. We were treated with much politeness and kindness. Great fatigue, my lame horse, and unknown roads where we lose ourselves, are small trials. But as thy day, so shall be thy strength. We are not, nor have we been lately, much amongst our own people. But it has made little difference in the article of expense. The generous Carolinians are polite and kind, and will not take our money. Sabbath. At Winnsboro I preached to a few people. We have a pretty chapel here. John Buchanan and Jesse Harris are chiefs in this work. On Monday we came to J. Jenkins. After 6 years' rest and local usefulness, he means to travel again. I have received news from the north which makes me solemn. My old friends Jesse Hollingsworth and Peter Hoffman are no more in time. And John Bloodgood has also gone to his reward. Tuesday at Camden. Close application in reading and writing letters. Sinclair Capers, one of our first disciples at Wapata, died in great triumph. The impression occasioned by witnessing this was the cause of conversion to some persons present. I hope his son James will be a great and holy preacher. I am under the necessity of taking emetics. Wednesday, reading. Thursday, I preached in the evening. Friday, had a cold ride to Black River, where I was compelled to take to my bed again. Saturday, engaged in reading, meditation, and prayer. Very much afflicted in my bowels. South Carolina, Sabbath 16. I knew not if I could get to the new house. I went and was helped of the Lord. The house was filled, and I spoke plainly. On Monday I visited Thomas Boone. His father was the first to entertain me at the lower Santee Ferry. We found our dinner at Henry Young's. I was very ill. Tuesday, though ill able to ride, I set out for Camden. Wednesday, reading, writing, and praying with those who visit me. Thursday came to Columbia. Taylor, of the Senate of the United States, lent his house for the session of our conference. We have pleasing letters from York, Genesee, Jersey, Maryland, Virginia, Old North and South Carolinas. Rich and poor coming to God. Our fund here for special relief amounts to more than we had expected. Saturday, our conference began in great order, peace, and love. Sabbath 23. I preached, and the truth exhibited its own divine authority. Bishop Hemkendry spoke in the afternoon. We sat 7 hours to business in the day, and had preaching at noon and night. Friday, I was called upon to preach at the ordination of elders. My subject was Hebrews 3:12-14, and was applicable to at least one of them. Conference adjourned this evening. We have stationed about 80 preachers. Saturday came away to General Rumpf's. God has repaid this family for its kindness to the poor followers of the Lord Jesus. There are 4 sons and 3 daughters, gracious souls. 2 of the sons, Jacob and Christian, are preachers of the gospel. Sabbath 30. I must consult prudence and stay at home today. It is stormy, and I am sorely attacked in the viscera. On Monday we ventured away through rain and hailstorms. We made about 20 miles to Brother Sarley's. Tuesday, January 1, 1811. On the first day of the new year, we rode 35 miles to the Widow Davis's. I failed greatly in my ride. Wednesday came by the new road, crossing the new bridge, 45 miles to Charleston. Sabbath 6. Preached in Cumberland and Bethel chapels. Monday, busy in writing letters. Sent away 15. I preached on Wednesday. Thursday came away and made 35 miles to Mr. Gale's. I was weary, hungry, and sleepy. Friday we crossed Linus's ferry and made a ride of 25 miles. Saturday reached Georgetown. I am always in fetters in this place, and were they to offer me 20 such towns as a bribe, I would not visit it again. But I must do my duty without a bribe. Sabbath 13. I preached for the people of Georgetown twice. Monday, S. Dunwoody and Thomas Mason set out with us. Crossing Black River, we came to worthy Samuel Green's. In pleasing manners and sincere friendship, an evergreen. We visited his brother Francis and prayed in the family, exhorting the Africans. Tuesday reached Port's Ferry and found Mother Port keeping house at 87. Rafts and boats in quantities passing down the PD. Wednesday made 30 miles to Mr. Meesom's, where we were kindly received and politely entertained. Thursday came early in the day to Priest's, and tarried with him 2 hours, and then mounted and continued forward to the Widow Rollins. Friday came to John Martin's, Lumberton, and here I was willing to stay a while, for the rain and cold had chilled me to the heart. Saturday, I am very unwell. Sabbath 20. I preached here, possibly for the last time. I spoke in great weakness of body, and having offered my service and sacrifice, I must change my course, and go to Wilmington. I have but a few days to make the 180 miles in. I am happy, my heart is pure, and my eye is single, but I am sick, and weak, and in heaviness by reason of suffering and labor. Sometimes I am ready to cry out, Lord, take me home to rest. Courage, my soul. Monday 21. We began our march, and my suffering from pain in the foot was sore indeed. Came into Amos Richardson's in the evening. The parents of this man died in peace. Tuesday, a ride of 30 miles brought us on to Alexander King's. I baptized this family, of whom the greater part are in society. The old people gave satisfactory evidence of a peaceful end. Wednesday we brought a storm into town with us. Wilmington is alive with commerce, and there is no small stir in religion. Thursday, Brother Bowen preached. Friday, it was my duty to preach today. I am applied to for the plan of a new meeting house. This is a business of small difficulty, but who is to execute? Sabbath 27. I preached in the morning and afternoon. The congregations were large, and I felt my heart greatly enlarged towards them. Monday rose at 5 o'clock and moved off pretty soon. We cautioned the ferryman, who had placed his flat so as to be upset. He was obstinate, and would not alter her position. In jumped the horses. Over went the skiff. Our lives were endangered. The horses reached to the opposite shore by swimming, and plunging through the mud got on dry land. Our clothes and some of our books and papers were wetted, but not spoiled. We mounted and rode forward to Mount Misery, stopping to dry at Alexander King's. Here we dined and baptized some children. The evening shades closed upon us as we entered under the hospitable roof of pious Mother Turner, who lodged and fed me at the Waccamaw Lake 26 years ago. Tuesday we pushed on to Amos Richardson's, and thence after dinner to James Purdy's. I preached in the evening. I have been deeply afflicted with an influenza, but God is with me and supports me. Wednesday we had a cold ride to Newberry's. Preached to a few people. North Carolina, Friday, February 1. We reached this place this morning, Fayetteville, preaching at night. Saturday I preached. Sabbath 3. Preached. Our house is too small. Preached in the afternoon. We must enlarge our house. I had a rude fall today, and it was a mercy that my back was not broken. Monday we came over Cape Fear, lodging at Morgan's, on a solitary road. Tuesday we came into Raleigh. Wednesday I enjoyed some very agreeable interviews with my brethren. Thursday, conference begins this morning. Sabbath 10. I preached in the State House to 2,000 souls, I presume. We have had, and mean to have, whilst conference is in session, preaching 3 times a day. Meeting sometimes holds till midnight. Saturday at 10 o'clock we mounted our horses in the rain, and pushed on to Powell's Bridge on the Neuse River. We stopped at the house of our friend Samuel Alston, who married the daughter of General Williams. This will hereafter be my stopping place. I believe there was much good done in Raleigh, and we, the preachers, are much indebted to the people for their kindness to us. Sabbath 17. I started on my journey this morning, contrary to my usual practice. At Benjamin Sherwood's we stopped a minute and called the family to prayer. Came at night to Major Taylor's. Monday, my kind entertainer and his family made me promises to be henceforth for God. I left them with strong feelings of interest for their welfare. Tuesday we reached Warrington. I must needs preach in William Ruffin's large tavern room. Wednesday a cold ride to John Seward's, Brunswick County, and next day to Charles Harris's, where we were kindly and comfortably entertained. My old Virginia friends have disappeared from the earth, but it is no small consolation that they have left me their offspring. These are the children of faith and prayer. Witness the Georges, the Booths, and many others. And God has heard the prayers of the poor Negroes for their masters. Surely he is no respecter of persons. Our Saturday's ride was cold indeed. Kind Mr. Bradley came out to the State Road and took us home with him, and fed us, and warmed us, and lodged us. Sabbath 24. I preached in Richmond in the morning. Monday started in storm and snow, and made 25 miles, and willingly stopped at Mr. Burroughs's. This family are in their first love. The neighborhood begins to bow to the scepter of the Lord Jesus. Tuesday we came on to Todd's. The stage arrived late in the evening, and the passengers would go no farther that night. They were a motley mixture: Georgia speculators, planters, merchants, and gentlemanly, affable Judge Brooke. I was chaplain to the company. Wednesday we were pretty soon laden with thick clay. Nevertheless, we got on with speed to Dumfries, and lodged at the widowed house of Mrs. Mason. Thursday, reaching Occoquan, I thought I should prefer my dear old friend William Waters's to Alexandria. Thither we bent our way and got in before dark. Friday at Georgetown. Maryland, Sabbath, March 3. I preached for half an hour, and was fervent. At the sacrament, took occasion to exhort the society. At 3 o'clock visited the new house in the city. I preached, though very unwell. I feel great consolation, and perfect love. Monday preached at Bladensburg. I was surprised to see so many people. On Tuesday I preached at Federal Chapel. Wednesday, a violent snowstorm. I rode 12 miles to preach at Hopewell to an attentive, respectable auditory. Lodged with Edward Owens. Thursday we have had a trying ride to Goshen Chapel. I had a few people to hear me. Lodged at the widow Harris's. I have been blessed in mind, whilst administering the word of truth, but greatly afflicted in body. At Clarksburg on Friday we had a full congregation and an open season. Saturday at Hyattstown the chapel was crowded. It was a very liberal season to the speaker. I have ridden 16 miles to see Brother Wilson in his affliction. The family were greatly attentive and kind. The aged people have sat under our ministry for 40 years nearly, and have always hospitably entertained our preachers. We came back to Mr. M. L. Fresh's. Sabbath 10. I preached at Newmarket. Many knew me. Nevertheless, I frequently feel like a stranger in my old home, Maryland. Such changes has time wrought. I went home with James Higgins. Tuesday I preached at Liberty. Lodged at E. Howard's. When will this dear family embrace religion? On Wednesday I preached at Linganore, and spoke in great plainness. I saw the corpse of our dear Sister Jones in the coffin. Thursday we came to Pipe Creek. I preached for them. Nancy Willis is a widow indeed, with 6 children. Henry Willis, ah, when shall I look upon thy like again? Friday came through heavy dews to Aquila Garretson's. Halted a while, and proceeded forward to Providence Chapel. Here I preached. We dined with friendly Mr. Stockdale, and came on to our brother M. L. Fresh's, Reisterstown. Oh, the clover of Baltimore Circuit! Ease, ease. Not for me. Toil, suffering, coarse food, hard lodging, bugs, fleas, and certain etceteras besides. Saturday we had a solemn sitting in our chapel at Reisterstown. We called at Ellis Jones's, Ancient Methodists. From thence we bent our course over to Charles Carnan's. Here I heard the mournful news of the death of Polly Yellett, gone after her father to paradise. Sabbath 17. At the chapel I found preachers in abundance, and a larger congregation than I had expected. As it was an appointment for me, I had the labor to perform. How hardly shall preachers who are well provided for maintain the spirit of religion? But here are 8 young men, lately married. These will call for $400 per annum, additional. So we go. Monday preached at Hunt's Chapel, and afterward rode into Baltimore. We began our conference in great peace and order on Wednesday the 20th, and rose on Thursday the 28th. I took my share of the labor of preaching. What the fruits of our toil have been, and may yet be, the God whom we serve can tell. But we have reasonable grounds of hope that it has not been, nor will yet be, in vain. I preached this morning in Gatch's chapel, and came on to Perry Hall. Friday I preached to about 30 souls in the private chapel at Perry Hall. All to me seems yet to be in sackcloth here. Saturday I preached at the Fork Meeting House. This is a badly planned building. I dined with Mr. Gorsuch, and called to see the widow Garretson. She did not at first recognize me. Sabbath 31. At Old Bush Chapel I preached, and the word was heard and felt. I saw children who now see me for the first time, whose fathers received me 40 years ago. Once more to Josiah Stallam's. I baptized his little daughter, Henrietta Rogers. I visited his son, Dr. William, and baptized his son, Josias William Dallam. Monday, April 1. Visited my old friend Bennett. There was such a violent storm that we waited for hours before we ventured across the Susquehanna. I preached at Northeast Chapel. Tuesday it is court day at Elkton. I am fitter for bed than the pulpit, but my appointment must be filled, and my sacrifice offered. Eating was not the business of this day. I went to John Carnan's, Back Creek. Here I swallowed a grain and a half of tartar. Wednesday I preached for them at Bethel Chapel. I called the society together and gave them special counsel, and also information respecting the spreading of the work of God. Thursday I preached at Bethesda Chapel. It was a rainy day. Friday at Bohemia Crossroads I preached to a small congregation. We had a time not soon to be forgotten. I dined with Dr. Scott and came on to James Courses. Saturday it rained, but it did not prevent 200 souls from attending at the chapel. It was a time of deep seriousness and feeling. We had 9 miles to Chester in a heavy rain. Here I also had a congregation. Sabbath 7. I preached in Chester and met the society, white and colored. I lodged at my son William Burneston's. A few aged steadies came to see me, and dine with me, and talk of past times. Monday we had a cold easterly day, but a considerable congregation, to whom I preached. I dined with Daniel Burgess and rode forward to Thomas Wright's. I find it my duty to convene the societies and give them my advice, possibly my valedictory. Tuesday I preached in the new brick house at Centerville. Dined with John Brown in company with aged brethren and sisters. Lodged at James Massey's. Methodists are becoming great on this shore. Ah, let them take heed. The respectable society of people called Methodists. Woe unto you when all men shall speak well of you. Save us from this. Never in any past period have we had so much cause to hope or to fear as a society. Wednesday at Y Chapel I preached, and the speaker and the hearers felt seriously and deeply. We dined with J.W. Bordley, and hasted on to Easton, lodging with Mr. Lockerman. My mind enjoys great peace and gospel enlargement, but I am not so ready, upon all occasions, to speak to everyone who comes into my presence. How precious are their souls, and oh, how precious is time. Thursday. A day of storms, but I had a respectable congregation to whom I preached at St. Michael's. Friday. It was a solemn time at Easton, whilst I was preaching from Luke 23, 26 through 30 inclusive. I covenanted with General B.N. to pray for him every day. He was all feeling whilst I talked with him. I rode to Tuckahoe Bridge. Henry Downs, his wife, and myself are nearly all who are left of the early Methodists in this neighborhood. 33 years make great changes on the surface of this world of evanescent existences. Saturday at Tuckahoe Chapel, I expounded Acts 2:21, to a large and serious congregation. We rode 20 miles through storms to Joshua Massey's. End of section 36. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 37 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Sabbath 14. A serene day, and my mind is tranquil. I preached at Dudley's Chapel. We dined with kind Mr. Elliot, whose father was a benefactor to this chapel. After dinner and prayer we hasted to the head of Chester, where I preached in Mr. Farrell's house. It appeared as if the whole town came out to hear. Lodged at Christopher Spry's. Monday dined with Mr. Brooke at Middletown, and baptized his child. God was present. I've lately been truly blessed in my soul and in my labors. A poor afflicted widow called on me. For what do I live but to do good, and to teach others so to do, both by precept and example? Tuesday I preached at Salem and met the society. It is a day of rest and peace. Wednesday I preached at Newport in the forenoon and at night at Wilmington. Thursday gave the inhabitants of Derby a discourse, dined at Lewis's, and came on to the city to meet letters, preachers, and troubles. Saturday, we opened our conference today. Pennsylvania, Sabbath 21. I preached at Ebenezer and in St. George's Chapel. Monday 29. Our conference adjourned. There were no complaints, nor grounds for any. There was preaching, as usual, to large congregations, and there were manifestations of the power of God, especially at St. George's. I visited Landreth at his shrubbery. This is a pious English family. Dr. Logan called upon me. He is lately returned from England. He speaks favorably of my nation. Wednesday, May 1. I preached at Germantown. Doctors Rush and Physic paid me a visit. How consoling it is to know that these great characters are men fearing God. I was much gratified, I ever am, by their attentions, kindness, and charming conversation. Indeed, they have been of eminent use to me, and I acknowledge their services with gratitude. Thursday I preached at Holmesburg. There was a great rain, yet many people attended. We went forward to Mr. Thompson's through the rain, the effects of which I felt in the evening. I preached nevertheless. Friday at Bensalem Chapel I preached to a small congregation, dined with Father Rodman, and continued forward to Bristol, where I preached in the evening. After 40 years of patient labor, the work of God has broke forth gloriously in Bucks County, and many doors are now open to receive us. Saturday I preached at John Bailey's, Marlborough. After meeting we rode on to Mahannan's at the swamp, where we had a crowded evening meeting. Sabbath 5. I preached under an apple tree. Came into Newtown. The place was crowded with people who came in to see a lady dipped. But she was sick, and the curious were disappointed. At 7 o'clock I preached in the courthouse. This labor shall not be in vain. I lodged with lawyer Hugh Ross, now a Methodist preacher. Monday 6. I preached to a few people at W. Werrell's. Toil, toil. Murmuring flesh, be still. Our ride has been through excessive rain today. Tuesday 7. We started and came to Henkel's Tavern and dined. Went forward to John Purcell's, where I found a crowded house. I preached, and the truth was deeply felt by some. I have proclaimed the truth to many souls lately, and I feel the effect of my labors. My reward is with my God. New Jersey, Wednesday 8. Crossed the Delaware and sat down in Godley's schoolroom and taught the people. My subject was Acts 3:26. Thursday 9. We came to Asbury, and I preached and added a special exhortation. Were it not for the brewing and drinking miserable whiskey, Asbury Town would be a pleasant place. Friday to James Egbert's. Bethel Chapel has been bought and refitted for the Methodists. I preached in it. I am unknown in Jersey, and ever shall be, I presume. After 40 years' labor, we have not 10,000 in membership. Saturday, 11. At Philip Cummings's, Sussex County. I preached for them. A damp, cold ride of 7 miles brought us to Albertsons. Sabbath 12. I preached to a crowded house at Union Chapel. 23 years ago I preached here. The Moravian Brethren are almost extinct. Monday 13. I preached at the Stone Church. Tuesday 14. I preached at Father Andrew Freeman's. Wednesday 15. I preached at Sussex Courthouse and felt as if my labor was not in vain. The minds of the people were open for the reception of the truth. We went to Lockwood, and at 8 o'clock I preached in Jonathan Hunt's meeting house. Thursday 16. We had a heavy ride to Father Lorsnat's, and such another to Morristown, and a third to the Turkey Hills, where I preached. I have met the societies generally. New York, Sunday 19. As we were preparing to go to the house of God, a dreadful fire broke out, consuming about 100 houses. I preached to some serious sisters in John Street. I officiated at Greenwich in the new chapel after dinner. Thursday 23. Ordained deacons. Bishop M. Kendry preached. Sabbath 26. I preached in the African Church, as also in the New and in the Bowery Church. I met the societies in each place of worship. Father Blackbourne's case occupied us 2 days. He was taken into the connection and ordained a deacon, although he brought no recommendation to us from the British or any other conference. Tuesday 28. Conference ceased their labors. There was little trouble in the business of appointments. Stationed 87, superannuated 2, and supernumeraries 5. Increase about 300. There were 3 preachers sent to other conferences. Return to thy rest, O my soul. The society in New York has increased. Our chapels are neat, and their debt is not heavy. They wish to rebuild John Street Church, and to build a small house at the 2-mile stone. So frequent are the visits of the people to talk or to do business, that I have not time to think or to pray, scarcely. I bear it all patiently. I preached at the 2-mile stone, and retired to George Suckley's. I resemble my master in one thing. I cannot be hid. They find me out. Saturday, June 1. A very warm ride to Sherwood's. I feel nothing like fretfulness. I am willing to listen patiently, and endure all things. Sabbath 2. At Sherwood's Chapel I preached, and also to the society at New Rochelle. I was divinely assisted in my labors this day. It is a day of calm and liberty to my soul. Monday. 25 miles to Governor Cortland's, at the mouth of Croton. I preached at 4 o'clock. It was a day of militia training. This circumstance, and a failure of early notice, gave me a thin congregation. Ah, what need of watchfulness in the houses of the rich, lest we defile our own souls, and more than lose our labor. Tuesday I felt divine liberty whilst preaching at Somerstown. We lodged with Samuel Wilson, wealthy and kind. At Lemuel Cliff's, another man of wealth. Here I preached on Wednesday. On Thursday I preached in the new chapel, Paulingtown. We lodged with Captain Pierce, a man of open mind and generous soul. Friday we took the road to Naces, dined, and went forward to Amenia. Saturday, peace, rest, love. Sabbath 9. I preached at George Ingram's. There were many people, although the morning was rainy. I met the society after some exhortations had been given. There has been, and will yet be, a work in this town. They have built a new chapel. Lanceforth Whiting, appointed to the Western Circuit, in returning from conference at New York, was taken with smallpox, and died at Poughkeepsie. He was solemn in deportment, and very pious. He has gone to an early crown. How many triumphant witnesses for Jesus have passed away before my eyes, I might almost say, within the last 40 years. Monday I preached at Thomas Haywood's. It was a blessed season. Great accommodations in this part of the world. Our preachers will do well to take heed. Stephen Sorenberger was above his work, so he let another take his station. I read Adam Clarke, and am amused as well as instructed. He indirectly unchristianizes all old bachelors. Woe is me! It was not good that Adam should be alone for better reasons than any that Adam Clarke has given. How will our commentator comment on Isaiah 56, 3-5, on 1 Corinthians 7, 7, 8, 17, 27, 32, 34? And will he not need great skill to manage well for his purpose Matthew 19:12? It may be the indispensable duty of some men and women to marry. The necessity or the peculiarity of circumstances which would impose this as a duty, or only allow it as an indulgence, who is to judge of? The parties themselves? Could they be out of the body a while, we might allow them to be umpires in their own cases. Adam does not seem to take into the account Mrs. Clarke so much as the wife. Will he always marry as often as the law will allow? Tuesday at Hillsdale Chapel I preached and met the society. We lodged at Reed's, an old member from New York. We rode 30 miles to Lenox in Massachusetts, passing Barrington and Stockbridge. I preached at 8 o'clock. Here are walls of opposition to be leveled before we can hope for success. Lodged at Mr. Whiting's. Thursday, Pittsfield. We have ridden 200 miles since we left New York, and have preached every day, and the preachers there are hardly starting to their stations, but they have wives. I preached in the chapel, and the truth was felt. Friday I preached at Lenox in the evening. Saturday we came through Bennington to Ashgrove. Vermont, Sabbath 16. I preached in the chapel. Bishop M. Kendry also preached. I also preached at Mr. Nicholas's. Our labors shall not all be lost. Monday came on to Salem and lodged in Wells. Tuesday to Pittsfield. Wednesday, a heavy ride of 20 miles brought us to Barnard's. Here have been many locations and serious failures of duty. We began our conference on Thursday, worked with great expedition, and finished in 4 days and a half. There was a general fast on Friday, and deacons ordained. On the Sabbath I preached to about 3,000 people. Some of them were wild enough. On Monday I ordained the elders. George Pickering preached. We disposed of 87 preachers, and each man took his station at once, and without hesitancy, like a man of God. Tuesday we came away, as conference broke up at 12 o'clock. At 1 o'clock many of those hardy soldiers of the Lord Jesus were already to horse, and their faces set to the wilds, or wherever else their duty called them. On Wednesday we crossed the Grand Mountain, and came into Middleburg. Here is college craft and priest craft. We have a respectable little society of about 20 members, but no chapel. I preached in the courthouse. I have moved a subscription to build a house 64 by 44 feet on the lot fronting the college. The Lord will visit Middleburg. Thursday started in a peeling storm for Vergennes. Friday we came to Charlotte and crossed Lake Champlain to Sable River. We were welcomed by John Morehouse. Saturday, busy writing and occasionally reading. New York, Sabbath 30. I preached in the new chapel to 1,000 souls, I presume. It was a gracious time. The Spirit gave and applied the word. I hastened to Plattsburgh to fill an appointment at 4 o'clock, where I preached in a very commodious tavern room. The word was great by the power of God, although delivered in weakness of body. The heat and the labor almost overcame me. Rode 5 miles in the evening to Burdock. Monday, July 1. Breakfasted with William Mitchell and dined with Henrik Johnson. We have made 42 miles through open woods and over desperate roads. Tuesday dined at French Mills. Heat, heat. At the Indian village, I led my horse across the pole bridge. Careful as I was, he got his feet in an opening and sunk into mud and water. Away went the bags, books and clothes wet, and the horse yet fast. We pried with a pole at the stern, and he, by making a desperate effort at the same time, plunged forward and came out. The mosquitoes were not idle whilst we were busy. We got to the town and saw their elegant church. At 8 o'clock we set sail and crossed the St. Lawrence by rowing. The river here is 3 miles wide. We rode through Cornwall in the night and came to Evan Roy's, making 44 miles for the day's journey. It is surprising how we make nearly 50 miles a day over such desperate roads as we have lately traveled. We lose no time. Ah, why should we? It is so precious. My strong affection for the people of the United States came with strange power upon me whilst I was crossing the line. I suffer much from my lame feet and the great heat, and no small inconvenience because I had not been instructed how to prepare my mind and body for the change I discover on this side. Tuesday I preached, and again on Wednesday. We rode along the banks of the river. They are neatly and pleasantly improved. We dined with Stephen Bailey, and went from thence with Brother Glassford in his calash. I asked him how we were to get out if we upset. His answer was actual experiment. The saplings on the side of the path broke the fall, so that we escaped unhurt. Thursday on the opposite shore they are firing for the 4th of July. What have I to do with this waste of powder? I pass the pageantry of the day unheeded on the other side. Why should I have new feelings in Canada? Friday I preached at the German settlement. I was weak in body, yet greatly helped in speaking. Here is a decent, loving people. My soul is much united to them. I called upon Father Dulmage, and on Brother Hicks, a branch of an old Irish stock of Methodists in New York. I lodged at David Brackenridge's, above Johnston. Saturday we rode 12 miles for our breakfast. Reached Elizabethtown. Our ride has brought us through one of the finest countries I have ever seen. The timber is of a noble size. The cattle are well shaped and well looking. The crops are abundant, on a most fruitful soil. Surely this is a land that God the Lord hath blessed. Upper Canada, Sunday 7. I rose in pain. We have a large unfinished house in which we congregated for love feast at 8 o'clock and sacrament. I could not speak long. We had about 1,000 souls together. Monday we took the path to Mallory's, where we dined, and continued on to Baldwin's, and from thence to Joel Stone's, at the mouth of Kennedigook. The pain in my foot is so severe that I cannot much enjoy the great kindness of these people. Tuesday a heavy ride brought me to Elias Dulmage's. My foot is much inflamed, and my whole body disordered. Wednesday I preached in the new chapel at Kingston. I have applied a poultice to my foot. I must do something to hasten a cure, or I shall scarcely reach conference in time. Wrote 6 letters. Reading, amongst the rest, Mr. Wesley's sermon on, If the light which is in thee be darkness. If a rich, serious young lady should marry a rich child of the devil, she would lose her light. And though she might not be willing to allow that it was extinguished, her pious friends would soon see in her naught but darkness. Why not marry a handsome young Methodist preacher? She would then have something for her money. She would have goodness. For after all, who are good, if not those who practice goodness, and who teach others so to do? But Mr. Wesley meant not this. For he knew, and so do I know, that it would scarcely be good for more than one of the parties. Few preachers, if any, have been as holy and useful in after as in former life, who have married rich women, and some have ended in apostasy. I write and read in great pain. Sunday 14. I would not willingly be dumb, so I sent round and got a congregation, to whom I preached at the chapel. I met the society and baptized 2 children. Alas for us, we want help. I learned from a conversation had with Catherine Detlore that Philip Embury died about 200 miles from York. He was much esteemed by his neighbours and an esquire. He was a descendant of the Palatines who settled in Ireland. Most of those there, and their offspring, have given themselves to the Methodists. He injured himself by mowing, and died somewhat suddenly, aged 45, greatly loved and much lamented. Monday we must away, and leave good houses, grand Roman Catholic Church, Episcopal Church, and Kingston, with its garrison and great guns. We might go by land, cross 3 ferries, and travel desperate roads. Or we might take the packet for Sackett's Harbor. We chose the latter. A tremendous passage we had. We arrived at 2 o'clock next day. Here we dined, and set forward in a heavy thunder shower. When we stopped, I must preach. I begged it might be at 6 o'clock in the morning, for my swelled foot was very painful. Wednesday. I have passed a night of great pain and disquietude, occasioned by my foot and afflicted viscera. I preached at 6 o'clock and was blessed in my own soul. We rode on 38 miles to Porter's Tavern, where we were well nursed and entertained. Friday, sore, lame, weary. I got safe to Paris. My spirit rejoiced with dear Bishop McKendry. He nursed me as if I had been his own babe. In all my toils and sufferings, I am thankful that I failed in only one appointment. Well, I have been in Canada, and find it like all stations in the extremities. There are difficulties to overcome, and prospects to cheer us. Some of our laborers have not been so faithful and diligent as we could wish. Dr. Koch says 1,500 miles in 9 weeks. I may say 1,600 miles in 60 days. He writes me that Parliament, by some other act, is about to explain the Toleration Act, and that the dissenters have taken the alarm. This is exactly what the establishment have had for some time, and no marvel, whilst the Methodists are laboring, by night and day, from village to village, through the whole United Kingdoms. Saturday we opened the Genesee Conference. We passed 38 characters. New York, Sunday 21. I preached in the woods at 10 o'clock and again at 2 o'clock. Bishop McKendry, Brothers Ostrander, Ryan, Kelsey, and Paddock also preached. There might be 2,000 people, who were very attentive. It is said the wise men in York Conference have discovered that it will be far better to elect the presiding elders in conference, and give them the power of stationing the preachers. I suppose we shall hear more of this. Friday 26. Conference rose. All went on at fair sitting smoothly. The elections came on, and there was some disposition manifested to reject the Canadians and presiding elders. The stations were received in great peace. We have about 40 most pleasing young men. There are 663 on the present minutes. We came away to Bridgewater. Saturday reached New Berlin and lodged with Matthew Kuchen. If the preachers take any specific power, right or privilege, from the bishops which the General Conference may have given them, it is clear that they dissolve the whole contract. Sabbath 28. At Matthew Kuchen's. There was no house with a room large enough, so we took to the woods. About 500 most attentive people listened, whilst I expounded 1 Corinthians 1, 29 through 31. I was long and loud. My bowels are in a bad state, and I am feverish. But I bless the Lord that when I cannot stand, I can lean upon a table and declare his truth. Monday crossed Jericho Bridge over the Susquehanna, 4 miles below the mouth of Unadilla. We came into Samuel Banks's before a rain began to fall. I feel, very sensibly, the least irregular motion of my horse, whether of start or stumble. I must needs preach. We had about 40 men, women, and children to hear us. Tuesday we rode 30 miles. I preached in the evening at 8 o'clock at my host's, Jonas Bush's. We got late to bed. I was in great suffering, but I felt that God is love. Wednesday we found shelter from the rain under the hospitable roof of Lawyer Cadden. Thursday, August 1. At Brother Payne's I preached and administered the Lord's Supper. My right foot is lame. Friday we came along the pleasant banks of Tokshanok. My lame horse grows worse. We stopped at Dixon's, where I gave $90 for a mare to supply the place of poor Spark, which I sold for $20. When about to start, he whickered after us. It went to my heart. Poor slave! How much toil has he patiently endured for me? We rested a few minutes at Father Holmes's, on our way to Keeler's Ferry. We lodged at Father Sutton's. I limped about, sung, talked, and prayed. Dear M. Kendry seemed to be low in spirits. Saturday came on to Kingston, and thence to Wyoming, stopping at Mr. Shoemaker's. We have made a journey of 1,200 miles since leaving New York. My consolations exceedingly abound in God, though my sufferings be great. The 8 conferences have furnished us with $25 each, making $200. Our expenses hitherto are $130. End of section 37. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 38 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Pennsylvania, Sabbath 4. Preached at the Methodistical Presbyterian Church at Kingston. It was a time of freedom, and words were given me to speak which were felt by preachers and people. I also preached at Wilkes-Barre and had a liberal season. We were invited to Judge Fell's and were treated kindly. Monday we rode 35 miles to Mervyn's. My foot is highly inflamed. Tuesday we were compelled to stop at Ritter's within 2 miles of Allentown. I was very ill with a high fever. Wednesday came to Eckhart's Tavern, 35 miles. Thursday. I wished to rest today because of the inflamed and painful foot, but it might not be. We made 27 miles to Samuel Davis's, and I came in with a high fever. Friday, hard labor. We had rain. We reached Martin Boehm's 20 miles. My flesh is ready to think it something for a man of 66, with a highly inflamed and painful foot, to ride nearly 400 miles on a stumbling, starting horse, slipping or blundering over desperate roads from Paris to this place in 12 days. Sabbath 11. I preached in Boehm's Chapel. There is a camp meeting 30 miles distant from hence, but I cannot be there. I have the will, but I want time and strength. Tuesday. Yesterday and today I have written 15 letters. I am unspeakably happy in God. Wednesday. They will have me away to the camp meeting. John Boehm will take me and bring me back in the carriage. Thursday I preached to about 2,000 souls. Friday the heat was excessive, and oh, the rocky road, the flies, and my dysentery. I had a high fever and passed an awful night. I have an appointment to fill this day, Saturday. At 3 o'clock I preached at Strasbourg and returned again to Father Boehm's. I take a few glasses of the old man's Rhenish wine to check my bowel complaint. Sabbath 18. I lectured at Lancaster on the parable of the sower. I dealt very plainly with my audience, who were deeply attentive. My appointment had been noticed in the public papers of yesterday. Returned in the evening to Father Boehm's. Monday I preached at Columbia. I was faint, and the heat excessive. Wednesday I preached at Little York. It was an open time. Thursday we dined in Berlin and came on to the 25-mile house. Friday reached Chambersburg. Wrote 6 letters. Saturday, very weak indeed. Sabbath 25. I preached at our old church and met the society. I also preached in the Presbyterian church at 4 o'clock. It has been a day of God to my soul. We are strict on the Lord's Day in this town. We stop wagons which may attempt to travel through. Tuesday we kept our faces westward, passing through Campbellstown and Connellsburg to Bedford. Jacob Bonnet was exceedingly kind, but strangely shy of our company. Tuesday, 31 miles to Grafts. Wednesday and Thursday at John Bonnet's. There's a great difference in the brothers, in some particulars, but they have kindred spirits. Friday to Millar's, a German descendant, as are most of the families where we stop between Lancaster and Pittsburgh. Sabbath, I preach twice. We lodge with John Renshaw. Monday, September 2. Excessive heat. I rest today. Wrote to Dr. Koch, to brothers Hitt, George, Wells, Gruber, Jackson. Tuesday came away 30 miles to the crossroads. Wednesday at Steubenville. I must needs preach in Basil Wells's fine house. Many were present to hear. This place had been well nigh given up. But behold, now an elegant brick chapel, 50 by 35 feet, on a grand eminence. I heard of a camp meeting 10 miles above Jonesville. Thursday we passed through Cadiz to Father Barrett's, 32 miles. Friday a rapid march brought us to Seward's in Cambridge on Wills Creek. Saturday came along through Jonesville to camp meeting, where I found Bishop McKendry. I wet my feet, as I too frequently do in crossing the deep waters. Nevertheless, my body is not prostrated, and my mind enjoys great peace. Ohio, Sabbath 8. I preached, and others preached, and there were many exhortations given, and not a few deep and sound conversions. Monday came away and reached David Swace's, 33 miles from the camp. It became my duty to visit Mr. Williamson. He is alarmed by the great discharge of blood, and wishes to live that he may lament his sins and reconcile himself to God. Tuesday I preached at Edward Seal's. Wednesday we have rain, in mercy if not in answer to prayer. We wrote to Judge Van Meters, the first house that received me on this side of New Lancaster. My mind is greatly given to God. Thursday crossed the Pickaway Plains to White Browns. Friday came on to Woods. Here I rest indeed. How sweet! Saturday we came to Pelham's. Betsy Pelham still lives. Sunday 15. I preached at the camp meeting, and labored hard. I availed myself of my situation, to lay a 12 days plan. Monday. There is good done here. I do not like the disposition of some of the ground, and think also that better regulations might be made, and more order kept. Tuesday we have an eclipse. I preached at Union Schoolhouse. Wednesday to Robert Bogess's, near Yellow Springs. I preached here to a small assembly, who appeared to be somewhat heavy with sleep. Thursday I preached at Carter's in Springfield. A general muster of militia made our meeting smaller than it would otherwise have been, but it was a time of strength to the speaker. Friday I preached at Urbana. The house was open, the weather bad, yet I was helped. I saw Colonel Barrett's third son in fellowship. His pious father went in joy and peace, doubtless to glory. He had been 30 years a member of society. Saturday, 21. Bent our way down Mad River. Here is great land. We held a meeting at Lamb's in New Boston. On my way I called at Ross's, at whose house I had preached on the South Branch of Potomac 30 years ago. Not having eaten since morning, we relished our supper at William Armour's, mouth of Mad River. Sunday, 22. I preached in the courthouse at Dayton. We may have had 1,000 people to hear us. Dinnerless, we came in the evening to Nathan Horner's and supped and lodged. My skin and flesh complains, but my mind is undisturbed. Monday I preached in a storehouse in Franklin. I was not at home. I came away with George Hansberger. Hail solitude and peace and plenty. Behold, I had to dig up John Death and his wife. He had, indeed, been spiritually so. I found them out without much difficulty. They were old acquaintances on the Monongalia in early times. Tuesday at Lebanon, I preached and called the society together. We devised the building of a chapel of brick, 40 by 60 feet, and 1 story high. We lodged with M. Greaves. We were hungry and weary, and he was sick. Bad enough. Frederick Steers reports that there was a great work of God at Blount Camp Meeting in the Holston district, at Lee, at Tazewell, at Washington, at Tennessee, at Greene, at Hawkins, at Winton, at Powell's Valley, at Tennessee Valley. At all these there were many souls converted. 132 joined in communion with the Methodists, besides 10 half-breeds. Wednesday after the rain, we made a rapid ride to M. Groove's. Thursday I preached at Milford Chapel. Friday preached at Oliver Longdon's. Saturday came to Cincinnati. Sunday, 29. I preached and ordained M. Geogam, Michael Rouse, J. Voice, D. Anderson, J. Evans, J. B. Finley, Thomas Nelson, S. West, Abraham Cummins, Samuel Helms, John H. Thompson, John Manley, Francis Travis, John Brown, Abraham Hunt, John Clark, R. Rowe, B. Van Pelt, I. Smith, and Joshua Holland. We have been 5 days sitting in conference. There has been weighty and critical business before us, but we wrought with industry and good order. Sunday, October 6. I preached. Bishop M. Kendry preached, as did others, and our labor has not been in vain. We occupied the market house as well as the chapel. Friday, after a session of 10 days, our Western Conference rose. I had little trouble about the stations. I heard of no complaints. There were 102 preachers, 100 of whom are stationed. We lack 22. Saturday, resting and in prayer. Sunday, 13. I preached once more in the chapel. It was a farewell warning to the preachers. I met the society, baptized some children, and visited the sick. Monday we took to horse and came away to Falmouth, 42 miles. Our pack horse is lame. Wednesday we came on to Martin Hitz. Thursday arrived in the night at Colonel Johnson's, a 40 miles ride today. Friday, a 10 miles ride in the night, added to our day's ride, made 50 miles to Pittman's. Saturday we came in an awful storm, to Johnson's. Kentucky, Sunday, 20. We found the Cumberland rising. We rode 25 miles to White's and rested. Monday to Cheeks. Tuesday to Conway's. It is hard labor, but God is with us. Wednesday to Louisville. Thursday we started at 7 o'clock and came in at 7 o'clock in the evening, and have made no great headway. We put up at L. Bostwick's. The work of the Lord hath been manifested here. My afflictions of body are very great. The Lord is pleased to humble me, perfect through sufferings. The Lord's will be done. Thursday I preached at Louisville, in great affliction of body, but it was a liberal season. Glory be to God for that. Friday a heavy ride to Waynesboro. Stopped at Colonel Milton's. It is as warm as July. Saturday, after preaching in the old church, I retired to the house of the late Henry Moore, deceased. Wrote a very serious letter to Samuel Dunwoody on his taking the charge of the Mississippi district. What a field is opened, and opening daily in this new world. Georgia, Sunday 27. After 20 years, I preached again in the old church. We had a love feast, and I baptized 3 persons. The weather was extremely warm. My mind is in perfect peace. Monday 28. We came to Mr. Lovell's on Briar Creek, Chowan County. Tuesday 29. I preached in Blackburn's chapel. Cold compared with yesterday. Came home with Thomas Thorne. Wednesday 30. Came 20 miles to Sister King's. My health has somewhat returned. I feel naught but holy desires. Thursday 31. I preached at the new chapel. Lodged at Kennedy's. Friday I preached in the Lutheran church. Benjamin Wise, Reverend, and some others were present. Brother Boehm gave them a discourse in German. Saturday, Savannah. Sunday, November 3. I preached in the Lutheran church. We are about building on a city lot. I hope the time will come to favor us. Monday 4. I rest today. I went to view the lot. I had 2 interviews with the Reverend Collick. I hope when I come again to find a chapel and preacher's house of our own. Tuesday 5. Came away and made a day's journey of 42 miles. Wednesday reached David Lovett's. Thursday started in the rain. The roads are bad. Friday came to the widow Jarvis's. Saturday reached Augusta. Sunday 10. I preached in the forenoon and afternoon, and we had a serious night lecture. Monday 11. We rode to Johnson's house of entertainment. Tuesday to Span's. Wednesday to the widow Hannon's. Thursday to Colonel Hutchinson's. Monday 18, the day of my arrival, my knee was stricken with acute rheumatic pain. I applied a strongly drawing blister and remained still and quiet. Yesterday I tried a poultice, and I now begin to walk with some ease. Tuesday 19. I am something easier today. I employ my dumb Sabbath and my leisure time as well as I can, and as pain will allow. I have dispatched 11 official letters. Hilliard Judge is chosen chaplain to the legislature of South Carolina. And Great Snethan is chaplain to Congress. So, we begin to partake of the honor that cometh from man. Now is our time of danger. O Lord, keep us pure, keep us correct, keep us holy. Monday 25. We had a serious shock of an earthquake this morning. A sad presage of future sorrows, perhaps. Lord, make us ready. Thursday 28. We took to horse and rode 40 miles. It is bitter cold, and we have felt it the more sensibly after being so long housed. Friday at Camden to preside in conference. Wednesday, December 4. I preached before the conference. Friday 6. Our conference rose this day. Scarcely have I seen such harmony and love. There are 85 preachers stationed. The increase within its bounds is 3,380. We had a great deal of faithful preaching, and there were many ordinations. I received letters from the extremities and the center of our vast continent, all pleasing, all encouraging. Saturday rode to Brother Young's on Black River. Sunday 29. I preached at Rembrandt's Chapel and gave an exhortation to the Africans. The society was stayed after meeting, and I exhorted the members. Our labors this day shall not be wholly lost. Monday 30. We came away early for Charleston, and made 35 miles to Mr. Pendergrass, where we were well entertained. South Carolina, Tuesday 31. Murray's Ferry detained us an hour. Down poured the rain. We were glad to stop at Mrs. Kennedy's, and it was no small comfort to be entertained so well. Wednesday, January 1, 1812. A steady ride of 38 miles brought us into Charleston. The highways were little occupied by travelers of any kind, which was the more providential for me, for my lameness and my light fly cart would have made a shock of the slightest kind disagreeable. I was anxious also to pass this first day of the new year in undisturbed prayer. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, in reading, meditation, writing, and prayer. I do not reject visitors. Sunday 5. I preached at Cumberland Chapel and met the societies of both colors. I visited the fatherless and some widows. My mind enjoys peace. In the evening I preached in Bethel Chapel. We made our exodus from Charleston at 8 in the morning. No passage at Clemens Ferry. We found a lodging with Mr. Brindley. Our host has buried one Methodist wife, and is now happy with another. I am consoled to know that our dear departed sister, ever kind to me, died in the Lord. Tuesday evening lodged at the widow Boone's. This family have received Methodist preachers for the last 26 years. Wednesday 8. We reached Georgetown. I preached in our enlarged chapel on 1 Corinthians 7:29. Thursday 9. We came away to James Green's, where I preached, and then rode over to Francis Green's. Here William Capers preached on Blessed art thou, Simon Bar-Jonah, etc. We took the road on Friday in a driving snow, but missing our path, we got back to James Green's, and there, upon entreaty, consented to stay. We were told on Saturday morning that we could not travel. We tried it nevertheless, and made 35 miles in 9 hours. The cold was piercing. Sabbath 12. No rest for us. We toiled over Peedy Swamp towards Mary Ports. She had gone to rest. The snow was about a foot deep, and I could not see where they had laid her. We came into Mr. Newsom's 5 hours after my time, so I delivered a message to the family. 31 miles today. On Monday at General Benjamin Lee's, I spoke to a few people. North Carolina, Tuesday. We dined at Lumberton and went forward to Mark Russell's, where I spoke to a few people. Wednesday came to Fayetteville. We have had a rude ride of great bodily suffering from Georgetown, but my mind has enjoyed perfect peace and constant prayer. Thursday 16. We made this a sacramental day. What will not perseverance and management do? Here we have built a neat little chapel, costing but $1,200, $1,050 of which is paid. Friday we had a cold ride to Amos Richardson's. Saturday, 30 miles riding brought us to King's. Sabbath 19. We crossed the river in a storm. At the second ferry it was worse, and we hardly escaped the deep, as it would seem. We arrived nevertheless time enough at Mount Zion Chapel to bear our testimony from Ephesians 5:14-16. It was open vision. I had, after meeting, a word with the whites and Africans of the society. Plain talk. Boehm preached in the evening. We were cribbed in our quarters at night. A narrow bed for two. This is no novelty to us. I gave our sister Richards a grant of a lot 30 feet square in the churchyard. Baptized Captain Cameron's son, Alexander. A ride of 20 miles in excessive cold brought us to George Shepherd's hospitable house on Tuesday. Wednesday, awfully cold. We made 20 miles to S. Ballard's. Thursday, another ride of 20 miles brought us to A. Perry's. Our host was sick, and I prescribed for him. Friday, a day of abstinence. Wrote letters. Saturday, we came to Newbern in the rain. Sabbath 26. I preached morning and evening, and met the whites and Africans of the society. Monday. A powerful rain accompanied us to Guildford, 26 miles. Here I baptized a Mr. Murphy and his 3 children. I feel the effects of our damp ride. We called a meeting at Greenville on Tuesday, at our sister Brooks. As there were few men present, I adapted text and sermon to the women. We have no chapel here, although we have had a society 30 years. At Mr. Freeman's we dined, talked, and prayed. It began to rain at 1 o'clock, and we started away to Edward Hall's. We dare not loiter or wait for fair weather. Thursday we halted, concluding to give up Edenton for Tarboro. There are great freshets in the rivers, as we hear. Ah, the ferries! We shall have them, sink or swim. Friday, reading, writing, and taking medicine. Saturday, February 1. I passed the day in prayer, peace, love, and joy. Sabbath 2. At Tarboro I preached to a serious, attentive congregation. I preached in the afternoon also at Brother Hall's. Monday I breakfasted with Mr. Austin, an English Baptist, his wife with us. My business with him was to charge him most solemnly to hold a perpetual prayer meeting every Wednesday evening in his house. The lowlands about Tarboro Bridge are under water. We came 30 miles to Colonel John Whittaker's. Here I had occasion to give a solemn and personal testimony, and it was publicly given. On Tuesday we had a meeting of a few neighbors in Pinner's family. We have made 700 miles since we left Camden, through frost, floods, cold, and hunger. Poor men and poor horses. Well, this life is not eternal. Wednesday came to Murfreesboro, dined with the respectable widow Meredith and her children, prayed and continued forward to Jessie Brattle's. A hailstorm overtook us on the way. This house is in affliction. Thursday reached Isaac Lunsford's, 40 miles, visiting an afflicted family on our route. Richard Yearbury has gone from poor Suffolk to the rich inheritance of glory. He was almost a prodigy of affliction and of grace. On Friday we held a meeting at Portsmouth and preached to a full house. Sabbath 9. I preached in Norfolk and met the society. Monday 10. Came to Isaac Lunsford's and thence to Suffolk. What a sickly country is this! I have heard of 3 deaths in as many days. We had a small meeting at General Wells's widow's. The head of the house and his daughter have departed in peace since my last visit. I visited, as is my custom, the graves of the deceased. On Wednesday the cold was excessive, and we were right glad to house with Andrew Woodley, who treated us with great kindness. I preached at night at William Blunt's. Friday 14. The weather was clear but chilly. We made 28 miles only, to our friend Birdsong's. I see a providence always over me, and I am always stayed upon God. Saturday 15. We came to Bryant's, 25 miles, and could go no farther. They put me to bed, very unwell. Our host is a disobedient son reclaimed, of Methodist parents. Here are 2 meeting houses, and the gospel is brought back to the vicinity of King George Courthouse, after 30 years' absence. No time was to be lost. I took tartar, and had a serious spell while it lasted. End of section 38, Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 39 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Sabbath 16. I rode about a mile and gave a sermon. My breast is sore, and my heart is in pain for Petersburg. Monday I visited my ancient friends Wood, Tucker, and wife. We came to John Bradley's on Tuesday night and preached on Hebrews 2, 1-4. Wednesday a muddy ride brought us to town. Our conference began on Thursday. The affair of James Boyd and Henry Hardy detained us 2 days from other business. We shall not station more than 75 preachers this year, a less number than last. A charge had been brought against me for ordaining a slave, but there was no further pursuit of the case when it was discovered that I was ready with my certificates to prove his freedom. The subject of contention was nearly white, and his respectable father would neither own nor manumit him. I shall mention no names. Old Virginia, because of the great emigrations westward, and deaths, decreases in the number she gives to the Methodists, but New Virginia gains. Dr. Jennings was at conference and preached often for us, and was much followed. We had little or no trouble about the stations, and conference rose on Thursday. I started away and came in great haste to Willis's chapel. The heat was oppressive, and man and beast gladly stopped at the widow Scully's. Little sleep last night. Let me suffer and let me labor. Time is short, and souls are daily lost. Sabbath, March 1. It blew a cutting wind at northeast as we made our way towards Roper's Chapel, 30 miles distant. I preached some awful truths. Monday I passed a night of great suffering. We came off this morning to James City and preached in the chapel to many people. We had an evening meeting. Lodged at John Taylor's. Tuesday we came to Williamsburg, where I preached with a full mind but failing voice. Wednesday we rode near 40 miles to breakfast with an English family, the Whitfields, and went forward to lodge with George Hope, a shipbuilder from Whitehaven. Thursday 5. I preached in the new brick house, Hampton. Ordained Robert Gillum and Brother Evans, local deacons. I suffer from a deep cold. On Friday I had an opportunity of giving the two families of Lucas and Stubblefield a solemn warning and charge. We crossed the river at Yorktown, now, like many other towns, declining in numbers and in wickedness because of the decrease of trade and strong drink. Saturday 7. At Philip Tabbs, Esquire, a great farmer and a kind and hospitable gentleman. Sabbath 8. It rained, and we had 2 hours in the cold house to utter our testimony. I came home with Deacon Bellamy, a witness of the sanctifying power of grace. We rejoiced in God. He handed me Michaelis, which I read. Monday came on to Shackelford's chapel, where I found a few auditors from Gloucester. Tuesday 10. To Pace's chapel. I go forward in rain, and in temptation and affliction, and great grief for souls. I find that Michaelis, contrary to Bengelius and Wesley, has left it doubtful concerning the three that bear witness in heaven. The doctrine is not the less true. Wednesday 11. At Cole's Chapel I preached on Luke 13, 23-25. I dined with Father Mann, where, I presume, I preached 33 years past. This family cleaves to us, but the Baptists have the rule in Queen Anne and Essex. We must not be envious. We have it, and are getting it, and will continue to get it, if we are faithful, still more abundantly throughout the whole continent. I was happy in spending a night under the roof of a simple-hearted poor man, Billy Carr. He traveled 4 years, and is now a useful local preacher. Thursday 12. I preached at Hobbs Hole. It was damp and I was cold, but I felt help from God. This labor will go for the Baptists. Mother Cox, a Baptist, had appointed a meeting for me, and I gave them a sermon. We sow here, but others reap. On my way to Port Royal on Friday, I expounded a text of Scripture to the family of John Rusey. Saturday evening brought us into poor Fredericksburg. Sabbath 15. I preached for them. The Methodists have done great good here. Since they began to preach, the Baptists and Presbyterians have built meeting houses. Mr. Strebeck has the Episcopal Church. We were off on Monday, through mud and mist, to Samuel's Tavern, 20 miles. Here we fed and prayed with the family. At Griggs I gave a night lecture. I preached at Mrs. Hu's to a full house on Tuesday morning, and went forward to Major Newell's, making a ride of 46 miles. I called on Wednesday on my friend Mr. Carter, who has now 6 children in society. Surely the time to favor this family is come. We labored along to Leesburg, stemming the cold and boisterous northwest. Friday and Saturday were spent in happy, loving conference. My task it was to ordain 16 deacons. I preached, so also did Brother M. Kendry. Wednesday 18. Ordination Day for Elders. I had declined, not wishing to preach the sermon. But I officiated, and N. Snethen preached. We have had a solemn, loving, peaceful conference. Our labors ended on Friday morning, and we separated. Arrived at the ferry, it blew a hurricane. I lifted up my heart in prayer to God. There was in a few minutes a great calm, which all those with me witnessed, but I will not say it was in answer to prayer. We lodged with Howard upon Carroll's Manor. Maryland, Saturday 21. We called and dined with our respectable brother Ignatius Davis. Ah, he is rich in property and a young wife. It blew up very cold as we came into Fredericktown. Sabbath 29, Easter Sunday. I was 3 hours reading, praying, preaching, and meeting the society, white and colored. It was a day of God and of his power. My congregation chiefly from the country. A cold ride brought us to Liberty. Monday morning I preached for them, and went on to Ephraim Howard's. Tuesday 31. We moved forward, calling on brothers Jones and A. Warfield. Lodged under the roof of Nancy Willis. There are many late converts around her. Frank Hollingsworth and his wife, Henry Willis, and a young lady with $50,000. Can she get and keep religion? I doubt. Wednesday, April 1. I preached at Joshua Tipton's. This is an ancient friend whom I had not visited for 8 years. Boehm preached in German. Thursday dined near Union Chapel at Mr. Matthews's, and went forward to Meredith's. Friday, a cold, disagreeable ride brought us across the country to Samuel Benkley's. Here I received the first intelligence of the death of my dear old friend Martin Boehm. Pennsylvania, Sabbath 5. I preached at Boehm's Chapel the funeral sermon of Martin Boehm, and gave my audience some very interesting particulars of his life. Monday, busy writing. Tuesday at Jacob Boehm's. I preached here. Wednesday 8. We called on Zeltenwright. Kinder people need not be. We fed and prayed with them. I went forward and preached at Churchtown, and housed with Owen Brunner. I suffer much in my feet amongst the Germans, and I greatly dislike stoves. We had a blessed meeting on Thursday evening. Friday 10. Rode to Coventry. We had a full house. Ah, where are my sisters Richards, Van Leer, Potts, Rudder, Patrick, North? At rest in Jesus. And I am left to pain and toil. Courage, my soul. We shall overtake them when our task is done. I visited Mr. May. If they wanted the plan for their meeting house, here it is. 40 by 50 feet. I rejoiced in finding 3 of Sister Rudder's children in the way. Sabbath 12. I preached at old Israel Anderson's. Our friend has been in fellowship with us 32 years, and has been honored by missions from his country and district to the legislature and to Congress. His family of children are pleasing. Twice only have I ever visited this neighborhood. Monday, snow and cold. Tuesday 14. I preached at Radnor. We dined at B. Geiger's and slept under the roof of Isaac James. The peace and consolations of God abound towards me. Wednesday 15. Came to the city of Philadelphia. We opened our conference in great peace on Saturday. Sabbath 19. Preached in St. George's in the morning and at St. Thomas's in the evening. It is a time of peace. We had a solemn time at the ordination of deacons on Wednesday. I preached at Union Chapel on Friday. Sabbath 26. I gave them a sermon at Ebenezer in the forenoon, met the society at Union, and ordained, as deacons, Joseph Ingalls and John George, venerable and pious men. On Thursday, all the honors of officiating at the ordinations fell upon me, Bishop McKendry being sick. I closed the conference on Monday morning. Sister Lusby's lamp is nearly extinct. I visited and prayed with her. We came away and rode in the afternoon 16 miles to Father Rodman's. We lodged with Mr. Snyder at New Brunswick on Tuesday night. Wednesday, a cold ride brought us to New York. New York, Friday, May 1. Our General Conference began. During the session, I saw nothing like unkindness but once, and there were many and weighty affairs discussed. I hope very few rules will be made. We may disquiet ourselves in vain. Sabbath 10. At the African Church in the morning. I preached also at the Hudson Chapel. It was an awful time. A subject before the conference was the question, if local deacons, after 4 years of probation, should be elected to the eldership by 2/3 of the conference, having no slaves, and having them to manumit them where the laws allowed it. It passed by a majority. On Saturday, a motion was made to strengthen the episcopacy by adding another bishop. Sabbath 17. I preached at Brooklyn in our elegant house. After a serious struggle of 2 days in General Conference to change the mode of appointing presiding elders, it remains as it was. Means had been used to keep back every presiding elder who was known to be favorable to appointments by the bishops, and long and earnest speeches have been made to influence the minds of the members. Lee, Shin, and Snethan were of a side, and these are great men. Many matters of small moment passed under review, and were regulated. Mr. Shaw of London called to see me, and I had 17 of the preachers to dine with me. There was vinegar, mustard, and a still greater portion of oil. But the disappointed parties sat down in peace, and we enjoyed our sober meal. We should thank God that we are not at war with each other, as are the Episcopalians, with the pen and the press as their weapons of warfare. Sabbath 17. At the 2-mile stone, my subject was 1 Peter 4, 6-9. I preached also at Greenwich, and at John Street Chapel. On Monday I took an emetic, but I found I could not be sick in quiet. So unceasingly was I pursued by visitors and letters. So I made my escape to George Suckley's and took to my bed. On Tuesday I breakfasted with Colonel Few. Some good widows collected above $200 for the poor preachers in New England states. Sister Sini I must make honorable mention of as being very active in this labor of love. We made a peaceable ride of 24 miles to Mother Sherwood's. I have been kept from sinning in much patience and affliction. Wednesday 20. Came to Eben Smith's. The host kind and attentive. The mother holy and devout. I cannot pass my old friends without a call. I called on Joseph Crawford and took to my bed. I suffer. In the evening I preached at White Plains Chapel in much affliction of body. We lodged at Brother Fowler's. Thursday, 21. Rode to Croton. Here I saw once more the elder of 90, much in the enjoyment of God and of himself. Friday, 22. We halted on our way at Peekskill. I prayed in Burrell's small house. Saturday, 23. I saw our little conventicle in Rhinebeck. We stopped at Mr. Williams's. I am blessed with patience. I preached on Wednesday and administered the Lord's Supper. I am in weakness and fear, and much trembling. Monday, June 1. We halted a while at Esopus, dined at the widow Scott's. We have had a home here many years. The Lord heard prayer for the father, who died in peace. We lodged at John Crawford's. I suffer from high fevers. On Tuesday we rode through the heat, 34 miles, to Cayman's Landing, and preached at 6 o'clock. The blister at the back of my ears broke on the way. Oh, for patience and faith. A cold ride brought us to Albany. The Dutch Synod and the Methodist Conference are about to sit here. From the 4th to the 10th, we have been occupied in close conference. Sabbath 7. I preached in an old house, and we had a gracious season. I gave a solemn exhortation on the spot designated for our new church. The situation is very eligible. Wednesday, conference ended its labors. Thursday we rose at 5 o'clock and crossed the river. After a ride of 5 hours in the rain, we were willing to stop at Mr. Darling's. Friday, 12. Came through Shakerstown. If these are children of light, they are wiser in their generation than the children of this world. We took a hasty dinner with Gamaliel Whitney, and came away in the rain to Hawley's. Saturday we dined on our route at Merrill's, and came in to lodge with Squire Pitkin. Connecticut, Sabbath 14. I preached at Gassenbury, and met the society. Monday at Hebron, we visited 3 families, and were kindly received by Dr. Huntington, with whom we lodged in Wyndham. Tuesday we dined in Abingdon, and lectured to a few people in the evening at John Nichols's. Wednesday, a ride of 30 miles brought us to Father Ball's, where we lodged. All is not right here. Thursday we dined at Stone's Tavern in Farmington. They had nearly been as wild as Indians when we prayed. I have felt sick enough to be in bed. We came to Lynn. I come through great tribulation. Massachusetts, Saturday 20. Our conference began and progressed in much peace and order. Thursday, I gave preachers and people a sermon. Sabbath 21. I preached. The chapel, saving the pews and the steeple, is beautiful. We had an ordination. The proclamation of the President of the United States is out, to inform us that there is war between our people and the English people. My trust is in the living God. Thursday we came rapidly through a storm of rain to Father Bogle's in Needham. We were well steeped. Friday we took the Worcester Road to Brookfield. Saturday we came off at 4 o'clock and rode 17 miles to breakfast at Belcherstown, and continued onward 15 miles beyond Warner's. Sabbath 28. We made a ride of 25 miles to Pittsfield. Brother M. Kendry preached at 2 o'clock, and I ascended the pulpit at 6 o'clock in the evening. Monday we called on our way at Father Spicer's. We have spent on this journey $23. There is a serious division in Pittsfield. About 30 members have withdrawn. They have built a neat house in Lynn, but I am afraid of a steeple. and if they put this foolish addition, it must not be by Methodist order, or with Methodist money. They may pay for their own pride and folly. We have had great peace and order in the New England Conference, but we are poor. New York, July 1. We came away to Lansingburg. We must stand still and see the salvation of God in these times of trouble. Sabbath 5. At Troy I preached and gave an exhortation to the society. At Lansingburg I preached in the evening, but did not feel myself at liberty as in Troy. On Tuesday we came through the heat to Belden's, 22 miles. Here we had grand entertainment. Wednesday we concluded it best to keep on our way and miss the camp meeting. We prayed with the family with whom we dined on our route. Came to Little Falls and were well received and accommodated at Morales. It rained, but we continued on to Reuben Mathers. The people gaze and laugh at us as we pass. Surely we are meant to be wondered at and hated by all but the pious. Sabbath 12. We hold our conference in Lyons. Brother M. Kendry preached in the morning, and I gave a discourse in the evening at Westmoreland. We went forward to David Coe's, where I preached at night. My host had entertained me at Middlefield, Connecticut, 22 years ago. My mind enters deeply into God, His providence and grace. Consequential W. B. Lacey is married, and why not? He has left us, and why not? Between Albany and Lynn and Boston, we have spent $30.56, a few cents more than the conference furnished for our expenses. On Saturday we rode over to our brother Hannah's, from Queen's County, Ireland. Sabbath 12. I preached at Bethel Chapel, standing on the floor to speak. I was feeble, yet I met the society, baptized a child, and addressed my brethren and sisters on the subject of singing as a part of the worship of God. The solemn fast to be observed on the first Friday in October was not forgotten to be mentioned. I called up the children of my host to read for me, and had a serious conversation with the two eldest, the only son and eldest daughter. The tears witnessed how deeply they felt. We came away to Holmes's on Monday morning, and thence to Forbisher's. Here we have a chapel. We called a meeting at night at Father Doolittle's. Tuesday 14. A long ride through Manlius, and calling at Dodge's, brought us into the widow Hocox's neat house. We dined at Hummerman's in Auburn on Wednesday, and lodged with Eddie, Scipio. On our way we were mocked by some men in a harvest field. This is their glory of wickedness. Ours is, that the offense of the cross hath not yet ceased. My revenge was prayer, that God might convert and save them for Christ's sake. Sabbath 19. I preached at Lionstown. I have been reading Faber. There appears to my mind to be more probability in his expositions of prophecy than in those of any other commentator, more especially as it relates to the Jews. We have had a blessed rain. Lord, pardon the sins of an ungrateful and unholy people. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday were employed in a very pleasing conference, about 30 members being present. Our brethren of Canada were all absent. Elders and deacons were ordained. The increase of members, according to the returns, 1,000. Sabbath 26. I preached upon the campground. I have been located in Daniel Dorsey's family 11 days. I want to be moving. Had not hostilities existed between us and our neighbors, I should have spent some of this time in visiting the frontiers on Niagara. Our funds allowed us to give $49 for the support of each single preacher, $118 for those married and their wives and children. On Monday the members of conference communed in the Lord's Supper, after which I read off their stations, and we parted in great peace. Through 2 showers of rain, after dinner, I made my way to Geneva. I lectured in a schoolhouse in the evening, from James 4, 8 through 10. I was directed to forcible and right words. Tuesday, 28. The heat is excessive, yet we went forward, accompanied by our local brethren. I ordained our brother Goodwin under the trees. We were willing to halt at the invitation of Mr. Thompson to dinner. I felt like Jonah in the sun. We were kindly received for the night by Judge Smith on the Seneca Lake. I die daily. I live in God from moment to moment. My text for Friday 30, the appointed fast day, was Isaiah 58:1. I was weak, but truth was strong. I will leave Newtown this afternoon. There must be a great change here. We came away after meeting to Elijah Griswold's. My host is a brand plucked from the burning. Strong drink had scorched him 40 years. He had a pious son who watched over and prayed for him, and he himself never closed his doors against the pious. The Lord heard prayer on his behalf, and has entirely delivered him from the love of whiskey. I hear of another wonderful emancipation from the slavery of drunkenness. End of section 39. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 40 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Pennsylvania, Sunday, August 2. We rest at Joshua Kenny's, Walnut Bottom. My congregation might amount to 100. Our host was a whiskey maker, but now it is a house for God. In all my weakness I am kept in perfect peace. Yesterday I visited, conversed, and prayed with Mr. Orton's family, the wife and mother. The people are serious, but the head is a man of the world. For 40 years past we have preached the gospel from the mouth to the branches, and up them, of the great river Susquehanna. The fruit of our labor has begun to appear within the last 5 years. We shall see it yet more abundant. Monday 3. We came away to John Smith's and continued onward to Father Smith's, but came in too late for meeting. Tuesday 4. We dined at Father Bidlack's and went forward to Wilkes-Barre. The court was sitting, and a meeting was expected. My subject was, Knowing the Terror of the Lord, We Persuade Men. They gave me the courtroom. Wednesday 5. We came along down the turnpike, and rough we found it. Farewell to Merwin's. I lodge no more there. Whiskey. Hell, as most of the taverns here are. Our Thursday's ride brought us rapidly to Lehigh. We crossed at the ford, and had little time to admire the beautiful country above and below. The Germans are decent in their behavior in this neighborhood, and would be more so were it not for vile whiskey. This is the prime curse of the United States, and will be, I fear much, the ruin of all that is excellent in morals and government in them. Lord, interpose thine arm. Lord, send thy gospel to these Germans. We lodge with George Custos, Wyoming. Friday 7. I am still. I abstain. In the evening we had an assemblage of people, and Brother Boehm spoke to them in German. Saturday 8. We visited F. Hiles on our way to A.T. Brobest's. I feel a deep concern for the old and new world. Calamity and suffering are coming upon them both. I shall make but few remarks on this unhappy subject. It is one on which the prudent will be silent. But I must needs say it is an evil day. I have written many letters of serious warning to our elders. Sunday 9. Brother Boehm preached in Dutch. I gave a few words of exhortation to the folks at J. Brobest's at the forge. W. Fox exhorted. Monday, on our way to Schuylkill, we strayed somewhat. H. Boehm preached at our kind host's J. Dondor's, a German. Tuesday, 11. We climbed and labored over the Furnace Hills to Peter Alby's, a disciple of Father Boehm. Wednesday, 12. We passed through Litetz, a second Bethlehem. What a lovely country we have lately seen. No slaves here. The River Lehigh has 3 branches, flowing from the beach or green swamp, which cross the Wyoming Turnpike to Bethlehem. This beautiful stream, according to my computation, meanders 100 miles to its mouth, making its way, by disruptive force, as it would seem, through what is called the Gap in the Blue Ridge. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, at Mother Boehm's, writing, reading, and prayer. These are my occupations and enjoyments. Sunday, 16. I preached at Souderberg's Chapel in the morning, and at Strasbourg at 2 o'clock, and again at Bethel at 6 o'clock. Monday we crossed at M'Call's Ferry and came to Father Jones's. Maryland, Tuesday, 18. Rode through the rain to John Low's. Dined, prayed, and came away to Manchester. We lodged at Rutler's, a Dutch family. Monday we came to Pipe Creek and dined with my old friend James M. Cannon. Friday we came into the camp. The meeting began yesterday. I preached to a great crowd. What good may be wrought at this meeting, time and especially eternity will show. There were about 100 tents, and often 5,000 people on the ground. In 4 nights I suppose I have had 8 hours' sleep. I was greatly blessed at the sacrament. Tuesday dined at Fredericktown, and went forward to Middletown. After 40 years' labor, we have a small society in this place. We gave them discourses in English and German in the evening. Wednesday, toiling over the South Mountain to Snevely's. On Thursday I preached in the neat new chapel in Hagerstown, to about 100 hearers, and after meeting, visited and tarried for the night with the widow Dowler. Our kind hostess is an afflicted woman, unable to walk, yet she enjoyeth much communion with God. On Friday we ventured upon the United States road to Cumberland, dining on our route with Rasser, whom I warned faithfully, as also Thomas Pratt and Major Briscoe, whom we visited, exhorted, and prayed with. Saturday, a fatiguing ride, through oppressive heat, brought us fasting to Aquila Brown's. Sunday, 30. I preached in Cumberland to an attentive people, and went on to Chrysapstown, where I also bore my testimony. There might be 1,000 people in the 2 congregations. I have little rest. We came up the mountain, dining at Musselman's, and going thence forward to Tomlinson's. There was a strange medley of preachers, drovers, beasts on 4 legs, and beasts made by whiskey on 2, traveling on the turnpike at one time. Tuesday, September 1. A rude, rough ride brought us to Clark's, 28 miles. Wednesday we met my friend Judge Van Meter at the bottom of Laurel Hill, with 500 fat steers from his prairie in Ohio. If he can undertake this labor and perform it cheerfully for the sake of gain, why should I complain of my sufferings? There are very distressing rumors abroad. My mind is fixed on, ye are of more value than many sparrows. After losing so much rest, I could have wished to sleep without annoyance from fleas or bedbugs. 2 innkeepers on our route, Beesoon and Tomlinson, declare against keeping or selling liquid fire. This is great. We moved on Thursday to the widow Henthorn's, within a mile of the campground. I preached on Friday and Saturday. The ministry are instructed to be careful to preach to the soldiers wherever opportunity offers. The Union volunteers desired a sermon, so I gave a discourse on the ground. My subject was Jeremiah 2:13. Monday, 7. We celebrated a solemn sacrament. a simple-hearted, weeping people crowded round the table. My soul has been greatly blessed during my stay on the campground. Good, I doubt not, has been done. I have been pleased by reading, at intervals, Benson's Life of Fletcher. The man of God was worn out before he married. And where else might he have found such a nurse, and helper, and shepherdess in a wife? But possibly he would have lived longer had he traveled. Comparing myself with Fletcher, what am I, in piety, wisdom, labors, and usefulness? God be gracious to me. Tuesday 8. May I make the best of the remains of life. I presume we had 10,000 at the Liberty Camp meeting, and 5,000 at the meeting in this neighborhood of Uniontown. 40 persons came forward to enroll their names in society with us. We came away to George Hogg's, kind as can be. So indeed are the wife and sister. We entered Brownsville on Wednesday and drove to Dr. Wheeler's. Notice of our proposed meeting had not been generally given, and we had not many hearers, perhaps 100. I preached in Washington on Thursday on 1 Peter 3, 10-15. It was a solemn time, and indeed there was reason. Samuel Porter, a Presbyterian minister, came to meeting. Unable to sit up, he lay down upon the seat. It would appear that he is not long for this world. I lent him Fletcher's Life. Friday 11. We had a suffering ride of 32 miles to the Stone Chapel on Short Creek. I preached at 4 o'clock, and there was much feeling in the congregation. I want strength, and food, and rest. We have serious times. It becomes us to be silent, and let God judge the nations, and correct the guilty. Ohio, Saturday 12. We directed our route towards the Indian Short Creek camp meeting. Sunday 13. We had a solemn meeting. I preached to about 3,000 people, as I judge. Monday I was called on to preach. We have had 84 tents on the ground, 450 communicants, and 40 persons have joined us. The work of God was uninterrupted, night and day, and we doubt not many precious souls were converted. I shall have traveled 6,000 miles in 8 months, and met in 9 conferences, and have been present at 10 camp meetings. Tuesday 15. We came away 30 miles to Barnesville, where I delivered my testimony. I suffer for want of rest. The Methodists seem to have almost entire influence in this town. Our chapel is 40 by 50 feet. Wednesday 16. We came through the heat to Sherrick's, dined and went forward towards Will's Creek. Logs, stumps, ruts, bushes. Rough work. We arrived in the night at Waller's. Thursday 17. We set out in the rain and came 30 miles to Zanesville. I retired sick to Spangler's. We have a meeting house here and at Fairfield's. It is a time of trouble on the frontiers. The Indians have killed and scalped some whites, it is said. Friday 18. We attended Rush Creek camp meeting. The work of God during the night was awfully powerful. Many Germans present were deeply serious. Sunday 20. I preached. The whole night was spent in prayer. We had a sermon on Monday morning, and the sacrament followed. There might be 250 communicants. I had been unwell, but an emetic, taken on Saturday night, prepared me for usefulness. I lodged with Edward Teal, aged 77. I had known him 40 years. On Tuesday we passed through New Lancaster to Jesse Spungeon's. Wednesday 23. I preached at Stroud's Chapel, and we had an open, feeling, gracious season. I find that the mother of my host, Edward Stroud, went safe to rest last April. She was a disciple of ours, and a respectable widow in Israel. I suffer from chills. The nights are cold, and I have been much exposed. Thursday, 24. We rode over to Judge Van Meter's. On Friday, I preached in the new house in Jefferson. We visited McDowell's and lodged with White Brown on Saturday. Sabbath, 27. I preached. After meeting, I gave up and stole to my bed. My rest has been much broken for the last month in various ways, and I am feverish and have the jaw ache. Could I be less earnest when I preach, I might have less bodily suffering. But it may not be. The Ohio Conference sat from Thursday, October the 1st to Wednesday the 7th. We had great order. The writer of this journal labored diligently, and was much assisted by the eldership in the business of the stations. He preached 3 times, was called upon to ordain 12 deacons, and also to ordain elders. Upon the last day, his strength failed. I want sleep, sleep, sleep. For 3 hours I lay undisturbed in bed, to which I had stolen on Wednesday. But they called me up to read off the stations. I have a considerable fever, but we must move. Thursday, 8. We made a pretty rapid ride, 30 miles, to Purry's. Friday, 9. A morning ride of 22 miles brought us over trees, stumps, and through mud holes to a house of refreshment. We fed hastily and went into the town of Miranda, 13 miles farther. Saturday, 10. We have had rain. We fed on our way and continued onward through a great storm of thunder, lightning, and rain to Cincinnati. Oh, let us not complain when we think of the suffering, wounded, and dying of the hostile armies. If we suffer, what shall comfort us? Let us see. Ohio will give 6,000 for her increase of members in one new district. Sabbath, 11. I preached in Cincinnati. We are at low mark here this year. Perhaps they will raise the scaffolding for a new house. Kentucky. We came over to Kentucky on Monday and reached noisy Lexington. There was company enough and little quiet through the night. Tuesday, 13. We rode out to the Widow Clark's to breakfast. Our ride of 26 miles brought us to lodge under the roof of the Widow Hall. Wednesday, 14. We returned to Lexington in the forenoon. The distance gone over in the last 2 days and a half may be 100 miles. I preached, but the notice had not been early, and there were few to hear. I attended Ratcliffe's chapel on Thursday and ordained Brother Cornelius Ruddle, a local elder. He officiated in my place in the pulpit. I preached in the house of his father in 1780. How strangely I often find the lost. On Friday I preached in the representative chamber in Frankfort. I conversed with some of the respectables and found one who had made one of my company 23 years ago in a journey through the wilderness. We reached Edward Talbot's on Saturday. Sabbath, 18. I preached at the Brick Chapel. Monday, 19. We rode 24 miles to breakfast with James Ward, Goose Creek, Jefferson County. I preached the funeral of his son. Here I saw some of my ancient brethren and sisters, and the children of others of them. Tuesday, 20. Came to Brunerstown. We had preaching in German and English. We dined with Mr. Conrad's kind family. There are some of Otterbeins and Swoop's people hereabouts. I was called to visit friend Whips in a dropsy. We came down to Bear Grass Creek. What is called the Bear Grass Settlement is the garden of the state. It is a low, level country, and in wet seasons must be sickly, as it is now. I saw a native of Saxony who had lately arrived, and had joined us. Oh, what a work has there been among the Germans, and would more abundantly have been, had they had the discipline of the Methodists. Wednesday, 21. I preached in Louisville at 11 o'clock in our neat brick house, 34 by 38 feet. I had a sickly, serious congregation. This is a growing town, and a handsome place, but the falls or ponds make it unhealthy. We lodged at Forquers. Thursday, 22. Breakfasted at B. Shaveley's, 5 miles on our route. We worried and plunged through the deep roads, thence towards the barrens, and happily took the road newly cut through the woods, and found a shelter for the night with a Brother Hawkins. Friday, 23. We came on to Elizabeth, county town of Hardin. A little milk, morning and evening, served us for food. We lodged beyond Elizabeth with Father Gilliland, whose father and grandfather were killed by the Indians. Himself, until lately, has always been a frontier man, and greatly exposed. Saturday, 24. We set out and reached Mr. Woodson's to lodge. I am greatly supported by God, both in body and mind. A prize. A book found in the pocket of Mr. Witts after his death. Baxter's Poor Man's Family Book. The old gentleman had a good guide, and doubtless died in peace. I am indebted to the son for this excellent work. Sabbath 25. We have an awful storm. Preached in Mr. Woodson's house. A Mr. Locke was present. One of the kindest Baptists I have met with. Monday came to Allen's to dinner, and kept on to James Strangfield's. Tuesday we crossed Barren River, rising swiftly. A ride through the rain brought us to Edward Porter's. Wednesday visited David Porter from Elk Ridge in Maryland. Thursday we rode 30 miles to Brother Gwynn's. Friday we came away late to Nashville, stopping on our way to speak to the widow Bowen, the daughter of my ancient friend, the late General Russell. This lady hath 3 daughters who profess religion. Surely we have not prayed in vain. We found the river high on Saturday. Mr. Hobbs, the jailer, kindly took us in. But we are not prisoners, but of hope, but of the Lord. Sabbath, November 1. I preached in the new neat brick house, 34 feet square, with galleries. 12 years ago I preached in the old stone house, taken down since to make a site for the State House. The latter house exceeds the former in glory, and stands exactly where our house of worship should by right have stood. But we bear all things patiently. This is a Pentecostal day to my soul. Hail, all hail, eternal glory. Monday 2. We left our lodging in the jailhouse and came away to Green Hills. Tuesday, busy in writing. I conclude that next year we shall visit and hold a conference in Mississippi, if so directed and permitted. Wednesday we had an appointment in the neat little brick house, town of Franklin, upon Harper River. After meeting the society, we hasted away to escape the rain. The storm in the night was made awful by the thunder and lightning. We have a brick house in the town, and a frame one 5 miles out. I find old acquaintances here from Virginia and North Carolina. I preached on Thursday to a small congregation at Green Hills. Friday, after meeting at Nashville, we went forward to Benjamin Maxey's. We held a meeting here, and I was expected to occupy the pulpit. We stayed on Saturday at the widow Bowen's on Mansko's Creek. Sabbath 8. I preached at Bowen's Chapel, baptized a few subjects, and gave 3 exhortations. I had aid from God. If the Lord means to make us instruments for good, we are wanted here and at Natchez. Monday 9. We started away in the rain to James Gwynn's. Tuesday we opened our conference in great peace. 40 deacons were ordained, and 10 elders. The traveling and local ministry amounts to 62. The net increase, after allowing for death and removal, 2. We came away after a peaceful close of our labors on Tuesday following to John M. Gee's, 33 miles. Wednesday to Garrett's. Thursday to Gibson's. Friday to Jack's, 45 miles, arriving in the night. Oh, the rocks, hills, ruts, and stumps! My bones, my bones! Saturday 21. We had a quiet, leisurely ride of 31 miles to Winton's. Driving my sulky over such roads, and through such uncommon colds, causes me to suffer deeply for the last few days. I am comforted with an increase of 8,000 in the Tennessee Conference. If we meet the Mississippi Conference, as appointed, in November 1813, we shall have gone entirely round the United States in 42 years. But there will be other states. Well, God will raise up men to make and to meet conferences in them also, if we remain faithful as a people. Monday, 23. We came through the rain to Knoxville and lodged with Father Wagner, one of Otterbine's men. Tuesday arrived in Dandridge. We drove to Fouts. It is excessively cold. It was my occupation to baptize 6 of the 8 children of our host. Wednesday we crossed French Broad at Seaham's Ferry and forded Pigeon River near its mouth on our way to James Gilliland's. We came into our station for the night almost stiff with the cold. Sabbath 29. I preached, and so also did Bishop M. Kendry. Henry Boehm exhorted. I found a relief to my cold in a few grains of tartar emetic. God hath wrought upon the vilest of the vile in the fork of Pigeon and French Broad rivers, and he will yet do wonders. Monday, 30. We stopped at Michael Bollin's on our route, where I gave them a discourse on Luke 11, 11 through 13. Why should we climb over the desperate Spring and Paint Mountains, when there is such a fine new road? We came on Tuesday a straight course to Barrett's, dining in the woods on our way. North Carolina, Wednesday, December 2. We went over the mountain, 22 miles to Killian's. Thursday, 3. Came on through Buncombe to Samuel Edney's. I preached in the evening. We have had plenty of rain lately. Friday, I rest. Occupied in reading and writing. I have great communion with God. I preached at Father Mills's. Saturday, 5. We scaled the mountain. The rise may be a quarter of a mile, the descent much more gradual, and about a mile in length. We had a keen cold wind, mingled with snow. Green River was full and rapid, but Little Fox darted like a fish up the stream. We stopped at Marvell Mills's, chilled indeed. South Carolina, Sabbath 6. I preached at Mills's chapel. After meeting we went home with John Mills, White Oak Creek. Ah, John, thy pious, praying mother, think often of her. Monday, a bitter cold ride of 40 miles brought us to Father Francis Waters's. Oh, warm room, and kind old Virginians. Our host has 12 children of 18, once living. Tuesday, 8. Came to Broad River. We found Smith's Ford deep enough, but Fox turned his fearless breast up the stream, and brought me swiftly and safely through the swell of waters. He is a noble beast. We dined in the woods, and stopped at Esquire Leach's. Brandy and the Bible were both handed me. One was enough. I took but one. End of section 40. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 41 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Wednesday, 9. Came to Winnsboro late at night. I cannot easily describe the pain under which I shrink and writhe. The weather is cold, and I have constant pleuritic twinges in the side. In cold, in hunger, and in want of clothing, mine are apostolic sufferings. Jacob Rumpf is dead, and so are Elder Capers and James Rembert. These were all early friends to the Methodists in South Carolina, and left the world in the triumph of faith. We are in Camden. Thursday, 10. We stay at Father Buchanan's. People here give little encouragement to Methodism, but the walls of opposition will fall, and an abundant entrance will yet be ministered to us, The craft of learning and the craft of interested religion will be driven away. Friday 11. A cold ride brought us to Duncan's. Is not this man a brand plucked from the burning? A reclaimed drunkard. Camp meetings have done this. They do great good and prosper in the sand hills. Saturday 12. We lodged in Columbia with Colonel Hutchinson. Sabbath 13. I preached in the legislative chamber and had the members for a part of my congregation. Monday at the house of the widow of General Jacob Rumpf. The father and son both died in the Lord. This house has been open to the Methodists for about 27 years, whether in peace or persecution. Jacob traveled nearly 4 years. So meek, so mild, diligent, and simple-hearted, so sincerely good. On Tuesday we came to Father Carr's, a Swiss. Here are pious, kind souls. Wednesday came to Stephen Swithin's, within 23 miles of Charleston. It remains intensely cold. Thursday my fingers gave out. Then the axle tree gave a crack, 17 miles from the city. We loaded another whilst I rode in J.B. Glenn's sulky. He and Boehm, with the aid of cushions and bearskins, rode horseback into the city. These are trifles. Ah, we fear the locations of this conference will be 16 in number. Saturday our conference began its session in good order. Sabbath 20. I preached at Cumberland Chapel in the morning and at Bethel in the afternoon. The presiding eldership and the episcopacy saw eye to eye in the business of the stations. There were no murmurings from the 84 employed. Christmas Day was a day of fasting, and we dined 100 at our house on bread and water, and a little tea or coffee in the evening. Our funds are low, but our church is inured to poverty, and the preachers may, indeed, be called the poor of this world, as well as their flocks. Sabbath 27. I had an opportunity of meeting the society, of both colors, and my exhortations were pointed, and in season. We have, with the increase, about 18,000. What is coming? Days of vengeance, or of gospel glory? We have lost, by locations and other causes, 14 of the itinerancy. Monday 28. Letters to write. We send 2 missionaries to Mississippi. Religion is not fashionable in Charleston. Tuesday, receiving visitors. Our house is a house of prayer. Wednesday we came to Reedhammer's. Thursday 31. Came to Georgetown. I am now at home here after 29 years of labor. Many letters call my attention. I am happy in God. We hear of a blessed work in James River District. Camp meetings, the great instrument. According to Douglas's account, 600 have joined us. We have also a pleasing account in a letter from Joel Winch, New London District, Bristol, Rhode Island, of a work of God. 100 have joined, and other converts there were who have joined the Baptists and Episcopalians. Were these stolen from us? Saturday at rest, writing letters. Sunday, January 3, 1813. I preached morning and evening. It was a small time. Cold or burning the dead. We have about 1,000 blacks and about 100 white members, most of them women. The men kill themselves with strong drink before we can get at them. My home in Georgetown is not quite so comfortable. Possibly I shall hereafter leave it to better men. Monday it is so cold I have a small fire to write my letters by. Tuesday we took the path to Coachman's, Black River. My evening talk to them was, Take earnest heed. Wednesday 6. I was so lame I stopped at Richard Woodbury's. We held a meeting at 2 o'clock and at night. Friday we had a meeting at Collins Woodbury's. I preached in the evening. It was excessively cold, and I was lame. Sabbath 10. I preached at Rusom's on Little PD. Monday, a bleak ride brought us to General Lee's. I took an emetic. My foot is much swelled. Tuesday, I was glad to stay at M. Neal's in Lumberton. Applied a blister to my foot. Henry Boehm preached. Wednesday, came in great pain and very unwell to B. Russell's. I went to bed in a high fever and a mild medicine. Thursday, came out to Fayetteville through a cold, heavy rain. I blistered my foot again. The Lord blesses me with patience. Sabbath 17. They carried me into the church. I ordained 2 deacons and 1 elder. I failed in strength after preaching, and Reverend Mr. Turner, a Presbyterian, concluded our meeting by prayer. I came home, applied 3 blisters, and retired in a high fever to bed. A 4th blister completed the work. Tuesday and Wednesday, closely confined. Thursday 21. A bitter cold ride of 30 miles brought us to Purdy's. I have a high fever and am in great pain. Friday, a heavy ride of 36 miles brought us to King's. I anticipate a night of fever and pain. Saturday to Wilmington. There is little trade here, and fewer people. Of course, there is less sin. Sabbath 24. I was carried into the church, preached and met the society. I preached again in the evening. A bread poultice has procured me a mitigation of pain. Lord, be merciful to me in temporals and spirituals. William Capers is married. He 23, his wife 18. North Carolina, Tuesday 26. We made a journey of 22 miles to the widow Nixon's, a widow of Sarepta and a mother in Israel. I have a fever and swelled feet. We had a small congregation. Thursday, we took the road in the rain. Friday 29. Called a meeting at Mr. Shepherd's. Blessed be God. I have lived to see the 3rd generation of Father Ballard. He was the first man that joined us at New River. Now his grandson is in the church and in Christ. My trials have lately been great. We stemmed the cold wind to Lot Ballard's 18 miles. I suffer violent pain in my right foot. Sabbath 31. It rained heavily. Nevertheless, we held meeting at Richland Chapel. I rested above an hour on my knees, preaching, and in the ordination of Lot Ballard a deacon, and in prayer. We retired from the meeting to G. Rose, a son of affliction and consolation in God. We are in a palace, peace and rich accommodation. Was it with us as in former times, we should be flying north, but we are fast bound by lameness. I have filled all my appointments and answered the letters received. I neglect not all opportunities of instruction and prayer. Monday, February 1. Lowering cold day. Tuesday I preached at Rose to about 60 souls. What a land is this of widows, and men sick, dying, and drunken. We came to J. Shenesh's on Wednesday. We found his wife ill, and prescribed for her as well as we might. After dinner and prayer, came away to the widow Bryan's. Her husband is dead, and her son sick. We prayed, ventured to prescribe for the diseased subject, and continued onward to Adonijah Perry's. Thursday 4. Once more I put on my leather shoes. Oh, the sufferings I have endured. Patiently, I hope. One more warning I gave these people, on Hebrews 2, 1-4. It is, perhaps, the last. I am occupied in marking for reprint about 300 pages of Baxter. Friday we rode round to Thomas Lee's. Saturday, at rest. Sabbath 7. We had about 200 souls, white and black, to hear us. I was 2 hours preaching, meeting the society, baptizing and ordaining Rasco Lipsy. I gained a fever and a clear conscience by my labors. Alas, it is the time of Jacob's trouble. Monday I am in Newbern on crutches. Tuesday, reading, receiving the visits of presiding elders, and writing letters. Wednesday 10. We opened our conference in Sister Tankard's elegant schoolroom. We had great order, great union, and great dispatch of business. The increase here in membership this year is 700. But deaths and locations, then the preachers. Sabbath 14. I was called upon to preach. Thursday, conference rose, and we came away 26 miles to Murphy's. Friday, excessively cold. A ride of 50 miles brought us to Edward Hall's. Saturday we started in the rain, crossing Tar River, and driving through the snow, driving in our faces. We were glad to stop at James Hunter's. My feet began to swell again. Sabbath 21. Came into Halifax, calling upon the widow Jones, mother of the Shaker of that name. I preached to a few whom the weather could not keep back. After meeting and taking food, we directed our course to Brother Barrett's. We wished to cross the river whilst the weather would permit. I fly, and a strange flight it is for a sick cripple. Monday 22. I halted at James Barrett's and ordained John Moore, Edward Price, and Edward Drumgould, one after the other, as they happened to drop in. I lectured in the evening. Tuesday 23. Came away to Jane Fisher's. Here I ordained Thomas Drumgould. Wednesday I ordained John Comber at Smith Parham's. We found lodgings for the night at Hall's Tavern. We passed through Petersburg to Cox's on the James River. Here flesh failed, and I wished for rest and found it. A heavy ride on Friday brought us to Mr. Bleakey's happy family and pleasant mansion. I have looked into Whitehead's Life of Wesley. He is vilified. Oh, shame! Sabbath 28. I preached in Richmond Old Chapel, gave counsel to the Tarrying Society, baptized 2 infants, and ordained John Sullivan and William Whitehead deacons. I spoke again in the afternoon to a congregation made up of the young and the aged. The Presbyterians and Episcopalians are striving to have places of worship. Monday, March 1. Came away to Burroughs. Tuesday came to Carson's Ferry, crossed and kept on to Mrs. Alexander's. After leaving this, we became entangled in the woods, and had a gentle upset, which brought us, without much damage, to the bottom of the hill. A ride of 2 miles on horseback brought us and our baggage to our lodgings for the night. My mind enjoys great peace, but I am in pain of body, and my legs are swelled. Wednesday 3. We were obliged to lie by until the shaft of the sulky was mended. I improved this opportunity of rest to take medicine. I exhort the family. My mind mourns over the citizens of King George County. Oh, for a gospel day and work. Thursday 4. A desperate plunging of 30 miles through the clay brought us to Dumfries. We stopped at Mother Mason's and lectured in the family. Friday to Edward Sanford's. Saturday came to Georgetown, dining with Jacob Hoffman in Alexandria. Maryland, Sabbath 7. I changed my subject after getting into the church, and I spoke long and plainly. We have news from the English Conference. It has given me an invitation to my native land, engaging to pay the expenses of the visit. Monday 8. I sat upon the carpet, reading and writing. William Waters visited me. In the evening I performed the ceremony of marriage, uniting 2 young people in the house. Wednesday I visited Dr. Tiffin, baptized his child, Edward Parker Tiffin, and then came on to Bell's Chapel, and had here a very respectable congregation. But, alas, I was feeble in body and mind. We lodged with Brother William Revitt. Thursday we visited Colonel Beale below Piscataway, and here I preached to a very genteel, serious people. Friday I preached at Ford's Chapel. The word was not wholly lost. We lodged under the hospitable roof of the widow Ford. Saturday was held a quarterly meeting at Smith's Chapel. We preached to a full house. After meeting we were invited to the house of Mr. Somerville. Sabbath 14. I suffer extreme pain in one of my limbs, and move with difficulty. A dumb Sabbath, but there is no lack of aid. I feel perfect resignation, knowing that it is all for the best. Monday we left our kind host, Captain Somerville, an old Revolutionary hero, who lost an arm in the contest. We crossed Patuxent River, and had a cold ride from Lower Marlborough to Samuel Essex's, Plum Point. I am feeble, and have to endure pain and cold, and perform double labor. Blessed be God for the support I receive. Tuesday 16. I preached in Child's Chapel and was assisted by Wells, Boehm, and Smith. We came in, chilled by the cold and rain, to Philip Dorsey's, and lodged there. Wednesday, faint and feeble, we took the road to Tanny Hills, and gave a sermon to a small congregation. We lodged with Samuel Wood, who lives where Griffin formerly lived, and has married the widow. Here I preached 36 years ago. Thursday 18. I met about 400 people at Weems's chapel, to whom I preached, and we hope the word was not lost. My congregation was serious and attentive. But there is death in the pot. Will my exhortations to the society do much good? We found our host, William Weems, with an afflicted family. Friday 19. We drove through a storm of wind to Lampland's Chapel, and preached to about 200 attentive hearers. Dined with Dr. Murray's family, and gave them some plain talk. We lodged with Samuel M. Cubbins. I was feverish and in pain, and worried through a night of affliction. We have visited Prince George, Calvert, and Anne Arundel. The weather and roads, how unpleasant, and the people, how decently attentive in meeting, and how kind and attentive in their houses. Saturday I housed with my friend Absalom Ridgely in Annapolis. This amiable family is much favored. Sabbath 21. There was a serious, solemn attention in the congregation whilst I tried to speak on Colossians 1, 27 through 29. I gave the Africans a sermon in the afternoon. I felt the pain of coughing and the effects of the blister. Monday came to Sewell's. I preached on James 1, 22 through 24. A heavy ride brought us to Baltimore. I gave an evening to the great Otterbein. I found him placid and happy in God. He says the commentators are mistaken, that the vials are yet to be poured out. Tuesday I had a serious interview with the presiding elders. Wednesday we opened conference and went forward in our business in great peace and order. Sabbath 28. I ordained deacons in the forenoon and preached in the afternoon. Thursday, April 1. Conference rose in great order and peace. I stationed 83 preachers. This conference holds, in their several relations, 90 preachers, 20,272 members white, and 799 colored. We came away to Perry Hall. Alas, how solitary. Friday 2. To Ewan's. Saturday to Mother Boehm's. It was necessary to put 70 miles between us and Baltimore before we could write a line. Must we always thus fly away to be at rest? Sabbath 4. At Boehm's Chapel I expounded 2 Timothy 2:15. Henry Boehm preached in German, James Norton in English. The society received an exhortation. Monday I wrote a letter to my British brethren, thanking them for their kind invitation to visit them. Tuesday I preached at Strasbourg. Wednesday, desperate roads to Newark kept us late. We had about 200 people to hear us, to whom we spoke upon the great salvation. Thursday 8. I preached at Salem and went home to dine with A. Kagi. After dinner we went down with Judge Richard Bassett to Bohemia. Spring has at last returned. A treble spring. Natural, spiritual, and political. What a winter we have gone through. What weather for 5 months. What roads. Friday 9. We rode down to Smyrna and preached at night, remembering to exhort the society. I visited Sister Davis, near her end, but calm and waiting for deliverance. Saturday went to Dover. Sabbath 11. I spoke at Wesley Chapel, plain words in the forenoon, and I spoke again in the afternoon at Ferris Chapel. We dined with Denny, and finding them at the table when we afterward called at Dr. Sykes's, we sat sociably down and ate there also. I called upon Judge Cooper, who is a subject of great affliction. He felt much whilst I prayed with him. The evening was very cold. Nevertheless, we came away 13 miles to lodge at Purnell's. Monday 12. A rapid ride brought us to Collins's in Carolyn. I preached at 3 o'clock and went home to lodge with Peter T. Causey. Tuesday rode 15 miles to preach in Fraser's Chapel. I preached in the evening at James Harris's. Thomas Foster took us in for the night. Wednesday 14. We came to Cambridge. Thursday 15. There was an alarm from the enemy, and of course no preaching. We came back to Foster's. I preached in Newmarket and ordained George Ward to deacon's orders. Friday retired for humiliation and prayer. Saturday I preached at Washington Chapel and ordained Henry Bain a local deacon. We visited Eccleston Brown, now a subject of grace, and lodged with Lemuel Davis, an old disciple. Delaware, Sunday 18. I preached at Brown's Chapel and had a serious, attentive congregation. I preached also in the evening at Bridgeville. What a change is here! The children and grandchildren are left, but few of the first generation. I baptized Daniel Polk's son. Monday to Milford and preached for them. Tuesday 20. I preached in Barrett's Chapel, dined at Dover, and slept at Smyrna, making a journey of 40 miles. Wednesday 21. There was a high wind, and I set out, feeble and faint, and reached Wilmington. I lodged with Governor Bassett. My peace flows like a river. I suppose we have, in 16 circuits, 10 chapels in each. I preached for the folks in Wilmington. Friday 23. A heavy ride brought us to Philadelphia. Pennsylvania, Saturday 24. We opened our annual conference, 90 preachers present. Much order and great peace. Sunday 25. I preached in the Academy Chapel in the morning, and at night at St. George's. My congregations were large. We continued in conference until Saturday, the 1st of May. We had speakers in plenty, but peace and union. There is a falling off in numbers, occasioned by locations, and the retirement of the superannuated, and other causes, so that the increase of effective preachers is but 2. Sunday, May 2. I preached at Ebenezer and exhorted to union, and again at the Tabernacle. I shall throw all the troubles of the times, the church, and the conference, into shades, nor will I record these tales of woe. Tuesday 4. We set out in an easterly storm up the Bristol Road and reached Burlington. New Jersey, Wednesday and Thursday, still raining. Busy writing letters. The increase in 6 conferences is, in members, 21,834. in preachers 79. But of these there are only 33 travelers. The Baltimore Conference paid up without any charitable dividend. I preached in Burlington on Thursday. Many attended, although it was damp. Will this place and Trenton ever be famous for vital religion? Friday 7. Stormy. I preached at Mount Holly. After meeting, visited William Richards, a friend of ours for many years. His wife and daughter departed in peace, and are gone safe. Saturday 8. I preached in Lumberton. Here we have a good house, after 40 years' labor. I dined with Mr. Moore. His mother is a public speaker, yet she attended our Methodist meeting, and told me she found it a blessing to her. We rode to New Mills to shorten our distance to the city. My mind is greatly in God, but my body is feeble. End of section 41. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 42 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Sunday 9. I preached, and it was an open season. We met the society after preaching and said many things to them. Monday 10. Dined at the Widow Bunting's, Cross Weeks. At Allentown I preached nearly 2 hours, and had gracious access to God and to truth. We lodged with John Hughes. I am filled with God. Tuesday 11. We came to Brunswick 30 miles, and a desperate road. I was weary and faint, yet I went to the meeting house in the evening, delivered my testimony, and retired sick to bed to take medicine. Wednesday 12. We came 15 miles to Platt's, Rahway, without breaking bread. I preached in our unfinished house in Bridgetown at noon, and at Elizabeth at night. There are distressing accounts from the seacoasts and from the northwest. God's people must flee to the stronghold of divine protection. Thursday 13. Dined at Newark. Preached at Belleville. Friday preached at Paramo's. The rain was abundant. The people nevertheless attended. Lodged at Wilson's. Saturday preached at Sherwood's. We had an open season. New York. We toiled over the rocky road to Haverstraw, 16 miles, and I delivered my testimony in great feebleness of body. We lodged with Peter Noyel. Our host built his house for a tavern, but it was turned into a church. At Phillipstown we have an elegant new chapel. I preached in it on Monday, and felt liberty in the word. Tuesday 18. Came to Richard Jackson's, 25 miles. I was required to preach at a minute's warning, as I found an assembly ready. It would seem as if the preachers think they are committing sin if they do not appoint preaching for me every day, and often twice a day. Lord, support us in our labor, and we will not murmur. Wednesday 19. A cold, uncomfortable ride brought us to Amenia. We dined with Brother Ryder, an ancient disciple and local preacher. Thursday 20. We opened the New York Conference in great peace and good order. Friday, day of abstinence. I ordained 12 deacons after sermon. My text was 2 Timothy 4:5. Saturday 22. King Gordius had well nigh been amongst us, but the knots were untied peaceably, and not cut in rashness. Sunday 23. Bishop M. Kendry preached. It appeared to me as if a ray of divine glory rested on him. His subject was, Great peace have they that love thy law, and nothing shall offend them. My subject was Ephesians 4:1-3. The appearance, manner, and preaching of Brother M. Kendry produced a very powerful effect on Joshua Marsden, a British missionary, who has been present at our conference. Wednesday 26. I preached the funeral sermon of Robert Hibbard. He was drowned in the St. Lawrence, on his way to his former circuit. Our conference concluded in peace, and the bishops, upon reading the stations, gave a valedictory address, in which our brethren were assured that the plan of their future labors was deliberately formed, with the aid of the collected and recollected wisdom of judicious counsel, and in much prayer. We heard no complaint, and there was no appeal. Connecticut, Friday 28. We traveled this day 10 hours. I preached in the evening in a schoolhouse, but had not much freedom. Saturday we made a tedious day's ride to the widow Pease's. In our way we called in to see a sick brother, and prayed with him. Sunday 30. I preached in Pittsfield. Monday preached at M. Farland's. Sickness, death, and judicial blindness are the miseries of this part of the world. We called upon John Leland, late from the margin of the grave. We found him pleasant and kind. Hereabouts we scattered some pamphlets on discipline, and the supper of the Lord. But baptism is all in all still with them. We avoided controversy. Tuesday, June 1. We have a fine prospect of the Hoosac River and the Green Mountain, bleak as January. After dinner at Tinney's, Kind Souls, we descended the precipice, crossing by a slight bridge. We lodged with Deacon Alice. The good Presbyterian officiated for his family, but in the morning we settled the matter, and I prayed. New Hampshire, Wednesday 2. We reached Winchester in New Hampshire, stopping to dine with the nice Websters in Greenfield. My knee is swelled again. Like priest, like people in these parts, both judicially blind. We lodged 2 nights in Winchester with Caleb Alexander, whose father I followed to the grave. The dust I visited, afterward the widow, and came away. This town is not reformed by Methodist conference or Methodist preaching. We shall direct our course straight forward to New London, to meet our conference there. Studiously employed, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, at Brother Marble's. Sunday 6. I preached in the morning and afternoon with little freedom. May we not expect increasing days of distress? Methodism in the East is as likely to be anything else as that which it ought to be, unless we have great displays of the power of God, and a strict discipline. We have a gracious reign in mercy, if not in answer to prayer. Knowing the uncertainty of the tenure of life, I have made my will, appointing Bishop M. Kendry, Daniel Hitt, and Henry Boehm my executors. If I do not in the meantime spend it, I shall leave, when I die, an estate of $2,000, I believe. I give it all to the book concern. This money, and somewhat more, I have inherited from dear departed Methodist friends in the state of Maryland, who died childless, besides some legacies which I have never taken. Let it all return, and continue to aid the cause of piety. Monday 7. I preached in Winchester Village, a plain discourse. Tuesday came on to Orange and preached at Asa Lord's. We've had pleasing rains, and nature begins to put on her charms. My mind enjoys a constant serenity, whether laboring or at rest, in ease or in pain. To me to live is Christ, to die is gain. Wednesday 9. We came in haste to Ashburnham and attended a prayer meeting at the Widow Barrel's. I lectured upon Luke 18:1. We came to Howard about midday. Here are good houses of wood. The country around barren, but partly improved by the cultivation of grass. Thursday was cold. Surely we shall rise in New England in the next generation. I believe, for one, that there has been more true gospel preaching in the other states than in the 5 New England states, after all their boasting. God is my all. I preached in Howard at 6 o'clock in the evening, plainly and pointedly. Ah, there is death in the pot. Friday 11. At Waltham we stopped, lectured, and prayed, and came away to Needham, faint yet pursuing. I endure heat and abstinence, in patience and in hope. Saturday 12. We had a pleasant rain. Came away to breakfast 8 miles in a tavern, praying at the table. 16 miles through dust and heat made us willing to stop for dinner at Easton, and continuing on to Taunton, we sought rest with Father Pratson, a lot in Sodom. Sunday 13. We rose at 4 o'clock to gain 12 miles for Somerset Quarter Meeting. I lectured on the Lord's Prayer. Dined with Captain Reed and gave an exhortation in the afternoon. I am told there is a revival of the work of God here, and at Warren, and at Bristol. I have difficulties to encounter, but I must be silent. My mind is in God. In New England we sing, we build houses, we eat, and stand at prayer. Here preachers locate, and people support them, and have traveling preachers also. Were I to labor 42 years more, I suppose I should not succeed in getting things right. Preachers have been sent away from Newport by an apostate. So we go. Oh, rare steeplehouses, bells, organs by and by? These things are against me, and contrary to the simplicity of Christ. We lodge with our brother Brayton. Rhode Island, Monday 14. We visited the Reeds, senior and junior, and Dr. Winsler and family. I preached in Warren in the evening, and lodged with kind Smith Bowen. I preached at Bristol at 6 o'clock. We did not trouble the people with ourselves or horses. My congregation was large. A pious sister had gone in triumph. We committed her earth to parent earth. Wednesday 16. Storm bound. Writing, planning, and reading. Thursday we came in haste along to Providence. An African gave me his hand in the street, having seen me in New York. George Pickering turned me aside, and presented me to the governor, Jones, who gave me his hand. We were entertained splendidly. Here are grand buildings, but no chapel for the Methodists. We rode on to Lippelt's factories. What a population here is! Friday, fast and physic. Reached Kaiser's in Canterbury. Nature is now in all her grandeur and loveliness. When alone, I am all prayer and praise. Saturday to Colchester, dining with Williams on the route. Sunday 20. Brother M. Kendry preached at 11 o'clock, and I in the afternoon. Was it ever known before that the stations could be ready in 4 days? 2 cases in committee delayed us nearly a day. Thursday 24. We rose in peace. Here was an account of the expenditure of $600 in a charity, and the bishops knew nothing about it. Mark, let us have no more fellowship in giving or receiving money. We rose in peace, with satisfaction generally as it respected the stations, and this has been the case throughout the eastern states. Friday 25. Moved forward to East Hartford, and lodged once more under the roof of Esquire Pitkins. Saturday 26. Came the Hartford Bridge Road to Jonathan Coe's, Winstead. Hail home. Rest my heart. We have made a stand in the New England Conference against steeples and pews, and shall possibly give up the houses unless the pews are taken out, and the houses made sure to us exclusively. The conference now pursue a course which will surely lead to something decisive. We will be flattered no longer. Sunday 27. Bishop M. Kendry preached in the morning. I spoke in the evening. I did not go out at night, but stayed at home to nurse myself and to meditate. Connecticut, Monday 28. A heavy ride brought us to Benedict's in Canaan, and thence onward to Brother King's in Egremont. Tuesday to Father Merwin's to lodge. Wednesday 30. A long ride brought us to Daniel Ostrander's in the Holloway. It is surprising to see the improvement of the city of Hudson in 20 years. We have spent about $10 a month as road expenses. But where is our clothing and our horses to come from? What have we left for charity? It must be gotten from $200 allowed us by the conference. But may we not beg? For ourselves, no. Thursday, July 1. I preached in a schoolhouse. The weather was sultry, and I was weak and in pain. New York, Friday 2. Came to Rensselaerville and called a solemn meeting. Saturday I was greatly afflicted and stayed at home. Sunday 4. I rose unwell, but the appointment had been made for me. I spoke an hour and officiated in love feast and at the sacrament. The meeting held about 3 hours. My dinner and supper today has been tartar emetic. I never knew the state of the Methodist chapel in New Durham until now. It was bought of the Presbyterians, carried 5 miles, and rebuilt or replaced within hearing of the Independence Church. There is, surely, little of the mind of Christ in all this, and I will preach no more in it, if I can avoid it. Should the Methodists have imitated the Low Dutch, who treated them exactly thus in Albany? Monday 5. At Sharon, Calkins. The aged father is dead. Tuesday, a ride through the heavy rain brought us to Springfield. Wednesday 7. Came on to Litchfield and thence to Richards's, a pleasant home. Thursday 8. To Westmoreland. In the last 270 miles, I have suffered much from hunger, heat, and sickness. If we were disposed to stop at taverns, which we are not, our funds would not allow it always when we need refreshment and food. We have not brethren at every place, and the East is not hospitable, Maryland or the South. Friday 9. We opened our conference and peace in our house, 60 by 50 feet, built by the Independents and bought by the Methodists. We progressed 2 days in much union and sweetness, having 1 day the presence and company of our Canadian brethren. Sabbath 11. Daniel Hitt preached at 9 o'clock. I preached and ordained 9 deacons. Bishop M. Kendry ordained 6 elders and preached also. We had sermons inside and outside of the house and in the woods. We might have 3,000 souls to hear. Shall our labor all be lost? By sitting in an open, cold house, I have taken the influenza. Tuesday 13. Our conference adjourned in great peace, and all satisfied with their stations. Wednesday 14. Tried medicine. I preached on a short notice at our little chapel at Paris Green. We lodged at Richards's. Thursday 15. We had 4 hours' rain to fall upon us in our 8 hours' ride to Brookfield. Brother Pierce was sent in the name of the bishops to communicate to W.B. Lacey what conference had done in his case, and to demand his parchment. The culprit refused to deliver up his credentials in a very peremptory manner. After degrading himself and despising our authority, it is said he means to be rebaptized. Friday 16. We called at our brother Clark's house. Our friend and his wife lay in the same grave. We talked and prayed with the grandmother and daughters, one of whom is in society. We have traveled some rugged roads since we left conference, and we have had 2 hair-breadth escapes for life, both horse and rider, each one. O Lord, thou preservest man and beast. Came to Corkins. Behold, Elder Straight is crooked enough, gone off with things not his own. Saturday 17. A 30 miles ride brought us to Jericho Bridge, where the family of Banks generously entertained us. Sabbath 18. Bishop M. Kendry stopped to preach. I rode on 30 miles to Brushes. We stopped with a poor family on our route, fed and prayed with them, and were blessed indeed. Next day began our trials. It had rained in the night. We set out and encountered the logs, stumps, rocks, and torrents, which came down upon us from the hills above. We put into a house at the Great Bend, and stopped to dine. Here I lectured, sung and prayed with the poor infidels in the house. Some stared, some smiled, and some wept. The lady asked me to call again as I passed. Yes, madam, on condition you will do 2 things. Read your Bible, and betake yourself to prayer. Tuesday 20. On our way we stopped to visit and pray with the widowed family of our brother Smith, who is called away. As we came into Shawnee, the drunkards welcomed us with a dreadful roar. I fail here. My foot is much swelled and very painful. Thursday 22. The horse in the sulky has his shoulder swelled. Brother M. Kendry's beast dragged me over a rough path to Bowman's. My face and teeth are in great pain and disorder. Friday 23. Great suffering from pain in my face. Saturday I preached and retired in a high fever to take medicine and to blister my face. And this is Briar Creek camp meeting. I am alive, however, and some of the good folks of Philadelphia and Jersey have said they should never see Francis again. In the midst of all our suffering and disappointment, God is with us. Sabbath 25. I must preach again. My subject was Acts 20:21. The testimony of the ministry, in holiness of life, unwearied labor, in suffering and in martyrdom. It was the fidelity of this testifying which led the first martyrs to the stake, and the unfaithfulness of this testifying will lead ministers to hell. Repentance, of sinners, of believers, of backsliders, the difference in their nature. Faith towards our Lord Jesus Christ, of seekers of salvation, of believers in sanctification, in backsliders. I suffer greatly at night. Monday 26. We came through the heat 22 miles to Danville. The wife of Daniel Montgomery is my old friend Molly Wallace. Yes, I saw her. But how changed in 42 years. Time has been 80 years at work upon her wrinkled face. We crossed the river to Jacob Gearhart's. My company went to bed, and I sat up, helping to hull peas. And am I to preach at 6 o'clock? Be it so. But behold, the saddle-horse broke away whilst John French was washing him, and off he went as if Satan drove him. Wednesday 28. Our runaway was brought home yesterday at noon. We started at 6 o'clock, bending our course down the Reading Turnpike. We halted at an inn, prayed and kept forward to Shoemaker's. Here we prayed and exhorted in the evening. Thursday 29. We bear our trials patiently. John French's sick horse is foundered. Crossed the Schuylkill at Suey's. We asked for food and were told the tavern was near. Our money was scarce. We had borrowed $5, which will be barely enough, perhaps, to bring us through this inhospitable district. We bent our way along the mountain, stopping at Francis Zeller's, where we were partially welcome. He had a son, a Lutheran priest, who refused to read or pray in the family. Alas, so stupid and so wicked. I would rather be a slave in South Carolina with the gospel and a good master. Friday 30. Our saddle horse was stiff enough. We breakfasted richly in Schaefferstown for 60 cents, man and beast. We pressed forward to Abraham B's, Warwick Township. We have great toils and great peace. Saturday 31. We halt and limp forward through Lillet's to Lancaster. Happily we met H. Boehm, who had appointed a meeting at Boehm's Chapel. Sabbath, August 1. I preached in the forenoon and afternoon. Rest, man and beast. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, busily employed in writing letters, reading, and in prayer. I addressed a valedictory statement of my opinion to Bishop M. Kendry on the primitive church government and ordination. I shall leave it with my papers. Thursday we paid a visit to Jacob Boehm. Friday, fast day, we went a rough road to the camp meeting, 45 miles distant. Feeble though I was, the stand was ready for me. I delivered my testimony in great weakness of body. On Saturday we had a Sabbath congregation. I preached at 3 o'clock. Sabbath 8. I did not preach a sermon, yet I had often occasion to speak. There was singing and prayer through the whole night. Possibly we slept 3 hours. There were, I suppose, 3,000 people on the campground, most of them tolerably attentive. Amongst these were some drunkards, but so deeply laden that they could not have done much mischief, had they been so disposed. We have gone 40 miles out of our way to be here, and to do good. God will bless this coming together of his humble worshippers. Richard Bassett and wife, and Sister Bruff, came 40 miles to see me. Tuesday, the flies plague us. The bridge at Columbia is begun on both sides of the river. We reached Little York. Wednesday 11. A tiresome ride brought us to our home at the widow Willis's. From the door I saw the tomb of dear Henry Willis. Rest, man of God. Thy quiet dust is not called to the labor of riding 5,000 miles in 8 months, to meet 10 conferences in a line of sessions from the District of Maine to the banks of the Cayuga, to the states of Ohio, of Tennessee, of Mississippi, to Cape Fear, James River, Baltimore, Philadelphia, and to the completion of the round. Thou wilt not plan and labor the arrangement of the stations of 700 preachers. Thou wilt not attend camp meetings, and take a daily part in the general ministration of the word, and often consume the hours which ought to be devoted to sleep in writing letters upon letters. Lord, be with us, and help us to fulfill the task thou hast given us to perform. Thursday. The Pipe Creek camp meeting begins today. Sabbath 15. I lectured on the Lord's Prayer at the camp stand. We might have 3,000 hearers. I have sufficient exercise by riding 6 miles backward and forward to the ground, and speaking a little. We are told there are between 40 and 50 converts, and many professors powerfully quickened. The poor Africans, abandoned by all sects to us, were greatly engaged. End of section 42, recording by Brian Keenan. Section 43 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Friday 20. We started for Ohio, passing through Frederick and Middletown to Williamsport. Called on Father Everhard and sheltered under his shade from the excessive heat. The old saint has a son and a son-in-law, local laborers. We have encouraging accounts from the encampment near Winchester, Virginia. Sabbath 22. Our new chapel here, Williamsport, is too small. I preached to a large congregation on a short notice. I felt that I was commissioned by the anointing of the Holy Spirit. Surely the day's labor will not go for nothing. Wednesday 25. At Cumberland I preached in the chapel and ordained J. I. Jacobs, Thomas Lakin, and William Shaw, holy men, to the office of elders. A day of toil over the desperate mountains brought us to Brownsville. We have had our trials and afflictions. Sabbath 29. I preached strong words from Examine Yourselves, and after the congregation was dismissed, gave counsel to the society. Wednesday, September 1. We opened our conference, about 30 members present. On Saturday, deacons and elders were ordained. We have had preaching 4 times in the day. My mind is at peace, and my body at ease. Glory be to thee, O my Creator. Sabbath 5. In Bezaleel Wells's Grove, I may have had 1,000 souls to hear me. Bishop M. Kendry preached, and the exercises closed with the sacrament. The people were attentive to hear with much solemnity. Sabbath 12. I preached in Chillicothe. We pass on swiftly from tavern to tavern, for we are in great haste, and dare not turn aside to seek our brethren. Mrs. Wells, after painful anxiety, was speedily and happily delivered of a man-child. In answer to prayer, she says. She calls it Francis Asbury. I lament my loss of public labors, especially on the Sabbath. But can I preach more than once a day, constantly engaged as I am in conference, in writing answers to letters, and receiving those who come for counsel? Let candid and thinking minds answer. Tuesday 14. Reached West Union with a swelled face. I preach to the people here for the first time. May it not be for the last also? I was turned into another man. The Spirit of God came powerfully upon me, and there was a deep feeling amongst the people. Wednesday we came to Limestone, where I consecrated our new house by bearing testimony to the truth of God, on Luke 19:10. I saw the foundation of our new house in Paris with the more pleasure, because of the interesting little history attached to it. An honest brother had failed in business, moved away, recovered his loss, came back, paid his creditors, and moved a subscription to build, and is now building a Methodist chapel. Kentucky, Sabbath 19. I preached in our enlarged Ebenezer Church in Clark County. Once more I see Dr. Hines, from the other side the flood, rejoicing in Jesus. He will never again, I presume, put a blister on his wife's head to draw Methodism out of her heart. This mad prank brought deep conviction, by the operation of the Spirit of God upon his soul. His children, some of them, already rejoice with him, having the same joy, and faith, and hope. We came rapidly through Danville to Mulder's. Next day to Thompson's. Next day to Wallace's, and next day to Father Bracken's near the campground. What a flight we have had. Sabbath 26. I preached in the camp. Our ride from Steubenville has been through pleasant rains. Welcome to the before parched earth. We read the Word of God and prayed in every house in which we stopped. The tavern keepers were kind and polite, as Southern folks should be, and as Southern folks ought not to be. They were sometimes 2 sheets in the wind. Oh, that liquid fire! The thing I have for some time greatly feared is come to pass. The Creek nation have taken up the hatchet. Unhappy people. The whites will take vengeance, cruel vengeance on them for their barbarian warfare on unoffending women and children. O God, save thy people from rage of the heathen. Tennessee. We came to the Tennessee Conference. I lodged under the hospitable roof of Mother Roscoe. Our progress daily was great, and made in great peace and order. Sabbath, October 3. I preached, and ordained about 20 deacons. We rose on the 6th instant, finding very few difficulties objected to the stations. The families in the neighborhood have not been left unvisited, and we hope our prayers and exhortations will not be in vain to and for the Walkers, the Maxies, the Saunderses, the Reeses, the Blackmans. Will it be believed that the races agitate the public mind, notwithstanding the alarms of Indian wars? If in the midst of such terrors the people will not forsake the race-course, why should the people of God neglect to frequent their meetings? In this case they may learn from the example of sinners. The Tennessee Conference were not willing to let the bishops go to the Mississippi Conference. Sabbath 10. I preached at John M. Gee's. Sabbath 17. Last night preached at Porter's Chapel. At Marysville, the whole city came out to hear us. Our travels have been through toil, and crowds, and storms. It is our business to read, exhort, and pray, wherever we stop. Monday 18. We came away, having first taken an emetic. A 30 miles ride over unpleasant paths and through heat brought us to our lodging for the night with more endurable feelings. I preached at O'Haver's on Wednesday and ordained Joshua West an elder. We visited the Bowlings, the Nelsons, and the Barnetts. I feel pleuritic pains in the breast, but they must wear themselves away. Sabbath 24. I preached in great weakness. I am at Killian's once more. Our ride of 90 miles to Staunton Bridge on Saluda River was severely felt, and the necessity of lodging at taverns made it no better. Friday 29. On the peaceful banks of the Saluda, I write my valedictory address to the presiding elders. At Staunton Bridge we rest 5 days. My horse and his master both disabled. I preached but twice. My leisure has permitted me to read Selin. I hesitate not to recommend this work to our book concern. James, the son of John Douthit, gave me an interesting account of his father. John Douthit was born in Maryland, left his native place and settled on the Yadkin, became a member of the Methodist Society, and was honored as a class leader, making his house a house of God for the assemblies of his brethren. An infamous woman had found her way into the society, and seduced Douthit away, and he departed from his brethren, and from God. Some years after this, the family removed to the Table Mountain, Pendleton district. The preachers came to the house, the father was reclaimed, and his 2 sons, James and Samuel, joined the Methodists, and were useful and respectable traveling preachers. The former laboring 12, the latter 7 years in the ministry. But the elder Douthit had a failing. He was fond of liquor, and indulged himself, and backslid a second time, retaining, nevertheless, his character for strict integrity and his habit of private prayer, occasionally hearing the gospel. Last summer he fell ill, and came to lie down and die at his son James's. Here he became a true penitent, was blessed with justifying and sanctifying grace, and slept in peace in the 73rd year of his age. Tuesday, November 2. We visited Taliferros and went forward to B. Lyons. Thursday 4. Called a meeting at Edward M. Craw's. I spoke with enlargement of mind on Hebrews 10, 38-39. We saw Henry Gaines, a disciple since 1777, now feeble, but wishing to be faithful unto death. Came forward to Connors, Abbeville district. Sabbath 7. I preached in the tabernacle on 2 Corinthians 5:11. If the people say it was like thunder and lightning, I shall not be surprised. I spoke in power from God, and there was a general and deep feeling in the congregation. Thine, O Lord, be all the glory. Came home with James Cox. Monday 8. I gave an alarming lecture at John Brannan's. There is a serious mortality on the middle and lowlands of South Carolina and Georgia. South Carolina, Tuesday 9. We rode through the heat, crossing the Little River to Mr. Shields, 20 miles. Georgia, Wednesday 20. I tried 5 grains of tartar and felt the good effects of medicine. We continued on to Petersburg into Georgia. Into what house may I enter without finding 2 cold professors, and 5 or 10 impious persons? Yet God will favor a righteous cause, though there may be thousands as wicked as fiends. Sabbath 14. I preached at Thompson's Chapel and had a pleasant season. We lodged at Senator Tate's, and I retired to bed with a fever. Here are 2 sick families. There is a great drought. These are judgment days. I preached at Peter Oliver's. My host and wife are both sick. Sabbath 21. I preached in the new chapel at James Marks, Albert's, in Folly called Asbury. We visited Dr. Bradley, recovering from his affliction. a miracle of grace. We have visited about 30 families. Imprudent man that I am, to take off my flannel and ride in the damps after sunset. I preached at Sparta and ordained 2 deacons. A journey of 6 days brought us to Savannah. We were careful to leave our testimony and to pray with every family where we stopped. Kind widow Bonnell sent her chaise after me. I must change my mode of traveling, I suppose. I preached twice in the Wesley Chapel. This is a good, neat house, 60 feet by 40. I enjoyed great peace. Our chapel cost $5,000. Others would have made it cost twice as much, perhaps. We are indebted to Myers and Russell for much of this saving. The Presbyterian Church hath changed its form to independent. Dr. Collick must be the same. Monday, 22. Rode to Mr. Tebout's plantation. Sweet retreat. Tuesday we rode 46 miles to Wayners. I am again in a chase. James Russell insisted upon giving me an old gig worth $45. We are safe in Charleston, visiting Black Swamp and some families as we came along. We have had cold, hungry traveling. My mind is holiness to the Lord. We found our family here in health. Sunday, December 12. I preached in Trinity Church. We have it now in quiet possession. I also officiated in Cumberland and Bethel churches. The society is not so lively as formerly. In visiting 6 families, I found but 2 that acknowledge God in His word and worship. Ah, woe is me. Thursday, 16. We attended the funeral of Dr. Keith, suddenly called away, and greatly lamented by all, especially by the people of color. He had been 26 years a minister of the Independent Church. Most of the clergy of the city were present, and there was great solemnity observed. We had no gloves or scarfs given us. This was well, but I could have wished there had been prayer in the house before the corpse was removed. We lecture morning and evening. We labor to live in and for God. We desire to receive rich and poor, people and ministers, and to consecrate, in the order of faith and prayer, every room and every heart in the house to God. Sunday, 19. I preached in Cumberland Chapel, in Trinity, and in Bethel. How much good will my 10 days' visit do here? I preach, lecture, and pray. I invited the stewards of Bethel, and the trustees of Trinity came to see me on Tuesday. We dined and prayed together, and parted in love and peace. Wednesday, 22. In a cold day we left Charleston, and came 30 miles to preach to preachers at Nichols's. We lodged with Eccles. Friday my mind is in peace, in bodily affliction. Weather, roads, swamps. We heed them not. On our way to Black River we visited many families. Oh, let me do some good, whilst I may. Time is short. Thursday, 30. At Rembert's settlement. How my friends remove or waste away, yet I live. Let me live every moment to God. On the first day of the new year, 1814, I preached at Rembert's Chapel. North Carolina, Sunday, January 2. I preached in the chapel. On Monday we came away, in company with Myers and Norton, to Fayetteville, 140 miles, visiting many families in our route. Friday, 7. I received 7 letters. The contents of some of them make me feel serious. We learned that Bishop Coke, with 7 young preachers, have sailed for the East Indies. The British Society is poor as well as ourselves, it would appear. This is a good sign. In less than 100 years, Methodism has spread over 3/4 of the globe, and it is now about to carry the gospel of salvation into Asia. Amen. I am divinely impressed with the charge to preach sanctification in every sermon. Sunday 9. We had rain. Bishop M. Kendry preached. I preached on Isaiah 64:7. We had a spiritual, heavenly, and united conference. There were 20 deacons ordained, 85 preachers stationed. 12 have located, and 1 has died suddenly, and 15 are added. Sunday 16. I preached. Thursday we came away. On our way we called on Hodges, Shaw, and Saunderson, exhorting and praying with their families. I enjoy great peace of mind. Sunday 23. I preached in our chapel, 50 by 60 feet, to a small congregation. Am I not a child to have been looking for summer? William Glendenning and I met and embraced each other in peace. I visited Sister Perry, the former wife of John King, one of the first Methodist preachers. After all reasonable allowances for drawbacks, we cannot yet tell all the good that was done by our conference in Raleigh in 1811. We started away northward. Not half a mile from Samuel Alston's, we got entangled in the woods. We left the gig in the woods till morning, and found our way by torchlight to the house. I preached at my kind host's. On our way to Dr. Brody's in Lewisburg, we called to dine with our friend Thomas Alston, Jr. Virginia, Sunday, February 20. I am at Norfolk. I have had a serious attack of pleuritic fever, with little intermission of pain until the 15th day. I have, during this illness, been moving about amongst the families of the Williamses, the Harrises, the widow Weavers, the Bennets, and the Merediths. And oh, what kindness and nursing! I preached at Henry Williams's quarter meeting, and occasionally elsewhere. Our conference in Norfolk rose on Tuesday, March 1. We have been mighty in talk this session. I dare not speak my mind on the state of this place, its church, or its ministry. I endure all things for the elect's sake, and rejoice that peace is again happily restored to the society. Shall we not drop and locate more laborers than we receive? We had a great many sermons preached, as usual, and we have reason to hope souls were converted. I ordained deacons and assisted my brethren in the ministration of the word. Tuesday, March 1. We came out of the borough. It was keen and cold to Shoulders Hill. Wednesday, 2. Came to Andrew Woodville's. We reached Richmond on Saturday. Our journey hither has been through snows and excessive cold. I felt it deeply. We were careful to pray with the families where we stopped, exhorting all professors to holiness. Sunday 6. I preached in the old chapel. Our labor shall not all be in vain. Dr. Jennings has removed to Richmond, to be useful, we hope, to the society and to himself. A journey of suffering by bad roads, and exposure to excessive cold, brought us to Georgetown, Maryland. In the year 1774, I first visited Virginia and North Carolina. In the year 1780, I repeated my visit, and since that time, yearly. In the year 1785, I first visited South Carolina and Georgia, and to these states have since paid, except 1 year, an annual visit, until now, 1814. I suppose I have crossed the Allegheny Mountains 60 times. Maryland, Sunday 13. I preached in our church in Georgetown and met the society. We do not labor in vain. My mind is deeply impressed with the worth of souls and value of time. Thursday 24. Baltimore Conference hath been sitting in great order 7 days. My strength and labor was to sit still. I was sick during the whole session. I preached in Old Town and ordained 9 deacons. We have stationed 86 ministers. By request, I discoursed on the character of the angel of the Church of Philadelphia, in allusion to P.W. Otterbein, the holy, the great Otterbein, whose funeral discourse it was intended to be. solemnity marked the silent meeting in the German church, where were assembled the members of our conference and many of the clergy of the city. 40 years have I known the retiring modesty of this man of God. Towering majestic above his fellows in learning, wisdom, and grace, yet seeking to be known only of God and the people of God. He had been 60 years a minister, 50 years a converted one. March 28. I am at Perry Hall, where I have been for 3 days very ill. The Sabbath was an awful and dumb day. I took an emetic. Friday, April 1. I crossed the Susquehanna. At Northeast I visited Daniel Sheridan, a son of deep affliction in body, mind, and circumstances. He is one of my spiritual children, and has remained a disciple 40 years. We prayed together, and God was with us of a truth. Delaware, Sunday 3. I preached in Wilmington. Monday we had great consolation in visiting Mary Withy's children and grandchildren. She, though dead, is yet spoken of. One of these last is in society. I baptized the children of Alan and Lewis McLean. These people have not forgotten the holy living and dying of their mother, nor her early and constant friend, the writer of this journal. Joseph Pillmore is yet alive, and preaches 3 times every Sabbath. Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, Tuesday 5. This is the eve of conference. Sunday 10. I preached in the Academy Chapel and at St. George's. Our conference opened and progressed 4 days in great peace and gospel order. We doubt not but that souls have been convinced, converted, comforted, and sanctified by the ministry of the Word. We had crowded houses, both in the day and at night. The bishops wrote a serious letter to New England, remonstrating on the neglect of family worship. Thursday 13. The Philadelphia Conference rose in the spirit, power, and peace of God, in which they had been sitting 7 days. Friday crossed in a steamboat to the Jersey shore. I am very unwell. New Jersey, Tuesday 19. I rode 20 miles from Woodbury to Perkinton to see the people. We gave an exhortation in great weakness, but the power of truth was felt. Sunday 25. I preached at Penn's Neck, at Salem, and at Cohansey Bridge. I preached also at Pitt's Grove. We may say that when we are weak, we are strong in the strength of God. Yea, Lord, thou art our strength. I preached at Union Chapel, and the Lord gave power to his own truth. I preached at Bethel. We had a rainy day, and my flesh failed. I rested at Bates's, greatly spent with labor. We should have failed in our march through Jersey, but we have received great kindness and attentions, and have had great accommodations. I returned to my journal after an interval of 12 weeks. I have been ill indeed, but medicine, nursing, and kindness, under God, have been so far effectual, that I have recovered strength enough to sit in my little covered wagon, into which they lift me. I have clambered over the rude mountains, passing through York and Chambersburg to Greensburg. Tuesday, July 19. I would not be loved to death, and so came down from my sick room and took to the road, weak enough. Attentions constant, and kindness unceasing, have pursued me to this place, and my strength increases daily. I look back upon a martyr's life of toil, and privation, and pain, and I am ready for a martyr's death. The purity of my intentions, my diligence in the labors to which God has been pleased to call me, the unknown sufferings I have endured, what are all these? The merit, atonement, and righteousness of Christ alone make my plea. My friends in Philadelphia gave me a light little 4-wheeled carriage. But God and the Baltimore Conference made me a richer present. They gave me John Wesley Bond for a traveling companion. Has he his equal on the earth for excellencies of every kind as an aid? I groan 1 minute with pain, and shout glory the next. July 23. Pittsburgh. We have made 350 miles since we left Jersey. What roads! It was the mercy of Providence, or we should have been dashed to pieces. My body is, nevertheless, in better health, and my mind and soul happy and confident in God. Glory, glory, glory be to the triune God. End of section 43, recording by Brian Keenan. Section 44 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Monday 25. We bent our way down the west side of the Ohio to Sewickley. Here we were detained 2 days. John Wesley Bond preached to the people, and I added a few feeble words of exhortation. We, having foundered one of our horses, bought a clever little mare for $60. Crossed Great and Little Beaver. At J. Hemphill's we were told that no person would be more willing for prayer, did business permit. Alas, on our way we got fast in a gully. Mr. Lyon, a merchant hereabouts, came up, dismounted in a moment, and sprang to my relief, lifted me out of the carriage, and bore me up the hill. There was something peculiarly engaging in this man's face, whole appearance, and manners. Friday 29. We came to Thomas Fawcett's fasting. Surely you may stay a night, it was observed. But no, time presses. Though sick and feeble, we started away at 3 o'clock. It might not be. About 100 yards from the house, crack went the pole. It is all for the best, said pious Gilpin when his leg was broken, and he lived to prophesy in after times and better days, whilst the execrated Mary, who would have burnt him at the stake, was mouldering in the dust. Sabbath. Brother Bond preached upon a mount crowned with sugar trees. I spoke a few words in exhortation. Had we not chained the wheel, we should have gone souse into Yellow Creek. Tuesday we had crooked work. We splintered the axle tree and stopped at the widow Pritchard's. We held 2 meetings, one at noon and again at night. Ohio, Wednesday, August 3. Came to Steubenville. At Bezaleel Wells's we have every accommodation that a president might wish for, with great kindness and polite attentions from all the members of the house. I keep my room and listen to the storms of wind and rain abroad. My occupations are reading Saurin, the oracles of God, and prayer. My health is better, although I still cough. I live in patience, in purity, and the perfect love of God. Being disappointed on the Sabbath, I must of necessity meet the people of Steubenville on Monday. I preached, and there were those who felt, beside the speaker. Tuesday 9. We made a valiant start forwards. It was racking work over Creek Hill. Here crack went the bolt. It had been badly mended before. Woe to us had it given way on the last hill. We lodged at Snyder's. I spoke at Cadiz with a feeble voice, and addressed the society after preaching. We rode forward to a brother's, where we found a large family and small house. Within 8 miles of Cambridge we were glad to stop. Here is a purgatory, if fleas can make one. Friday 12. We strove hard to get forward through the heat to Will's Creek. It is as deep as ever, but this is not the first time I have tried it. It is better now, it is said. Bad is the best, say I. We reached James Brown's. Sunday 14. At Zanesville, Brother Bond preached and met about 50 souls in class. I gave an exhortation. It is my first, and may be my valedictory. We have a well-designed house here. This country is in a general state of improvement. Monday to Middletown. Tuesday 16. To James Teal's. My infant weakness and entire dependence upon the aid of others, the excessive heat and rough roads, together with certain cases and things, are trying to body and mind. Lord, thou dost and thou wilt support a worm and no man. Make me, O Lord, make me perfect. Wednesday, 17. 2 Jesse Spurgeons. Thursday, rest. I committed to paper some observations on a book written by B.J. Smith, an elected deacon, against our doctrine, discipline, and administration. Friday, 19. We came through Circleville. What surprising mounds of earth! Who hath done this? The larger circle must have had water. Stopped at Jeffersonville. Saturday to William M. Dowell's. We found the family sick with the autumnal fever. Sabbath 21. I preached at M. Dowell's. Tuesday I preached in great weakness in Chillicothe, but my help was with me. In God will I make my boast. From the 24th to the 30th, we are at Senator Worthington's. I pay my mite of worship in this amiable family in great weakness. The kind attentions I receive are greatly beyond my deserts. Mrs. Worthington has taught her boys and girls, servants and children, to read the Holy Scriptures, and they are well instructed. I heard them more than one lesson with much satisfaction. Oh, that all mothers would do likewise. I presume the worship of God is kept up in this house, though neither of the heads thereof have attached themselves to any society of professing Christians. Doubtless God will bless them, and their children after them. We, ever and anon, halt and listen for dear M'Kendry, but as yet we are without tidings. We are somewhat anxious to see him. Tuesday we came away to Merchants. Sabbath, September 4. I made a feeble attempt at Lebanon on 2 Peter 3:14. I also spoke last night. Tuesday we arrived in Cincinnati. There is distress everywhere, in the church and abroad in the United States. I have discharged blood in coughing. Monday, 5. I made an attempt to speak a few words on Philippians 2:2-5. We have progressed in our conference business very well, although deprived of the presence of the bishops to preside. Bishop M'Kendry had been thrown from his horse and was severely wounded in the hip and ribs. John Sale presided with great propriety. We lost 2 days by impeachment of elders, one of whom, in vindicating his character, injured as he thought, had not done it becomingly. There was a more excellent way. The other case was that of S.P.R., who had checked the administration of one whom he had employed for a time. These investigations were painful to our feelings, and gave rise to some sturdy debating. On Friday I retired to bed with a chill and fever. John Sale finished the plan of the stations from a general draft I furnished him. We closed our labors in peace. One thing I remark. Our conferences are out of their infancy. Their rulers can now be called from amongst themselves. The dividend of the Ohio Conference was $74 to the unmarried and $144 to the married preachers and their wives. But $200 were drawn from the book concern, and 50 of that sum were returned. I have preached. We lodge at William Lynes's. The news has reached us of the descent of the British in Maryland and the burning of the public buildings at Washington. Monday, 12. We hasted away as the river was still rising. Night and necessity housed us at Norton's. Next day to Fisher's. We dined in Georgetown at the Eagle Tavern, and after our meal called the family to prayer. The landlady was a finished lady in her manners, and kind as she was clever. Peace, peace, peace be upon her. Wednesday, 14. I gave a serious charge to the widow Ratcliffe and her family. The venerable man of the house has gone to rest. Thursday at Edward Talbot's. The gloomy days of J.B.R., B.M., W.B.E. are over. Peace is restored. a society increased, a family blessed with a son a preacher. A house is built, and a society united in Shelbyville. For all these we give glory unto Thee, O God. Kentucky, Friday 16. 2 Millers in haste. Saturday we came through Bairdstown to Elizabeth, Hardin County, so called after my serious friend, Colonel Hardin. I traveled many miles with Brother Hardin towards Lexington when he was going up to take his command. He was very solemn. A martyr to Indian massacre, I doubt not but that he went to glory. We lodged at the house of Stephen Rawlings's, son of Stephen, formerly of Back Creek, Berkeley County, Virginia. In the year 1776, I preached in the grandfather's house. Sabbath 25. I preached the funeral sermon of the wife of Stephen Rawlings. In this family of Rawlingses, I have officiated for 3 generations, and have witnessed their profession of religion. May they continue to be in Christ to the latest posterity. We reached Emgatchins on Monday. It is all love and union here. 2 of the children have joined the society. The Woodsons at the ferry were very friendly. They are anti-pedo-Baptists. Tuesday 27. We were kindly entreated to stop by our sister Gatwood, and were well entertained. The dust and heat are oppressive, and I am sick. Wednesday 28. At Major Bibbs. 26 years past I was at a Brother Williams's, Prince Edward County, Virginia, a brand plucked from the burning. Thursday 29. We came upon the campground where we are to hold our conference. Sabbath, October 2. I ordained about 20 deacons, and gave a sermon and an exhortation. Our encampment cook is Brother Douglas. We are 2 hours in the chapel, 4 hours at the preaching stand, and then come home. We sit 6 hours a day in conference. Poor bishops, sick, lame, and in poverty. I had wished to visit Mississippi, but the injury received by Bishop M. Kendry being so great that it is yet doubtful whether he will so far recover as to be present at the South Carolina Conference, I must decline going. I live in God. Thursday 6. We closed our labors in great peace and love. The families have been kind to us, but we were much crowded. We have lost members from the society, and gained perhaps 1 preacher in the itinerancy in 2 years. The local ministry is enriched. May we expect more help? Ah, the labor is too hard, and the wages too low. We cannot, like the Quakers, take abroad when we get tired of home, and go feasting about from one rich friend's table to another's, and bark or be dumb, as the fit may take us. Our discipline is too strict. We cannot leave 4,000 or 5,000 congregations unsought, like the Church of England, the Presbyterian, Independent, and Baptist churches. Go, says the command. Go into all the world. Go to the highway and hedges. Go out. Seek them. Christ came seeking the lost sheep. Seek me out, says the parson, or advertise and offer a church and a good salary, and I will seek you. And is this all these pretenders can do? If we send but 1 traveling preacher into a 4-week circuit, we aid him by the labor of our local ministry, good men, and some of them great men. Sabbath 9. I would have preached today at Fountainhead, but I was bedsick. Thomas Logan Douglas supplied my place. We came away to Dr. Porter's on Monday, 46 miles. Tuesday 11. We reached Harvey's, 35 miles. The families of Shaw and Walton were visited as we came along. Oh, the heat, the dust. Wednesday 12. We called upon the weeping widow Quarles, whose husband was beaten to death. The supposed murderer, Phillips, is condemned to death. It was a sad scene. Lodged at Terry's, and were pleased with our entertainment. Thursday 13. at Holt's, Jr. I preached and baptized an infant. Forward we jolted over the turnpike, for which they made us pay $1, to Dunlap's. Friday 14. We had heat in the extreme to Holt's, Sr., 46 miles. Saturday I had a very painful colic. In the families of Holt we have served 4 generations. Sabbath 16. Hearing there was a Presbyterian congregation, we asked to preach and hear. We did both. Mr. Nelson spoke first, and I addressed Methodists and others on 1 John 8:31-32. Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. How to know the truth? By continuing under gospel ministry and using gospel means. Ye shall know the truth of the gospel, feelingly, experimentally, practically. Make you free. What the freedom wrought consists in. It is an entire deliverance from sin, from its guilt, power, and in-being. A freedom embracing the privileges of pardon, peace, patience, meekness, perfect love, joy on earth, and everlasting glory in heaven. We hasted away after meeting to William Cunningham's. Monday 17. We came rapidly through Dandridge to William Turnley's. Here are kind souls. I was sick and soon in bed, but John Bond preached for them. South Carolina, Tuesday 18. Our ride brought us to Jarrett's on Pigeon River. Oh, my excellent son, John Bond. A tree had fallen across our way. What was to be done? Brother Bond sprung to the axe fastened under our carriage, mounted upon the large limbs, hewing and hacking, stroke after stroke, without intermission, until he had cut away 5 of them, hauling them on one side as he severed them, so that we passed without difficulty. Is there his equal to be found in the United States? He drives me along with the utmost care and tenderness. He fills my appointments by preaching for me when I am disabled. He watches over me at night after the fatigue of driving all day, and if, when he is in bed and asleep, I call, he is awake and up in the instant to give me medicine, or to perform any other services his sick father may require of him. And this is done so readily, and with so much patience, when my constant infirmities and ill health require so many and oft-repeated attentions. We have had a great drought. I think I never saw the river so low. The asthma presses sorely upon my panting breast. Lord, sanctify all my afflictions. The work of God groweth in the neighborhood. There is a house 35 by 40 feet built in the fork of Pigeon River. Ought we not to have a host in conference, and unite with the circuits west of the Blue Ridge, Bodetort and New River, the circuits in North Carolina? North Carolina, Wednesday 19. Rode to Bowling's. Behold, Richard Byrd came 100 miles to hasten us to camp meeting away on the bleak hills of Haywood. I was forced by misery to retire to my room and bed at Bowling's, but son John held a meeting and preached. Thursday 20. We came by Nelson Springs to Barnett's Gate, for, poor man, some wicked people had burnt his barn. His house escaped. Does Wooten Pyle pray? I asked. You called upon him, and God did bless the word and prayer to his soul. This was the answer in remembrance he sent me by Richard Byrd. We came on the campground Friday 21. Saturday I preached and ordained W. Spann and J. Evans deacons. Sabbath 23. Ordained 2 elders, Thomas Byrd and Samuel Edney, after preaching. In our tent we contrived a hearth and had a fire. Monday we visited the house of Richard Byrd. Tuesday 25. I preached in the house of the father, Benjamin Byrd. There was much feeling manifested. We collected liberally on the mite subscription to help the suffering ministry. I had for 20 years past wished to visit the cove. It is done, and I have seen my old tried friends dear Richard and Jonah Bird, and William Fullwood, who sheltered and protected me when, during the War of Independence, I was compelled to retire to the swamps and thickets for safety. Wednesday, 26. Our ride brought us to Rutherford's. I paid them as well as I could for their kindness and attentions by exhortation and prayer. Thursday, 27. To Mhathings, 41 miles. D.A. wished me to take Catawba above Ladies' Ford, and crossed at the Horse Ford, where a former journal will show my life to have been in danger some years ago. I preached in the evening at Daniel Asbury's, Lincoln County, near Sherwell's Ford. These are kind spirits who say, "You make your rides too long." Yet they will scarcely be denied when invited to their houses, making my rides longer still. Here am I, 10 miles out of my way, to see these dear people. And now that limbs, lungs, strength, and teeth fail, I must still go my round of 6,000 miles within the year. Sabbath 30. I passed a restless, feverish night. Yet, as I was expected to preach on the campground, I discoursed to a large, simple-hearted congregation on Acts 30:32. I sat in the end of my little Jersey wagon, screened by the drawn curtain behind me. It was no common time to either speaker or hearers. We retired after meeting to Jonathan Jackson's. What a rich table was provided! Not for me. I retired to bed with a high fever. My spiritual consolations flow from God in rich abundance. My soul rejoices exceedingly in God. Monday, 31. To Roby's, near Catawba Springs. Tuesday, November 1. I preached to a very attentive people. Surely the speaker and hearers felt the power of the Word of God. After a hasty dinner, we rode on to Nathan Sadler's, steward of the Lincoln Circuit. Wednesday, 2. I spoke with very unpleasant feelings on Luke 11:13. We hasted to Featherston Wells's. Here were all comforts for a sick man: good food, beds, and nursing. This family is blessed. Sister Wells is the granddaughter of my ancient friend, Father May, of Amelia, and her children are in the way to heaven. Here is the fruit of my labors. What a comfort is it to see the 4th generation growing up under our eyes, living in the fear of God, and following in the same path those who are gone to glory. Thursday, 3. Crossed the North Fork of Catawba to Bethesda Chapel. The day was damp, and there was a damp upon preacher and people. We went forward to John Dameron's, where I was expected to preach, and I did try, but the people were so wonderfully taken up with the novel sight of the little carriage, and still more of the strange-looking old man who was addressing them, that the speaker made little impression on his hearers. Who neglects me? Not the kind, loving Damerons. We came to John Watson's, Allison's Creek, on Friday. Sabbath 6, at Sardis Chapel. The weather was unpleasant. My congregation might have tried my patience. Monday we came to Henry Smith's, an Israelite. He is a native of East Jersey. Tuesday to Winsboro. Monday, 7. I am here since last Tuesday. I enjoy constant peace and consolation. Sabbath 13. I preached at Winsboro a long discourse on 1 Peter 14:17. Monday to Widow Means's. We shall ride about 220 miles out of the way to Georgia, but in the way of our duty. Tuesday I preached at Bethel. We hope good was done. Edward Finch, a son of affliction, is still on crutches. Wednesday, 16. Dined with Elder Stephen Shell. Lodged with Frederick Foster. Thursday we had a crowded house at Hopewell Chapel. The speaker stood in weakness, but truth came in power to the hearts of the people. Ordained John Molyneux a deacon. Lodged at John Leake's. The master, a local laborer, is gone to his rest and reward. Friday 18. Rain. We got bewildered, and were glad to stop with Mr. Morrow, a Presbyterian, who kindly received and entertained us. Saturday we came to Staunton Bridge. Sabbath 20. Bishop M. Kendry preached and J.W. Bond. I spoke a few words from my carriage. We hope the testimony of 3 men will be believed. God is with me in all my feebleness. We visited North Carolina to Catawba, South Carolina, and Fairfield, Newberry, Laurens, and Greenville districts. Monday and Tuesday we are at rest at Father Staunton's, an active and holy man, an Israelite indeed of 77 years. Wednesday 23. We gave an evening lecture at Telefiero's. The night was damp and few people attended. Nights of suffering are appointed to me, but God is with us. Thursday, rested. Friday 25. Rode 25 miles to Widow King's, Pendleton District. I am reading Soren's 5th volume. He is great in his way, but it is not Wesley's way, which I take to be the more excellent way. Saturday, damp, rainy day. I enjoy my private devotions. Sabbath 27. It broke away clear for a while, and I took a stand outside of the door, and spoke to the people on Galatians 5:6. Monday to John Powers. Here are new disciples, and they are all love. Tuesday to Benjamin Glover's. Georgia, Wednesday 30. I preached at Samuel Rembert's. I was feeble, and could not speak with much energy. Here I met with Thomas Asbury, born in Burslem, Stafford, Old England, formerly a member of the British Conference. God is gracious to us. Alas, we cannot tell the people of so many things which they do not know, as we can of those which they neither feel nor do. On inquiry of Joseph Tarpley of the work of God in the Ogeechee district, of which he is presiding elder, he gave me the following account. At Little River Camp Meeting, the number which attended were thought to be 3,000, the converts about 30. At Appalachie, number attending 2,500, the converts 25. At Grove Camp Meeting, 2,000 attended, the converts might be 20. At Louisville Camp Meeting, there were scarcely more than 1,000, there might be 10 converts. At the Warren, 2,500 persons to hear, and but few converts. Each camp meeting continued 4 days. End of section 44. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 45 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Saturday, December 3. I preached in Thompson's Chapel. The Lord was present. We collected the official brethren into the schoolhouse, where I gave them a talk on the doctrines and discipline of our church. Sabbath 4. I preached at Thompson's Chapel. Monday rode from J. Alston's to J. Mark's, Elbert County. Tuesday I preached in the chapel. Widow Gilmore received us under her roof for the night. Wednesday we reached Prospect, and I preached. The speaker's mind is too strong for his body. It was a sacramental day. Thursday resting at Archibald Pope's. The weather has occasioned me much suffering, notwithstanding the great kindness and the good dinners of our friends, and the convenience of my covered cradle upon wheels. Friday 9. I preached at Bethlehem to about 300 souls. The house was unfinished, and damp, and cold. Lodged at the house of the widow of Henry Pope. By letter from John Early, we have great accounts of the work of God at camp meetings in Amelia and Prince Edward. Saturday came to Athens, accompanied by Hope Hull. Sabbath 11. Preached in the college chapel. The people were very attentive in that open penance house. The state of things is strangely changed since Dr. Brown has had the presidency. He is a man of piety and order, and will render unto all their due. Monday to Joseph Floyd's on Appalachia. Tuesday I preached at J. Floyd's house. The people appeared somewhat like the preacher, sickly and slender. I ordained Samuel Patalo a deacon, and baptized 3 children. The lands here are good, but the price paid for quiet possession has been great. Sickness, deaths, and murders by Indians. Wednesday 14. Rode 20 miles to N. Ware's. When I see Mother Stewart's children, I rejoice. Holy woman, thou didst not believe, and live, and weep, and pray, and die in vain, neither for thyself, nor for thy children, nor thy children's children. Verily, there is a reward for the righteous. Thursday 15. To Thomas Scott's, a brand re-plucked from the burning. Friday 16. At the new chapel called after me, I preached, and hope the word of truth was not lost. Lodged at John Turner's. Saturday at Brother Holt's. Sabbath 18. Great rain. Every post almost is a messenger of the tidings which ought to make me serious. John M. Klasky is no more. He was a native of Ireland, born in Londonderry, a man of strong mind, a plain but useful preacher, and labored with us about 30 years. Mother Kent is dead, 40 years a subject of grace. My aged friends, Henry and Kezia Moss, have gone to their reward, but they leave me their daughter Freeman to receive me. I trust she will fill her parents' place here, and follow them as they followed Christ. Henry Boehm sends me great accounts of the work of God at camp meetings. Wednesday 21. Our conference began and continued until the 27th. There were nearly 100 characters examined and 6 admitted upon trial. 12 are located. 10 elders have been ordained and 22 deacons. 82 preachers have been stationed. None are dead and none have been expelled. I preached at the ordinations, but with so feeble a voice that many did not hear. I had coughed much and expectorated blood. We had great peace, union, and love in our session. Wednesday we rode to Sparta in the afternoon. Thursday we had crowded lodging, and I passed a painful night. Friday to Sweetwater. Saturday to Augusta. Sunday, January 1, 1815. I preached at Satterman's house. Monday dined at M. Cleary's and came on to Eubanks. Tuesday to Button's. Oh, that God may bless my last labors in this family. Wednesday to Coker's. Thursday to Captain Perry's. Friday we had a cold, hungry ride of 36 miles. Saturday, busy writing. Sabbath 8. I spoke in much feebleness upon part of Psalm 37, and gave a charge to the society. My labors were followed with much coughing and a restless night. Monday I bled in the arm to relieve the spitting of blood. This place calls for great labor, and I am not fit for it. I must go hence. Tuesday I filled an appointment made for me in Bethel Chapel. I was divinely assisted. The care of the societies comes with weight upon my mind. Here are liberal souls at home and abroad. We have added nearly $200 to our mite subscription. Thursday came to Strawberry Ferry. Grand accommodations at Mr. Lissane's. Friday to Hales. We had an appointment here which we knew not of. The people assembled, and I spoke to them. Saturday came to Santee and crossed the long ferry in 50 minutes. Away with the false cant that the better you use the Negroes, the worse they will use you. Make them good then. Teach them the fear of God, and learn to fear him yourselves, ye masters. I understand not the doctrine of cruelty. As soon as the poor Africans see me, they spring with life to the boat, and make a heavy flat skim along like a light canoe. Poor starved souls. God will judge. Sabbath 15. A sacramental day. I preached and gave a word of exhortation to the society. I cannot preach more than once a day. I wrote 2 letters, having no other leisure to do it in. South Carolina, Monday 16. A great storm without. I glanced at Eckert. I find history of the Jews and the Romans, and very little of the pure church. We have presided in 3 conferences in 7 months. We had planned a ride of 1,300 miles into Virginia Conference, but Providence forbade it by affliction. Tuesday 17. We started away in company with W. M. Kennedy and I. Norton, with the last of whom we parted at the ferry over Black River. Lodged with Mr. Rogers. His father has gone to rest. On our route we visited Bethel Durant and saw his brethren, John and Henry. Their simple-hearted, kind father entertained me 30 years ago on my returning from my visit to Charleston. Wednesday 18. Crossed the lakes and Waccamaw and got in after 8 o'clock to Brother Frink's. At William Goose's I saw my kind mothers in Israel, Goose and Rogers. I continue to expectorate blood. Is it possible that the children of the French Protestant martyrs to the tyranny of Louis XIV and his bloody priesthood can ever forget the God of their fathers? Noble, holy men, may God gather in your children to the latest generations. Friday 20. A dash of rain stopped us a while, but we went forward 30 miles to Wilmington. I feel the effect of the damps. North Carolina, Sabbath 22. I preached in the chapel. Oh, wretched appearance of broken windows! It was a sacramental day. Were I a young man, I should not wish to be stationed in Wilmington. Our funds are low here, and our house a wreck. Monday 23. We came away to Widow Nixon's. Tuesday to Shepherd's. Dr. Lomas has been suddenly called away by death. Wednesday to Lot Ballard's. Shall the gospel be taken from Goshen? Thursday dined at Joseph Bryan's, lodged at Hardy's. We dashed through Mussel Shell Creek in a swim. It was serious work. Friday 27. Dined at Hatch's, a reception kind, and our host is in bed with a leg broken. We reached Newbern in the evening. Here is weeping and lamentation for poor me. The leading characters of the society cannot speak to each other, or of each other, without bringing heavy accusations, yet all very glad to see the bishop. Saturday 28. My trust is in a faithful God. He hath never deceived me nor forsaken me. I am scarcely an hour free from pain, and all that I do is in the strength of Jesus. Sabbath 29. I preached, and there was a trembling from first to last under the word, but it was with cold. Ah, people hard and dull. John Bond preached 3 times. Possibly in my short exhortation to the society I talked down the tempers of some of the members. Ah, wretched use of liquid fire. Monday 30. Cold indeed. My feet suffer. We made 26 miles to a house. No wood at the door, and none to cut wood. Tuesday 31. A heavy storm took us at Greenville. We put the remains of a poor, pious slave in the ground who had reached 100 years. Brandy in a cold is like laudanum. Wednesday, February 1. We came 22 miles. I was nearly done. Had we followed our first plan and gone by Norfolk, it would have probably cost me my life. It was time to lower our sails and drop anchor at Edward Hall's, near Tarboro. It is paradise regained for a few days. The weather has been excessively cold, and keenly felt by an old man of 70, deeply wounded in the limbs, breast, and lungs. Sabbath 5. I spoke to a gathering of serious people in Edward Hall's large dining room. The speaker was led to some awful truths. I am occupied in reading, writing, and patching and propping up the old clay house as well as I may. God be gracious to us still. Monday 6. We breakfasted with Mrs. Austen. Oh, the look expressive of the workings of her soul she gave, when in the trying hour she said, "Pray for me." Shall a Methodist conference assemble, a society be gathered, and a chapel be built in Tarboro? Dined with Exum Lewis and wife. This favored pair have been renewed and quickened. The house of their father was amongst the first in former days to receive the Methodists, and the children now open their house and hearts and hands to them. May the Lord convert and own and bless their children's children to the latest generations. Amen. Amen. Came to James Hunter's at Fishing Creek. A cold ride. I sent for dear Henry Bradford and his wife, and we renewed our covenant with God. Tuesday to Halifax. Mother Long would by no means take a nay. Honorable woman. I gave an evening lecture to some serious souls, and John Wesley Bond exhorted after me with energy. Wednesday 8. Crossed the bleak ferry to Sister Sarah Weaver's. Virginia, Saturday 11. We are at Matthew Myrick's, Virginia, to rest the horses, not ourselves. The alarms of the wasting sickness are very serious. I wrote an epistle to Norfolk and another to Suffolk. Sabbath 12. I preached in Drumgoold's house. Dr. Simmons kindly officiated and drew 2 ounces of blood from my arm. I ordained Edward Drumgold an elder in the Church of God. E.D. was born in Sligo, joined the Methodists in 1770, began to exhort in 1774, traveled in America from 1774 until 1785. Since then has been a faithful local preacher, respected and beloved. He has 6 children living, 2 of whom, Edward and Thomas, are local deacons. Monday 13. Came away in company with P. Bryce, John Early, and William Barnes to Lewis Gregg's, calling on Major Thomas on our route. Tuesday 14. A great storm of snow blew for 8 miles in our eyes on our way to S. Holmes's. I saw Francis Hill once more. 30 years has he been a backslider from God. May he be speedily restored. Sister Gregg is sick, and Sister Holmes near the last great change. To Osborne's we went forward 12 miles. We have seen some of our early acquaintances once more. Wednesday 15. To Fennel's, 40 miles. Behold, we have a daughter, a disciple, in the ancient house of Bedford. The kindness shown to God's people he hath repaid. To Father Jude's on Thursday, where I was willing to rest, for I felt very ill. Friday 17. We came into Lynchburg in great weariness, having dined at Mr. Reed's. Sunday 19. I preached in the new, neat brick chapel, 40 feet by 50. Monday and Tuesday we progressed well in our business. Dr. Jennings preached us a great sermon on I am the vine, ye are the branches. Friday 24. We ordained elders, and I tried to speak on Philippians 2, 19 through 22. I failed. I have been almost strangled with an asthmatic cough and vomiting of blood. Sunday 26. I keep the house and busy myself to organize the stations. Thanks to the God of peace, we are confirmed in the belief that a treaty has been made between the United States and Great Britain. We have ordained 20 deacons and 8 elders. Is there not a declination in gifts as well as members? We settled at $71 each man. Monday, 27. Came away from Lynchburg to Amherst Courthouse, lodging with a local preacher who keeps a public house. May he disappoint all my fears and exceed all my hopes. Tuesday, 28. I preached at Meredith's. Shall we have to cross Buffalo, Pine, and Tye rivers after the thawing of the great snow? Wednesday, March 1. Came to S. Garland's, Nelson Courthouse. Thursday to the Widow Gentry's. Friday, 3. As we passed Monticello, a cloud rested upon it. The day was clear. We crossed the north branch of James River, near Charlottesville. Sheltered for the night under the roof of the Widow Gillum. We have bad roads, and I am feebleness itself. We crossed Rapid Dam at the Race Ford, and came to my dear John Stockdale's on Saturday evening. Hail, rest. Sunday, 5. We had preaching in the morning, and I spoke a few minutes in the evening. Water the seed, O Lord. Monday, 6. To Henry Fry's. I have passed a painful night, the last in this house, perhaps. Tuesday, to Culpeper. Would I not stay and preach to them? Oh, that I were able. To will is always present with me. We went forward to Rix's. This was a gentleman who kept private accommodation, the law being against private entertainment. His bill in the morning amounted to $5, save 2 shillings. Wednesday dined at Bashaw's and lodged at New Baltimore. Thursday, 9. Came to Fairfax Courthouse, dining on our route at Alexander Wangho's. Friday to Georgetown. Saturday writing official letters. Maryland, Sunday, 12. In the chapel I lectured on a chapter of Hosea. My mind perhaps partakes of the weakness of my body. I let fly a few scattering shot. I keep up a kind of running fire with my small gun sermonizing. Our ranks are thinned, if 100 have died in the Lancaster, Virginia circuit. I behold the ruins of the Capitol and the President's house. The Navy Yard we burned ourselves. Oh, war, war. Monday, 13. A cold ride brought us to Elk Ridge, and our old friend, Widow Honor Dorsey, gave us a shelter and a welcome. Tuesday came into Baltimore. My kind inquiring friends are coming in from morning till night. I am with my old friend, the Widow Dickens. Saturday, 18. I preached at the Point. Our conference began on Monday, and prudence restrained me to 1 session per day. Perhaps I did not speak officially 6 times during the continuance of conference. When it was understood that the ancient superintendent did not attend in the afternoon, the visits to him were renewed. Stationing about 85 preachers we found to be no small work. Friday we ordained the deacons in Light Street Church. Being Good Friday, a fast was appointed, and I spoke a few words on the sufferings of Christ. Sunday, 26. At Utah Chapel, I spoke upon the apostolic order of things. Monday, conference rose. Tuesday, I retired to Perry Hall. The stormy, damp weather is hard upon me, but I abound here in comforts above millions. Lord, make me grateful and humble. What a preacher and writer was Samuel Davies. His sermons are very Methodistical. We have sent Samuel Montgomery to Montreal and Samuel Burgess to Chenango District. They have had our counsel and our prayers. Sunday, April 2. In great weakness, I gave my farewell exhortation at the Fork Chapel. Came back to Perry Hall. All here is solitary to me. Monday, 3. At Havre de Grace, I see the 4th generation of the Jarretts, but some are still out of Christ. We crossed the ferry in 6 minutes. At Northeast Chapel I gave them a farewell discourse. I passed a restless night. Oh, the kindness of the people to a poor sinner saved by grace alone. Wednesday, James Smith went forward and preached in the Elk Chapel. At 1 o'clock we came up, exhorted, sung, and prayed. We must attend to our appointments, though we should speak but little, for the people wish to see us. We have lived and labored so long that we have become a spectacle to men. This place, Elkton, has been founded about 50 years. It may be visited of the Lord in the 4th or 5th generation. The speaker remembered that although the British were all around them, they escaped a visit. In great weakness of body, we came on to the comfortable retreat of Nicholas Chambers. Thursday 6. Stopped at Bethel, spoke a little and prayed. We dropped anchor at Richard Bassett's until better weather. Saturday I sent forward John Smith to fill my appointment. My unpleasant cough still cleaves to me. Bohemia Manor was formerly the field in which the Whitfield Methodists, called New Lights, labored with success. The Wesleyan Methodists are heirs to these, according to the Gospel. Sunday 9. We would have attended meeting today, but we wished not to ride 14 miles. We called a meeting at Richard Bassett's, and took occasion to speak of the work of God in the days of the New Lights, 60 years past. Delaware, Monday 10. We came away in the rain to Smyrna, stopping by the way at A. Short's. We lodged with Israel Peterson. Tuesday 11. At Dover, my dear friends who had not seen me for 1 and 2 years visited me, and led me into conversation the whole afternoon. It is hard, think they, that we cannot see him. So it might be thought in every place. But do they always remember the hardship they impose on me? So we go. Wednesday 12. We came to Camden, the first upon the line of my appointments. I spoke a few words and came to James's, son of David Owens, my old disciple. We called on James Bateman as we came along. Thursday 13. I preached once more at Johnstown. The day had been set apart for a general thanksgiving for peace, and I remembered it in the pulpit. We dined with P. Wells and rode back to Milford. Dust, fever, and too much company, these are my trials. Peace and perfect love, these are my consolations. Friday 14. I preached and hasted to Frederica, lodging with Andrew Dill. Here we saw dear Dr. Edward White, who hath known and followed the Methodists since 1778. I preached at Barrett's Chapel in great feebleness of body. Must I needs dine with Judge Andrew Barrett? Ah, I know that my father and mother thought more of him than of any man upon the earth, and well does it become their son to respect him. And is this all? God forbid. Sunday 16. I preached in Wesley Chapel, Dover, and the truth was felt. Monday, after delivering a short exhortation at Smyrna, I rode on to Smith's, Newcastle County. Tuesday 18. Reached Wilmington. Wednesday to Landreth's. Thursday I sat in conference a while, but became sick. Friday I tried it again. Saturday a chill overcame me, followed by burning heat. I continued at Richard Bowyer's. Pennsylvania, Sunday 23. Instead of filling an appointment, I was taken with a chill, followed by high fever. I have groaned away the whole week. I was lodged beyond the first gate, and few knew where I was. Attentions overcome me. Friday 28. Feeling no fever, I ventured to whisper a few words. Perhaps I shall be able to say something in the new chapel in 10th Street, Philadelphia. Sunday 30. At 3 o'clock I preached in the chapel in 10th Street. What a noble building. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, resting at Thomas Haskins. Thursday at Trenton. End of section 45. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 46 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. New Jersey, Friday, May 5. We came through bad roads, 37 miles, to Mr. Baker's Tavern, wearied down. Our host was very attentive, and we had prayer in course. Saturday, called upon Thomas Morrow. Had an interview with Mr. M. Dowell, the stationed minister of the Presbyterian congregation in Elizabethtown. He is modest and pious. Oh, for such men in all Protestant churches. We drove up to George Suckley's, Greenwich. The weather is most distressing to my feelings. New York, Sunday, 14. I attended the North Church and gave a discourse. It was something between talking and preaching, yet we had a time of much feeling. Monday, 15. To Croton, 40 miles. The dear aged man, Governor Van Cortlandt, has gone to his rest, having attained to 90 years and upward. Tuesday, 16. A 20 miles painful ride brought us to Warren's Tavern, where we were made comfortable. Wednesday to Rhinebeck, 40 miles. Thursday to Judge Van Ness's, 40 miles, in rain, cold, and suffering. The lady kind, the sister all attention. Oh, how goodness outshines the vain glories of this world. Friday, a cold rain dogged us into Albany. Saturday, I paid an hour's visit to my brethren in conference. Sunday, 21. By vote of conference, I preached the funeral sermon for Dr. Koch, of blessed mind and soul, of the third branch of Oxonian Methodists, a gentleman, a scholar, and a bishop to us, and as a minister of Christ, in zeal, in labors, and in services, the greatest man in the last century. Poor, wheezing, groaning, coughing Francis visited the conference chamber on Tuesday and Thursday. Although confined to my room, I was not prevented from entering deeply into the consideration of the plan of the stations. The elders thought I came out well. Alas, what miseries and distresses are here! How shall we meet the charge of 70 married out of 95 preachers, children, sick wives, and the claims of conference? We are deficient in dollars and discipline. Friday, 26. We closed our labors in great peace and union. Saturday we rode out of Albany to Brother Spicer's, New Canaan. The bishops here saw eye to eye, with hearts and souls in perfect union. Massachusetts, Sabbath 28. I gave an evening lecture. Monday came away through Lebanon to Pittsfield. Elder Case came up to go with the bishop 90 or 100 miles to Unity, the seat of the New England Conference. The providence was plain. We must part. Came to Chester, 36 miles. Tuesday, 30. To Westfield, and continued on 19 miles farther. In Wilbraham, they think they have had a very general work of God, and an increase of the society. May it grow exceedingly. Wednesday we came on to Leicester, greatly outdone. Thursday, June 1. To Needham. There is a revival in several of the societies in this circuit, and a house has been built. Orlando Hines, his praise is in all the churches. Saturday, 3. I am patiently suffering affliction in Boston. Sabbath 4. John Wesley Bond attended all day at the chapel. I preached in the evening in weakness and in much trembling. Monday, 5. We passed towns and villages, making 40 miles. Wednesday, 7. At Unity, poor Francis was shut up alone as at Albany. George Pickering presided over conference. Our business progressed well. I ordained 12 deacons and 12 elders. Thursday, rain and snow. We made about 29 miles this day. The taverns in New England are good. Good attention and moderate charges. Friday I came very sick to B. Powlett's. Saturday to Cambridge. I must reduce my projected tour of 1,600 miles to a straight ride of 380 miles to New York, and thence through Philadelphia to Little York, and my son, Francis Hollingsworth. As I passed through Ashgrove, I preached in the chapel. Monday to Pittsfield. Here we have given up weekly preaching for 2 sermons a day every other week. Tuesday to Troy. Wednesday to Judge Van Ness's. Thursday to Freeborn Garretson's. New York, Sabbath 11. I preached for them. Very feeble. Wednesday we started away for Poughkeepsie, lodging in a tavern. Thursday we had a heavy ride over Peekskill Mountains. At the landing I providentially called upon a brother who had been offended, and had withdrawn himself from us. I seriously set life and death before him, in a spirit of love and pity. Friday 16. Came rapidly to York, 42 miles. Saturday. I have had company enough. Sabbath 18. Attended at 4th Street Chapel. My subject, Zephaniah 1:12. Time was when I could have preached upon this text. Tuesday 20. I spoke a few words at the African chapel, both colors being present. We hasted to Elizabeth that evening. Wednesday to Barkelow's. Thursday to James Sterling's, Burlington. My old friend has felt a severe shock in his system, but there is some mind, and there is grace yet left. Friday to Philadelphia. Great heat. In the evening, rode to Thomas Haskins. Pennsylvania, Sabbath 25. I preached in the City Road Chapel. Monday we arrived late in the evening at a tavern beyond Downingstown. Tuesday 27. Happy at Mother Boehm's. A pleasing providence, according to my wishes, had brought Henry in a few minutes before us. Wednesday I rest a day. Ah, the changes we witness, and the difference of being, in relation to others, I remark in this end of time. To me at least. My long-loved friend Judge Bassett, some time past a paralytic, is lately re-stricken on the other side, and suffers much in his helpless state. Thursday 29. How the new bridge stretches its pride of length across the wide Susquehanna. Will not the Father of Eastern waters some day rise in the fury of a winter flood, and tear away this slight fetter which the puny art of man has thrown over him? Columbia Bridge is surely a noble work. We came to son Francis Hollingsworth's, Little York. My kind countrywoman gave me up her own room. I tried to preach, but wanted strength. My audience was partly composed of the respectables of the borough, and were no doubt disappointed. I sit 7 hours a day, looking over and hearing read my transcribed journal. We have examined and approved up to 1807. As a record of the early history of Methodism in America, my journal will be of use, and accompanied by the minutes of the conferences, will tell all that will be necessary to know. I have buried in shades all that will be proper to forget, in which I am personally concerned. If truth and I have been wronged, we have both witnessed our day of triumph. Friday we came away to Carlisle. Sabbath, July 9. I spoke in the new chapel, and the truth was felt. Monday came to Shippensburg. My health is better this hot weather and rough ride. Oh, how deeply my soul feels for ours and all churches, for ours and all ministers. I smite with my hands, and would lift up my voice like a trumpet. Is there not a cause? We lodge with Deacon John Davis. This brother hath been with us in single life. Now he hath 5 sons and a daughter. His eldest, Samuel, is given to God in the ministry, and travels. The old man's heart is still in the work. Tuesday. So crowded was the road that we hardly escaped being wedged in the narrows of the mountains on our way to Thanetsburg. Lodged at Anderson's. Wednesday we came over the 3rd mountain to James Hunter's. My health is much better, and I have lately written more than I had for weeks. We are later in this neighborhood than last year. So also is the harvest. Oh, what abundance in our houses, our barns, and in our fields! More than we can well manage, cries the husbandman. For peace, liberty, and plenty, oh, to grace and to God, what debtors! What man can live to himself amidst the evidences of heavenly and the enjoyments of social goodness? We could not work ourselves, but we lent our horses to help to hail in the harvest. We left our kind friends to beat across the mountains on Saturday, and made 30 miles to Bloody Run. The stones of this stream are tinged red as with blood, and the story is that 3 men were killed in it by the Indians shortly after Braddock's defeat. My meditations lead me to make some observations on Colossians 1, 26-28. Colossus was a city of Phrygia, near to Laodicea. Paul had not then visited this church, yet in apostolic power and authority he wrote them the epistle. And for what purpose? To teach and to exhort. Why then not preach as well as write to churches, in all parts, and in any part of the world, since the end of preaching is instruction and exhortation? Oh, say the Baptists, this is my church. Oh, this is my congregation, says the stationed minister. And must no other ministers preach to these souls? No, says sectarian prejudice. No, says bigoted pride. No, says the wool shepherd, who is afraid his flock may become too wise for him. The mystery which hath been hid from ages and from generations. 1. The mystery of God the eternal Son, hid till the expiration of 4,000 years, from ages and from generations, yet not hid from the obedient, not hid from Abel in the bleeding lamb, from Enoch, from Noah, nor from Abraham, not hid from the Israelites, but typically shown in the Passover, the serpent in the wilderness, the release of captives and debtors on the death of the high priest, not hid from Job, from David, nor from Isaiah, who had a fuller manifestation of the glories of that day, whose coming in the order of time should thereafter be fixed by Daniel. But now is made manifest to his saints, the Holy Ghost carrying to the soul the conviction of the truth, begetting in obedient, gracious souls this hope of glory. Christ formed within them the riches of the glory of this mystery, the only foundation of the hope of everlasting glory, the first moving cause in grace, and the meritorious cause. Warning or admonishing every man, and teaching every man, according to the universal commission in the gospel, in all wisdom. But those who have been taught, and are negligent in teaching and giving this warning, oh, pity, pity, pity that there are such. Do you work faithfully? Continue to do it in the name and by the authority of Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Tell this rebellious generation they are already condemned, and will be shortly damned. Preach to them like Moses from Mount Sinai and Ebal, like David. The wicked shall be turned into hell, and all the nations that forget God. Like Isaiah, who amongst you shall dwell with devouring fire? Who amongst you can dwell with everlasting burnings? Like Ezekiel, O wicked man, thou shalt surely die. Pronounce the 8 woes uttered by the Son of God near the close of his ministry, and ask with him, Ye serpents, ye generation of vipers, how can ye escape the damnation of hell? Preach as if you had seen heaven and its celestial inhabitants, and had hovered over the bottomless pit, and beheld the tortures and heard the groans of the damned. Perfect in Christ Jesus, in experience, in obedience, in love. We went up into the little chapel in the state it was, and said a few words to a few people. Lodged at a grand tavern at night, and paid pretty well for our shelter. But I wish not to be under any obligations to tavern keepers. The heat is so great that it requires prudence to avoid its effects. A drover, who had for many days eat dust like a serpent in following his cattle, broke his leg about 7 miles below the town. Poor man! It will be well if he saves his life. Monday 17. Came into Bedford, overcome with the heat. Brother Bond preached. Wednesday 19. To Somerset. We found that on the last Sabbath a notice had been politely given of our expected arrival. Many attended at the courthouse, and the Lord spoke his own truths through a tottering tenement of clay, accompanied with conviction in many minds. William Ross, with whom we lodged, stepped round the town with our mite subscription, and the citizens were liberal. Thursday 20. We came across Laurel Hill to the stone mill upon Jacob's Creek. We know not what others may think, but we esteem the western Pennsylvania roads to be the roughest on our continent. My poor arms feel them, and will for days to come. Friday 21. To John Brightwell's, Freeport. Here we will rest and refit. We left Philadelphia July 3, and have traveled 300 miles in 12 days. Sabbath 23. At Brightwell's I preached upon Galatians 4, 19-20. The apostles' labor and success at the first. The falling away of the converts. Being drawn aside in search of an easier way, or going off to avoid persecution. The fervent desire of the apostle to be with, and to pass a second travail of soul for the whole of religion. Inward, practical, and experimental. I spoke about 30 minutes. John W. Bond met the classes. He preached in the afternoon. Monday 24. Ordained John Phillips of Union, a local deacon. The heat is such that all flesh seems to groan under it. Tuesday, August 1. Left Brightwell's, fording the Monongalia at Freeport. We ascended the dreadful hills to Briggs's, and saw him and his brother, to whom we failed not to give our parting charge. Briggs is a Marylander and an ancient Methodist. Down went the fence, and through the flax and corn he conducted us, and onward we toiled to Newkirk's mill, a clean house and kind souls. We might not stay. Forward we drove up the valley to Rock Meeting House, a handsome edifice, and thence along the Williamsport Road to Washington. We were lodged like a president at Haslett's. Is it possible? Can it be true? A revival at Steubenville. Not far from 200 converts there, mostly young people. I rejoice exceedingly. The book concern have sent out Hornack, the dagger to the hilt, almost at every stroke. I wrote my valedictory to J. Young. Wednesday and Thursday at Washington. A Baptist missionary came into town collecting for foreign lands. We labor for those at home. Feeble as I was, the necessity of bearing testimony to the truth pressed upon me. A very unpleasant circumstance had taken place. An illicit intercourse between a lady and gentleman had become public, involving the innocent as well as the guilty in distress. They were members of the Presbyterian Church. Another distressing event in the same church was talked of. A very respectable merchant and citizen had lost 2 of his children dying in doubt, and thought to have been somewhat deranged. This visitation fell upon him in a still greater degree. It may be said that he had put himself on the unfavorable side of election. The case was possible, but we cannot say that it was so. I remembered these things when I preached in Washington Courthouse. The foundation of God standeth sure. This foundation of God, laid for the redemption of mankind, involves their repentance, justification, and sanctification, and its consummation is eternal life. The word to Adam was, obey and live. The gospel covenant shall stand sure in the wisdom, justice, power, grace, truth, love, goodness, and mercy of God, manifested in the atonement and righteousness of Christ, and the operations of the Holy Spirit, whereby men are made able to repent, believe, and obey. This covenant is conditional to all who hear the gospel. Because men are unfaithful, is the foundation less sure? It is the foundation of God, laid in Christ, and known to the patriarchs and prophets. Have you heard what Mr. Blank, a Presbyterian, has done? Have you heard what John Doe and Richard Rowe, both Methodists, have done? I am done with religion. Have you ever begun with it? Had these people continued faithful, would it have saved you? Have you done with Christ? Do you want to experience in your own person the awful certainty of damnation? As our Baptist brother talked and read letters upon missions to foreign lands, I thought I might help with a few words. I related that a few years past, a London Methodist member, in conversation, had complained to me that the kingdom and the church had given so largely to support distant missions. I observed in reply that the Methodist preachers, who had been sent by John Wesley to America, came as missionaries. Some of them returned, but all did not. And now, behold the consequences of this mission. We have 700 traveling preachers and 3,000 local preachers who cost us nothing. We will not give up the cause. We will not abandon the world to infidels. Nay, we will be their plagues. We will find them Herculean work to put us down. We will not give up that which we know to be glorious until we see something more glorious. Nor will we concede an inch to schismatics and heretics who say, "Do away your forms and leave your peculiar doctrines, and we shall show you something better." Show it to us first in the book of God. We are not ignorant of Satan's devices. Friday 4. We came away to J. Beek's, West Liberty. It is said there were about 3,000 people to hear the word last Sabbath at Steubenville. There was great preaching, a great love feast, and sacrament. Bishop M. Kendry was there. I had an interview with R. Brown, and much talk about the work of God, and the necessity of energetic preaching to wake the slumbering generation. Sabbath 6. I preached at John Beck's at 4 o'clock. My subject was 1 Corinthians 7, 28 through 30. The time is short. It might have been true, considering how uncertain persecution then made, and was about more abundantly to make, life, to all the followers of the Lord Jesus. It may be especially true in pestilences, famines, and desolating wars. But the proverbial uncertainty, in all ages and in all lands, of these sublunary things which so deeply engaged the thoughts and affections of unthinking mortals, shows the propriety of the apostolic admonition. For verily, in this respect also, the time is short. How many newly married pairs, parents with children, upon whom they have just discovered, in their matured characters and upright conduct, the qualities and virtues which justify all their strength of affection. Speculators upon the probabilities and possibilities of fortune, who risk credit and estate to become richer than their fellow mortals. Covetous persons, idolaters, who labor and starve to make the golden heap a little higher. How many of these find that the time is short? Alas, too short for them. O sinner, the time is short. Seeker, the time is short. Strive, agonize to enter in. Backslider, surely to thee the time is short. Believers, O remember the time is short. And if you are daily bearing your cross, faithfully combating under the great captain of your salvation, you will rejoice to remember that the time is short. O joyful consideration to those who have put on the Lord Jesus, and shall love his appearing. This time of suffering is short. Monday, came to Mount Pleasant. Ohio, Friday 11, came to Zanesville. There is a camp meeting now in operation 5 miles from this town. We reckon that since the 20th of June, we have passed through New Hampshire, Vermont, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Ohio to Muskingum River, making 900 miles, 200 of which ought, in our opinion, to be called the worst on the continent. Oh, the goodness, providence, and love of God in Christ Jesus to us. Sabbath 13. I preached on the campground. My subject was 2 Corinthians 5:2. Knowing the terror of the Lord, we persuade men. The Lord, that is, the Son of God, in all his attributes and perfections, his offices and character, his perfect deity in heaven and humanity on earth, the maker and redeemer of mankind, and as their judge, manifesting his uprightness in the eternal punishment of bad angels and bad men. Terror of the Lord, in death, the resurrection, and general judgment. Terror, in the recollection of what the sinner had done to offend God, grieve the Holy Spirit, what he had done to bring contempt upon religion and its ministers, and the unoffending followers of the Lord Jesus. Terror, in the consideration of the certainty of his punishment being eternal. Persuade men to submit to the conditions of salvation, the use of the means of grace, and to a life of gospel obedience. Persuade men by all that is desirable in religion, and all that the truly pious enjoy, by all the glories of heaven, and all the horrors of remediless perdition in hell. By the judgment of charity, we are bound to believe the statement of David Young, that at Kenhawa camp meeting there were 25 converts, at Marietta 40, at Fairfield 24, at Zanesville 23. Glory be to our God. Now we live, if our people stand fast in the faith. End of section 46. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 47 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Sabbath 20. I preached to a small congregation in the chapel at Chillicothe. There is a camp meeting within 9 miles, and some are sick, some dying, and some are dead. My subject was Luke 22, 61-62. And the Lord turned and looked upon Peter. The Gospels will harmonize here by John, who was witness to the whole. Peter denied thrice. First, to the damsel who kept the door, John having asked leave of the high priest to bring in Peter. Secondly, when the kinsman or cousin of Malchus, whose ear Peter had cut off, witnessed, possibly, by the young man, asked him, "Did not I see thee in the garden with him?" Thirdly, when the conversation is taken up in company with the servants of the high priest, and one of them asks, "Art thou not one of his disciples?" The previous character of Peter may be noticed. A married man, not a youth. Forward, ardent, as was seen on many occasions. When faithfully warned, he pledged himself with overweening confidence. His offense was, first, taking unallowed means of defense, like his pretended successors, the popes. Secondly, following too far off. Thirdly, denying his Lord. The lie, the oath, and their repetition follow of course. What was the subject of Peter's denial? Did he deny that Christ was the eternal Son of God, the Savior of the world in all his sacred offices? No. Peter's crime was that he denied his discipleship. And this is the crime of which so many modern apostates are guilty. Who now deny the Lord? Backsliders, baptized infidels, careless seekers of salvation, slothful believers, and those who have fallen from sanctification by the neglect of the works of mercy, charity, and piety. The Lord turned and looked upon Peter. Ah, he was obliged to go out with disgrace. He had entered with honor. But he could not weep and repent in wicked company. No, he sought a solitude. For 3 days and 3 nights it may be. But lo, Jesus sendeth the word of comfort that he may not break his heart. Go, tell my brethren, said he to Mary Magdalene. Thrice did Peter deny his Lord, and thrice did our Lord question his disciple, Lovest thou me? Oh, how great is the love of God, the love of Christ, the love of the Holy Spirit. Redemption is love. Monday 21. We visited from house to house with our mite subscription, which seemed to all well-pleasing. The citizens were liberal. Hearing that Eleanor W.N. was ill, and wished to see me, I delayed not, but went in the evening. When we entered the room, I found her ill indeed. An attack highly inflammatory, accompanied by a deep cough. On Tuesday I repeated my visit, and in private examination found that God had shown her the vileness of her nature in a great degree, and that she had received consolation, and only wanted and waited for the Spirit to give assurance of his own work by his witness in her heart. I told her that it was very common for persons to be sure that God had blessed them. Oh, how her eyes, her face, her tongue spoke! She was an Episcopalian of the English Church. Her mind had been much exercised upon receiving the sacrament. It was administered to her. I find I am about such a feverish, coughing subject as the lady I have been visiting. I coughed nearly the whole night. Wednesday, 23. We left Chillicothe in the rain. Some folks are fond of railing out against Methodists, taking the worst as a sample. But bad as they are, I would not take the best of the railers without a change in sentiment, in heart, and in manners. Ah, let us take heed that party and politics do not drive out our piety. They do not mingle well. Can it be that Bonaparte is finally overthrown? The time is coming that all kings and rulers must acknowledge the reign of the King of Kings, or feel the rod of the Son of God. But will forms do for the United States of America? Foolish people will think they have a right to govern themselves as they please. I and Satan will help them. Will this do for us? Is not this republic, this land, this people, the Lord's? We acknowledge no other king but the eternal King. And if our great men will not rule in righteousness, but forget God and Christ, what will be the consequence? Ruin. Saturday, 26. We changed our course to go to the Mechanicsburg camp meeting. As soon as we came upon the ground, I felt that God was with the meeting. Give us a chimney that we may have fire. It was done. God was with us, and souls were converted. Friday, September 1. At John Sayles. Sunday, 3. I preached on Romans 13:12. The night is far spent. What constitutes the natural night? Absence of light, ignorance, insecurity, uncertainty. The gospel watchman crieth the hours. The scripture night, from Adam to Moses. The patriarchal stars, and those who preceded them as dim lights, Adam, Abel, Enoch, Noah, Abraham. The moonlight of the law, the Sabbaths, the sacrifices. But this night was about to pass away, although darker just before the dawn of the gospel day, and it is thus in nature. The Jews had corrupted themselves in religion and in manners. The night of Judaism and paganism had nearly passed away. When Paul wrote in the year 60, the gospel had obtained in Europe, Lesser Asia, Greece, in the city of Rome, and had spread from the Euphrates to the Mediterranean. This night has returned occasionally. It came upon the Asiatic churches because of their unfaithfulness. Where once were the gospel and its martyrs are now Greek papas and Greek superstitions. From the 3rd to the 13th century, the Church of Rome brought darkness upon Europe by prohibiting the Bible, and by the introduction of her own mummeries and idolatries. Philosophy, so called, with Voltaire for its high priest, brought night and destruction upon France. Judicially, to avenge on the bloody House of Bourbon the blood of the Protestant martyrs. And would not some of our great men, if they dared, bring a night of infidelity on this land? Who sees them in regular attendance on the house of God? Let us cast off the works of darkness. Let us not sin in practice. Let us cast off evil tempers, desires, and affections. The armor of light. See Ephesians 6:11-17. Perfect faith, perfect hope, perfect obedience, perfect love. On our route we called upon many of our old friends, Buck, Sale, Bonner, Smith, Butler. They treated us like presidents. Monday, September 4. I have been under the necessity of applying 4 blisters for a great inflammation in my face and jaws. I have taken medicine. As a member of the Bible Society in Philadelphia, I have distributed many hundreds of testaments. We do great things with our mite subscription. John Wesley Bond reads many times in the Testaments distributed to the poor. I have visited the families of Butler, Owens, Beale, Heath, Wright, Fowler, and Davis. Sabbath 10. I preached on the campground. My subject was Hebrews 3:7-8, His voice. What is the voice of God to us, to every case and character? The gospel of the grace of God, in all its blessings, promises, means, ordinances, doctrines, and precepts. His voice, in power, in mercy, in providence, in love. Harden not your hearts. We may harden our hearts against the former, latter, and present impressions the powerful gospel may have made upon our hopes, our fears, and our consciences. In what manner? By open, notorious sinning, by secret wickedness, by sinful tempers indulged, by a willful neglect of gospel men and gospel means, the greatness of our rebellion. We sin against the infinite love of God, the infinite merit of Christ, the Spirit of infinite holiness. Today, if ye will hear his voice. Today. This is both the true reading and meaning. Not tomorrow. No, it may never come. Today, then, speaker and hearer, do all you can for God. On Tuesday the 12th, we began our journey. Thursday 14. Our Ohio conference began, and all our fears vanished. We have great peace, abundance of accommodation, and comfortable seasons in preaching, noon and night, in the chapel and courthouse. Great grace and peace and success have attended our coming together. We hold in Ohio Conference 68 preachers, 67 of whom are stationed. 10 delegates have been chosen for the General Conference. The settlement with the married and unmarried was made according to the funds, in which the mite subscription aided. The children of the preachers were remembered in the distribution of the funds. Thursday we came away to Cincinnati. Bishop M. Kendry and myself had a long and earnest talk about the affairs of our church and my future prospects. I told him my opinion was that the western part of the empire would be the glory of America for the poor and pious, that it ought to be marked out for 5 conferences, to wit, Ohio, Kentucky, Holston, Mississippi, and Missouri. In doing which, as well as I was able, I traced out lines and boundaries. I told my colleague that having passed the first allotted period, 70 years, and being, as he knew, out of health, it could not be expected I could visit the extremities every year. Sitting in 8, it might be 12 conferences, and traveling 6,000 miles in 8 months. If I were able still to keep up with the conferences, I could not be expected to preside in more than every other one. As to the stations, I should never exhibit a plan unfinished, but still get all the information in my power, so as to enable me to make it perfect, like the painter who touches and retouches until all parts of the picture are pleasing. The plan I might be laboring on would always be submitted to such eyes as ought to see it, and the measure I meted to others I should expect to receive. Sabbath 24. I preached at Lebanon, by request of conference, a memorial sermon for Dr. Koch. My subject was Matthew 5:16. Let your light so shine before men. The gospel light, in all its fullness of grace and power, the reflected light of that light of the world, manifested in faith and in obedience in every grade and class of believers. Ministers should be resplendent like a city illuminated in the night, a great light amidst churches in darkness and slumber. Like Dr. Koch, whose effulgence beamed forth in missions, in labors, in Europe, in America, in the isles of the sea, and in Asia. I took occasion to particularize the abundant labors of this distinguished man of God. Wednesday 27. We came rapidly to Cincinnati. Friday, Bishop M. Kendry's fractures are all repaired, and bones strong again, I suppose, for he has flown away like a bird with the boys. We must stay and distribute the word of God to the poor, collect a little mite money, and then away, preaching in every town we pass through. Sabbath, October 1. I preached in the chapel. My subject was Philippians 1:27. Wednesday I preached in the courthouse in Georgetown. My subject, Acts 13:26. To you is the word of this salvation sent. This salvation, the gospel, to be sure. Who the author, what the nature, means, conditions, spirituality, and degrees of this salvation. From whom it is sent, by whom and to whom it is sent. It was sent to Jews first, afterward to the Gentiles, and continued to be sent, and is still sent to the children of men by the written word, by the ministers of that word, and by the influences of the Holy Spirit. The consequences of its reception, eternal life; of its rejection, everlasting damnation. We came into Lexington. My soul is blessed with continual consolation and peace in all my great weakness of body, labor, and crowds of company. I am a debtor to the whole continent, but more especially to the northeast and southwest. It is there I usually gain health, and generally lose in the south and center. I have visited the South 30 times in 31 years. I wish to visit Mississippi, but am resigned. I preached in Lexington on Zephaniah 3:12-13. I will also leave in the midst of thee an afflicted and poor people, and they shall trust in the name of the Lord. The true character of God's people: tempted, grieved, poor in spirit. Their strong confidence in Jehovah, in all his attributes, perfections, promises, in all his sacred offices and near relations to his own people. Well guarded by a supreme love of God, and a love to their fellow men, this people shall not transgress the law in its word nor in its spirit. Nor shall they deceive, for the deceitful tongue is changed by the grace that changed the deceitful heart. As a flock, their souls shall feed and fatten on the privileges and ordinances of the gospel, whilst other flocks of the hireling shall starve and be scattered. The flock of God shall be led into green pastures by the great shepherd, and they shall lie down, undisturbed by that which shall distress others, assured that they shall never perish, neither shall any be able to pluck them out of his hand. On Monday we came into the Shakerstown. Are these children of light? They are wiser than millions of the children of this world. Well-built houses, 2 grand gardens, everything well planned for comfort and money. But why should I say any harm of this people, who am, I suppose, the last man in the world to envy or to imitate them? Tuesday 10. At James M. Kendry's. Nathaniel Moore has come to take away our sister, Francis M. Kendry. All parties are pleased. Wednesday I took counsel of my elder sons, who advised me not to go to Mississippi this year. On Thursday I officiated at the marriage of Nathaniel Moore and Francis M. Kendry. We believe it is of the Lord. They are a worthy couple, and nearly of an age. We have given away many testaments to the poor on our route hither, and they were in all cases received with thankfulness. We accompany our gifts with prayer and exhortation when opportunities offer. Sabbath 15. I attended the funeral of the little son of James M. Kendry, and spoke a few words. James Gwynn spoke on David's words, I shall go to him, but he shall not return to me. I baptized Frances Elizabeth Mabry. So here have been a marriage, a funeral, and a baptism. And must I be honored and burdened with them all? Well, make the best of me whilst you have me. It will not be often. Wednesday 18. Brother M. Kendry preached a funeral sermon for Mrs. Crabb, daughter of S. Mitchell. I added an exhortation. Our brother Blackman had improved his house and estate. Ah, sad estate of human frailty! The body of the first husband rests in a tomb near the dwelling. The body of the second may yet float in the Ohio. Go, disconsolate sister. Thou art prepared to weep for the wretched, for thou thyself knowest what is sorrow of heart. Thursday at Bibbs. Friday 20. We opened our conference. Saturday, great peace, great order, and a great deal of business done. Sabbath 22. I ordained the deacons and preached a sermon in which Dr. Coke was remembered. My eyes fail. I will resign the stations to Bishop McKendry. I will take away my feet. It is my 55th year of ministry and 45th year of labor in America. My mind enjoys great peace and divine consolation. My health is better, which may in part be because of my being less deeply interested in the business of the conferences. But whether health, life, or death, good is the will of the Lord. I will trust him, yea, and will praise him. He is the strength of my heart and my portion forever. Glory, glory, glory. Conference was 8 days and a half in session. Hard labor. Bishop McKendry called upon me to preach at the ordination of elders. Sabbath 29. At a little place called a meeting house, I preached by appointment. The notice given had been short and rather uncertain. Nevertheless, many attended, more than was at all expected. We had a feeling time. I spoke awful words. November 1. We came upon the turnpike, a disgrace to the state and to the undertakers, supposing they had any character to lose. It is a swindling of the public out of their money to demand toll on roads such as these. We are told, why, they make you pay on the turnpikes to the eastward. Yes, so they do, and they make them fine roads. Thursday to Father Holt's, 43 miles. We came in 2 hours after night. This will not do. I must halt, or order my grave. Saturday, I am very unwell. Friday, rest and physic. I felt that keeping 3 men and 4 horses 3 days and 4 nights, not with my friends but with me, was too great a burden to impose. Oh, what kindness and attentions I receive. Virginia, Sabbath 5. I decline preaching, being so exceedingly weak. Tuesday we stopped with Wesley Harrison, son of Thomas Harrison, in Harrisonburg. The father was the first man under whose roof I lodged on my first visit to that town. His pious wife and simple-hearted, pious Robert Harrison are, I trust, both in glory. I have received a statement from James Axley of the work of God in the different places within his knowledge, at quarter and camp meetings, and it appears there were upwards of 150 souls who professed to have found justifying grace. There were powerful rains at some of these meetings to interrupt the preaching, and drive the people from their seats, but the work of God prospered in the tents. Monday 6. We came to Captain Hill's, very kind and attentive. Tuesday came to Thomas Harrison's, son of Thomas. Thursday at Bowling's we were greatly annoyed by a brigade of Kentuckians. Can fiends be more wicked? The drunkards kept the house in an uproar. Friday at Barnett's there was a dance, such fiddling and drinking. I delivered my testimony. I am clear from Barnett's blood. A rapid ride brought us to Mills's on Saturday. Sabbath 12. I attended the quarterly meeting at Samuel Edney's and bore a feeble but a faithful testimony to the truth. I have read, with dim eyes, Joseph Moore's dialogue. It is not elegant, but argumentative. It seems to have silenced the Baptists. Sabbath 19. I preached upon Acts 26, 17, 18. Many were the instances of deliverance. They bound him and scourged him, yet had the Jews no power over his life, which they so often sought. And the Gentiles, to whom he was especially sent by the Son of God, what a description is given of their deplorable state! What blindness of mind, ignorance, idolatry, superstition, complicated and unaccountable wickedness! The power of Satan, completely in his possession, body, soul, and spirit, in all their powers and passions, in infidelity and impenitence, and under the guilt of actual transgression. Thus gospel truth and gospel ministers find sinners, and they must be preached to with energy. And these ministers must be sent, and to be qualified for this mission, they must, like Paul, be convinced, convicted, and converted, and sanctified. Like him, they must be preserved from the violence of the people, but especially from their indulgences and flatteries, turning them from darkness to light, and from the power of Satan unto God. A faithful minister will have these signs to follow him. I die daily, am made perfect by labor and suffering, and fill up still what is behind. There is no time or opportunity to take medicine in the daytime. I must do it at night. I am wasting away with a constant dysentery and cough. Monday 20. At Benjamin Glover's. At Allen Glover's on Tuesday. Wednesday, my children will not let me go out. Thursday 23. Came to Thomas Child's near Cambridge, 20 miles. Friday, to Dr. William Moon's. Saturday, the doctor urges, and I have consented to take digitalis. Oh, the powerful expectoration that followed. Sabbath 26. I preached, and we had a time of great feeling. Monday, heavy rain. We came away to Hezekiah Arrington's, a cold, damp ride. Tuesday to the widow Means's. The lady was not at home, but the servants are attentive. John Wesley Bond preached in the kitchen. We try to do good. Wednesday to Sterling Williamson's, 30 miles in 8 hours. A damp, rainy day, by no means pleasant to me. Thursday, rested. Friday, at Columbia. South Carolina, Saturday, December 2. A melancholy and awful scene has been witnessed here. Dr. Ivy Finch, about 30 years of age, in driving a violent horse out of Columbia in his chair, was dashed between the shaft and wheel, and his skull fractured. The unhappy man was the only son of my dear friend Edward Finch. How many gospel sermons had he heard, and how many prayers had been offered up for him? I preached on the Sabbath. I have passed 3 nights at B. Arthur's, 2 at friend Alexander M. Dowell's, and 1 night at Colonel Hutchinson's. My consolations are great. I live in God from moment to moment. The poor colonel is like myself, broken to pieces. I feel deeply upon my mind the consequence of this charge, Columbia. Thursday 7. We met a storm and stopped at William Baker's, Granby. End of section 47. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 48 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. A short account of his death. Here the Journal of Bishop Asbury closes. And having followed him through such a laborious and useful and very often suffering life, it is thought the reader would be gratified in following him to his grave, that he might witness the end and final triumph of this apostolic minister of the Lord Jesus. The editors, therefore, take the liberty of subjoining a short account of the last moments of this great and good man. His character, as it was exhibited in the various relations of life he sustained, we leave to his biographers, who, it is hoped, will soon favor the Christian world with a faithful portrait of Bishop Asbury, both living and dying. The following sketch of the closing scene of his life is taken chiefly from the minutes of the conferences for the year 1816, the only documents now in our possession from which authentic information in reference to this subject can be derived. It seems that, notwithstanding his extreme debility, which could not be witnessed without awakening the liveliest sensibilities, he flattered himself with the prospect of meeting the ensuing General Conference, which was to assemble in Baltimore on the 2nd of May, 1816. In this expectation he was, however, disappointed. The disease with which he was afflicted, terminating in the consumption, made such rapid progress as to baffle the power of medicine, and to prostrate the remaining strength of a constitution already trembling under the repeated strokes of disease, and worn down by fatigue and labor. He appeared indeed more like a walking skeleton than like a living man. His great mind, however, seemed to rise superior to his bodily weakness, and to bid defiance to the hasty approaches of dissolution. Hence, impelled on by that unquenchable thirst to do good, by which he had been actuated for more than 50 years, he continued with his faithful traveling companion, John W. Bond, in a close carriage, to journey from place to place, as his exhausting strength would permit, frequently preaching, until he came to Richmond, Virginia, where he preached his last sermon, March 24, 1816, in the old Methodist Church. Previous to his entering upon this last pulpit exercise, perceiving his great weakness of body, some of his friends endeavored to dissuade him from preaching. But he resisted their dissuasions by saying that he must once more deliver his public testimony in that place, yielding their own tenderness for his temporal welfare. To his desire to proclaim once more the counsel of his God, they carried him from his carriage in which he rode, for he was unable either to walk or stand, to the pulpit, and seated him on a table prepared for that purpose. Though he had to make frequent pauses in the course of his sermon, for the purpose of recovering breath, yet he spoke nearly an hour with much feeling from Romans 9:28. For he will finish the work and cut it short in righteousness, because a short work will the Lord make upon the earth. This closed his public labors on the earth. The audience were much affected. Indeed, how could it be otherwise? To behold a venerable old man, under the dignified character of an ecclesiastical patriarch, whose silver locks indicated that time had already numbered his years, and whose pallid countenance and trembling limbs presaged that his earthly race was nearly finished. To see in the midst of these melancholy signals of decaying nature a soul beaming with immortality, and a heart kindled with divine fire from the altar of God. To see such a man, and to hear him address them in the name of the Lord of hosts, on the grand concerns of time and eternity. What heart so insensible as to withstand the impressions such an interesting spectacle was calculated to produce? After having delivered his testimony, he was carried from the pulpit to his carriage, and he rode to his lodgings. On Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday he journeyed, and finally came to the house of his old friend Mr. George Arnold, in Spotsylvania. It was his intention to have reached Fredericksburg, about 20 miles farther, but the weather being unfavorable, and his strength continuing to fail, he was compelled to relinquish his design, and accordingly he remained under the hospitable roof of his friend Mr. Arnold. Hearing Brother Bond conversing with the family respecting an appointment for meeting, he observed that they need not be in haste. A remark so unusual with him gave Brother Bond much uneasiness. As the evening came on, his indisposition greatly increased, and gave evident intimations that his dissolution could not be far distant. About 3 o'clock next morning he observed that he had passed a night of great bodily affliction. Perceiving his deep distress of body, and anxious to retain him as long as possible on the shores of mortality, his friends urged the propriety of sending for a physician. But he gave them to understand it would be useless, saying that before the physician could reach him his breath would be gone, and the doctor could only pronounce him dead. Being asked if he had anything to communicate, he replied that, as he had fully expressed his mind in relation to the Church in his addresses to the bishop and to the General Conference, he had nothing more to add. About 11 o'clock on Sabbath morning, he inquired if it was not time for meeting. But, recollecting himself, he requested the family to be called together. This being done agreeably to his request, Brother Bond sung, prayed, and expounded the 21st chapter of the Apocalypse. During these religious exercises he appeared calm and much engaged in devotion. After this, such was his weakness, he was unable to swallow a little barley water which was offered to him, and his speech began to fail. Observing the distress of Brother Bond, he raised his dying hand, at the same time looking joyfully at him. On being asked by Brother Bond if he felt the Lord Jesus to be precious, exerting all his remaining strength, he, in token of complete victory, raised both his hands. A few minutes after, as he sat on his chair, with his head reclined upon the hand of Brother Bond, without a struggle, and with great composure, he breathed his last, on Sabbath, the 21st day of March, in the year of our Lord 1816, and in the 71st year of his age, after having devoted to the work of the ministry about 55 years, 45 of which were spent in visiting the cities, villages, and wildernesses of North America. During 30 of these he had filled the highly responsible office, and conscientiously discharged the arduous duties of General Superintendent of the Methodist Episcopal Church. His immortal spirit having taken its flight to the regions of the blessed, his body was committed to the earth, being deposited in the family burying ground of Mr. Arnold, in whose house he died. His remains were, by order of the General Conference, and at the request of the Society of Baltimore, taken up and brought to that city, and deposited in a vault prepared for that purpose, under the recess of the pulpit of the Methodist Church in Utah Street. A vast concourse of the citizens of Baltimore, with several clergymen of other denominations, followed the corpse as it was carried from the General Conference Room in Light Street to the place prepared for its reception in Utah Street. Being preceded by Bishop McKendry as the officiating minister, and Brother Black, a representative from the British to the American Conference, and followed by the members of the General Conference as chief mourners. The corpse was placed in Utah Church, and a funeral oration pronounced by the Reverend William McKendry, the only surviving bishop. After which the body of this great man of God was deposited in the vault, to remain until the resurrection of the just and unjust. It is needless to make reflections here, or to pass encomiums upon his character, not only because it would be anticipating his biography, which is now preparing for the press, but because the preceding journal speaks for itself, and loudly proclaims the man deeply devoted to God, exerting all his powers of soul and body to promote peace on earth and goodwill to man, and who ceased not his labors until compelled by the command of him who first called him into being. Let those now denominated missionaries read this journal, and learn from the example of its author what it is to endure hardness as good soldiers of the Lord Jesus. May that church which so long enjoyed the services of this eminent minister of the sanctuary, and for whose prosperity he so diligently and conscientiously toiled and suffered, not only cherish a grateful remembrance of his Christian and ministerial virtues, but be long blessed with a succession of ministers who shall make his virtues their exemplar, and transmit to posterity unsullied those pure doctrines of Christ which Francis Asbury so faithfully and so successfully proclaimed. New York, April 23, 1821. End of section 48. Recording by Brian Keenan. End of Journal of Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3, by Francis Asbury.